1950s, we dreamed of a better world. Clean, fusion-powered cars, robots that walk the dog, peaceful existence thanks to the wonders of science. We were close to achieving that dream when war broke out. Nuclear weapons were used without restraint. It was the nightmare everyone feared. It was the Great War. Millions died during the first attacks. A few people fled to underground vaults, but many more on the surface fell victim to the burning, poisonous air. For those who endured, there was only the wasteland. No order, no law, only survival. Radiation and new viruses changed the face of life on Earth forever.
It's a messenger, like us, and it shares our history. If you feel its loss, remember, you could have turned away at any time, gone back home, and none of this would have happened. But you had to make one last delivery, and that's why I knew you'd come, Courier. Couldn't stay away. It's who you are. That's all that mattered. All the machines here, made of wreckage from the divide, and all that was brought here. Inside its frame, it carries the message you brought here, and it'll do what it was programmed to do. Whatever it can to get home. I'll bring the divide to your home, your nation. Let its flag burn, just like you let the divide burn. Big Mountain Access Code, Ulysses. Command override. Navarro. So you came, Courier.
Doing sensitive munition. Now the common workman must also be a covert operative. The farmer, a master of the martial arts, the ice cream man, a nuclear physicist.
If war doesn't change, men must change. And so must their symbols. Even if it is nothing at all. Know what you follow, Courier. Just as I followed you to the end. Whatever your symbol, carry it on your back and wear it proudly when you stand at Hoover Dam.
Fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada, the jewel of the desert, a city of never-ending. Powered by the miraculous Hoover Dam Casino.
McLean.
Right before I get into the meat and potatoes, I just wanted to say thank you to all these people for the assets I have taken from their videos righteously because I needed them in order to make the video on time. This is not me endorsing them and or promoting them. This is just me saying thank you for all the assets needed in order to make this video. I could not have done it without you guys. Shout out to Toothless, Alternative Gaming, Bethan's Mod, Austin School, Atomic Media, Mr. Richie Rich, Omega Initiative, Triangle City, Hacks Dogma, Lydia Love, TKS Mantis, Iron Age, Team Gamatic, Window Kitty, True Vault Escapades, Cole, Mr. Andy Asteroids, Nate Gaming, Mike Burnfire, Easy, Armchair Warfare, Shape in Glass, The Legends of History, Warfare, Epic Deadbeat, Presto Skip, Alex Jones the Frogger, Lose Your Faith with Me, Dead Money, Random Thoughts, Doc Thompson, The Choosing Muso 1, Albert Cole, Crazy Rabbit, and Oxhorn. Disclaimer, any and all real-life associations made in this video are purely fictional, and all associations made to real-life companies are purely satire and completely jokes and good fun and does not represent any past, present, or future association. I am also playing a character. I am not actually myself, I am a kooky, wacky guy. Ha 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 ha, my name is Shorty. I am just a character. I also love life and I do not have any thoughts of in-game ending myself. Warning, this video contains spoilers for Fallout as a franchise. If I spoil anything for you, I am sorry, but this is a theory video about things that are coming up in the new show, and if I spoil the show and I am correct, then this is not my fault. You're interested in mystery, just like I am. Also, right before we get into the meat and potatoes... Oh wait, I already went over this part. Hello! We've never met. I'm Shorty Fizzlo. I'm a gaming nerd, I'm an art nerd, and I'm just a nerd about life. I like learning. And I'm also really into dissecting movies and TV shows and video games and other forms of media and storytelling as a medium. And so you can imagine that when I heard about the Fallout show dropping, I dropped everything and immediately went to go watch it, right? Nah, I didn't. I've rewrote this opening a few times, and all of them were long, so let me be brief. Everyone has their own opinions on all the game's narrative, and I respect most of them. Okay? But one thing I don't understand, for some reason, is that universally, Fallout fans think that the show ruins established lore, and that New Vegas as a game, due to how it handled the aftermath of the Hoover Dam, even though, one, we don't know what happened at Hoover Dam, and we most likely never will. After all, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. And two, Vegas was always going to turn into the ruins we see it as by the end of episode 8 in the credits. If you know, you know. Now, I recognize with what I just said that I might have made a few diehard fans mad, but please, just give me a chance. Over the course of this video, I'll explain my interpretation on why New Vegas ends up the way it does, due to the decisions the writers chose to leave open for the shows and events to even be possible, and due to the way that all the DLCs frame the Mojave's fate in Fallout New Vegas, the game itself. Spoiler alert for everything Fallout ever. Now, I know you've read the title, and I know that you know that I know that you know that I know what the title is and that you know what the title is, but here's the thing. I'm going to pretend that's not my stance until I get to that part in the video. That thumbnail, that's satire. I don't even believe that. What that's an illusion. You get me? Yeah? Yeah? Okay. Let's calm down. Let's start from the beginning. Also, I'm going to be going from topic to topic pretty quick, and I might have to retread things multiple times. I'm sorry, the visuals should help. Also, maybe they won't help, because here's the thing. The show is going to drop in 2 months. It's the 23rd of October. I wrote this script a year ago. So, we'll see what happens. But, anyway, I hope you enjoy the theory. On the back of the box art for Fallout New Vegas, that I forgot I owned in writing this video, it shows a Vault 21 dweller, presumably the player character Courier, in Doc Mitchell's jumpsuit, or his wives if your character is a female, as well as presumably the player character in the NCR disguise shooting Securitrons. Besides Hoover Dam's second battle, when do we see Securitrons fighting the NCR? We don't, so we could assume this might be the player. The description goes on to read, as you battle your way across the heat-blasted Mojave Wasteland to the neon-drenched Vegas Strip, you will be introduced to a colorful cast of characters, factions, special weapons, mutated creatures, and much more. And this is the important bit. Choose sides in an upcoming war or declare winner takes all in this follow-up to the 2008 video game Fallout 3. Notice the gambling casino lingo used in New Vegas's official merch descriptions. Explained in an interview after the show dropped, the writer said that they could not commit to a single ending.
I mean, I think that's the thing is we were pulling a little bit from all of the games, and because our show is set after the games, we wanted to be true to the mythology of all of the pre-existing games, with the exception of we could not commit to a single ending, right? Because like there are, you know, of any of the individual games, because of course there are multiple endings to each game, and to choose one would be to imply that some players' experience of the games was not actually like accurate. So we tried to allow for all of the possible endings of
accurate
to be true,
is the key word here.
A timeline that
you as a courier walked
after.
a path in the Mojave regardless of what faction you liked. Along this road, you pick up stones, you see piles of them gathered and scattered together by the wind, only to end up kicking them apart as your journey comes to a close. Some fragments will move on. People like Veronica and the Khans might go to Wyoming or continue on destructive rampages. Or others' futures weigh heavy enough to sink into the sands, just like the NCR Ranger statue, becoming history, or lost history, depending on how you look at it. Some stones, due to perception or downright luck, never catch the courier's attention along this road. Some of these stones were used as indirect weapons towards the mountain in which they fell from once upon a time ago. But no matter the path you walk or the stones you grab, the Mojave, just like Ulysses and the Divide, is left behind, lost to history. The courier, at the end, no matter the ending, leaves New Vegas for now in every ending of New Vegas, and due to the courier's absence, the Mojave and the NCR falls regardless by 2281 due to an unknown force that we will talk about later. The courier has the ability to breathe life into settlements that they go through, using themselves as glue to stick communities together. Cough Amazon Hank description. Our courier, aka us the player, can save and load, kind of like Undertale, giving us the ability to perfect Mr.House's plan and make every correct choice in order to have almost every faction just as comfortable and degenerative as the old world ghost used to be. But with that comfort comes softness, the kind of softness that comes from being dependent on one man, and with that dependency comes fear, and with that fear comes greed. Greed, in Fallout, is a savage force, as it's read straight from the game's official guide that I will now read for you. New Vegas is a refurbished monument to every species of greed and avarice, lust, gluttony, sloth, and the player will have the occasion to witness how greed operates at every level. Not every individual and faction the player encounters will come across as unremittingly grasping and degenerative, blah, 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 blah. But every individual and faction will know greed, and the player will also sense the fear and desperation beneath the greed and the terror of losing that which one most covets. The belief that if only one thing desired can be grasped and held, all will finally be well. The Mojave, as seen in the TV show, is destroyed. The gate to Vault 21 and the next to the NCR embassy is blown open and apart, just like I showed in the intro, and the dead Securitrons are scattered across the gate. Curiously, we can possibly see what led to this happening, as I presented in my intro, in the trailer of Fallout New Vegas. The dead Securitron flashing, Mr.House and Victor's face lying against a blocked-off entrance, and then it zooms out to what looks to be somebody dressed in riot gear from the Divide, with what looks to be less than pure intentions. Along with this, on this chap's back, we see that one of the luckiest hands in blackjack can be observed when versus the house's dealer. On his back, he has an A7, aka a 7 with an ace, aka soft 18. This soft 18 is alluded to by Benny multiple times throughout the entire story as the 18 carat in 3 different dialogues. One getting shot with him, one's talking with him, and then the other one is in a note when you get done sleeping with him. This hand is the most misplayed hand because of how the win chances change ever so slightly against the house and other players depending on the house's flipped card. Shout out to Mewtwo Struck Back on Reddit for this post to kind of simplify the A7's choices. There's this, if you want to go over it. I know I tried to take some time, but I'm still a little foggy on it. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I have a cat on me. The show must go on, though. There's a lot that goes into this strategy that I haven't had the ability to fully understand yet, but the main takeaway is that the A7 and the soft 18 in general gives the player options, not just a chance, and it's usually a very strong chance that shifts other players' chances depending on how you play your hand. This seems unimportant right now, but again, notice the gambling slang and lingo used in the official materials. Think about how during the development of Fallout New Vegas, Chris Avalon, Josh Sawyer, everyone in the works of the game might have been researching New Vegas's history and just card games in general and tarot and other things that I'm not getting into in this video. But anywho, so if the Mojave is doomed, as we see from the end credits, that leads to the question, why did Vegas turn out the way it does? What did happen to Vegas to leave it the way it is? Who damned ever done it? Well, the question is actually very easily answered, and I bet any fan of New Vegas who actually completed all the DLCs and retreaded all of them and watched every single dialogue option because you're a nerd like I am. I'm joking, being a nerd doesn't mean you have to consume everything, but we're not getting into that right now. What happened to Vegas? It's simply put, the Courier leaving. The reason doesn't immediately matter right now, but as this video goes on, I'm going to cede my interpretation of the events going into New Vegas, which can't have the Legion and the NCR occupying the dam at the same time. Or can they? No, but seriously, the Legion and the New California Republic can't coexist at the dam in the show. The show writers will have to decide what happens to Vegas after the events of the Second Battle of Hoover Dam. They may leave it as open-ended as possible in order to reuse old ideas, like they said in the interview. We tried to allow for all games possible endings to each of the games to be true, blah, blah, blah. Also, note how she says that. Not just New Vegas, but all of the recent games, including Fallout 3's ending. This interview might help explain why we both see Enclave forces and Brotherhood of Steel forces in the Washington East Coast. Still, it wasn't a total ultimatum like the two Fallout 3 endings were. It might be somewhere in the middle that we don't fully understand. It also might explain the Deacon relationship, possibly with Sarah Lyons, if you wanted to go into that theory, but we're not going to go into that theory. Which makes sense. We know Bethesda likes reusing old ideas and story points, such as tracing your single parent across the wasteland, an important doctor who decides the fate of every important wasteland resource, a vault dweller who helps decide the future of the wasteland with their words using talk no jutsu, 4 circular shanty towns with a bar, tower, / noodle stand in the middle, with a barbershop adjacent to the entrance, made up entirely or almost entirely of baseball field-like material. 5. A man looking for a homeland from his faction or from factions like the Legion and NCR, who has a past with nuclear warheads destroying their worlds and cultures, who both survived due to an old world technology, who both held the power of the sun in their hands at different points in time with different government relics, and his home being colonized and destroyed, and both having the power to lead a destructive campaign against the NCR. I'm pointing out Couriers and the Max and the Ulysses parallel. Cough, cough. 6. One of the characters who held the sun, by the way, used a fridge to survive the nuclear fallout blast. Sound familiar to something from Fallout 2? And by Fallout 2, I mean 4. Like the Indiana Jones Easter egg from Fallout New Vegas. Maybe that's what I was thinking about. Maybe like I thought about New Vegas as a sequel to 3. Anyway, Max living in the fridge in the show. 7. Family tie-in cliches, with the main cast of characters being a linked... 7. Family tie-in cliches with the main cast of characters, aka the link between New Vegas and the show, a family connection, just like how in Fallout 1 and 2. In 2, you were playing the Chosen One, a Vault 13 descendant from Fallout 1, and in New Vegas, you play as a Vault Dweller, and the show follows Lucy, a descendant from Vault 31.
People are going to come after you. You'll need to move quickly. You can change the future. I knew I could trust you. You are a Vault Dweller.
Lucy, who then blindly delivers a package/message, just like a certain somebody from Fallout New Vegas in the prequel, or prelude. And I could probably come up with more, but I'm going to stop while I'm ahead, just like the Courier was, and get to the point. The writers would leave the game's endings to open for interpretation and for future cameos, like Harold's tree evolution. They do it to flesh out the universe post-Hoover Dam's second battle. Okay, so we answered. Why Vegas is destroyed. The Courier is leaving. Simple, as it says is in every single end slide. It's the Courier leaving for now. It's the only part of the ending that never changes. So, now the question that's as long-winded as the I-15, what does the Courier do to leave the Mojave the way it is? Because it's obviously not as simple as saying Mr.House plus Brotherhood plus Fiends equals Vegas Ruin. It's not that simple. Bethesda could retcon and take away the Courier, our Courier, and replace him with a canon character like Hank, kind of like I'm setting up, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying the Courier's only Hank. Some people notice the phrasing in that, and we'll get there. After all, it'd be similar to Fallout 1's Vault Dweller memoirs, where other people did certain things that maybe we associated with our Vault Dweller from Fallout 1 doing. But doing that invalidates a majority of the major choices we can make in the game and away from the main quest. So, maybe instead of that, they'll base Season 2's factions off what happens in one of the end slides, like the Khans leaving and going to Wyoming, and use that to flesh out the show's universe. That's my bet. If Jack Black isn't a Khan, I will fucking go crazy. But still, most of the choices one can make in New Vegas' roleplay, to some extent, would be ruined, and if there's choices, in a sense, that don't matter anymore due to it not being canon, and that would make some fans feel less enthralled with the choices they can make by revisiting Fallout 4, or Fallout New Vegas' narrative. That's why Bethesda won't change or mess with the player Courier in what they did or did not do in the Mojave. What happens in Fallout New Vegas stays in Fallout New Vegas. You can roleplay as some lady killer who might have slept with the Lonesome Wanderer's mother in California, but it's Occam's razor in the sense of why the player decided to confuse him for someone else, whether it be to strengthen a cover legend with a traveling performer, or just because you felt like fucking with someone that day. It's also the reason why you can go out of your way to find all of Ulysses' logs and for some reason still say out loud as an option, you are a new Canaanite.
Tells us as much.
New Canaan, my tribe. If you've heard my words, and that's all you've taken from them, then I was right to cast them aside.
And we know that's not true. And we know this would probably aggravate him, but if you were playing a dumb Courier who didn't know that would aggravate him, it would take away from the choice. It's still an option. It does not tell us itself as a choice is a lie like in other dialogue trees. Because if it were explicitly telling us it was a lie, it would take away from the roleplay of people purposely playing a dumb Courier that may entice a negative reaction from Ulysses towards us, whether on purpose or not. And if it told us itself it was a lie, this roleplay would not work. And at the end of the day, New Vegas is a role-playing game, and you are role-playing as the Legend of Courier 6, whoever they were. No. Bethesda didn't change the Legend of the Courier 6. They let the show writers change who was next up on the Hubs Express Courier list for the Platinum Chip job, and the jobs in Hopeville.
And where the bear tries to cling to life, the Legion comes, bearing messages. Some brought by blade, others by couriers. You knew what was coming.
I'm not writing Rango into this video, but think about when Rango went into the bar and pretended to be someone he wasn't, that killed like 7 brothers with 1 bullet. That's some kind of copium that Hank's on, and that's the kind of copium we, the Courier, can be on in the game, if you catch my drift. Your character, whoever they were before the divide, has a message to bring, and by carrying that piece of history, acts as that message's catalyst. Our Courier's history, forever shrouded, the most clarity we might ever get for it, is for the real Courier 6's legend, and possible future, is gonna be the big scientist at the big MT. And realizing that sciences in releasing sciences into the wasteland when needed to certain communities could help them, and assisting them when necessary, and only letting in certain bits of knowledge might be beneficial. It's like if the followers and the Brotherhood joined forces, and if the Brotherhoods weren't as so addicted to their goddamn codex.
The Courier watched over the Big Empty for years to come, caring for it, and keeping its discoveries safe until they were needed to help others, which had always been Big Mountain's purpose. Past the laboratories and science, it had always been intended as a place to build the future of all mankind.
This same practice is studied through the Bible in its own way, with its teachings and philosophies. This theme is carried also by Randall Clark, aka the survivor of New Canaan, with the unmarked quest showing that letting in little bits of knowledge to small, hurt, and weak communities can reshape its long-term future for the better, and maybe even a short-term future, but at the end of the day, they did get into this beef because of the tunnel, so, well, I mean, it's also Caesar's fault, but that's besides the point. We're off topic. That's my headcanon for the Courier 6's legend. And that's just because it's the best ending for the Big MIT, and I think that's the whole lesson that they were kind of going with a lot of the DLC, like, be a good person, and help people when you can, just not with every little, like, not supporting them, like, with an entire nation's worth of GPD, or whatever the fuck. Our Courier. The Courier. If he is not the Courier 6 selected from the Mojave Express network list, selected for the Hopeville job, then they don't get put on the Platinum Chip job list. This is due to priority. Mr.House spent over 800,000 chips to find the Platinum Chip, and House's first choice for his Courier to carry the real deal, not any of the decoy chips, was Ulysses, one of the strongest and most capable people in the entire series, with a 10 in every slot. But Ulysses, after seeing some name, turns the job down as the Courier 6, figuring that the Mojave would sort out whoever's name was on that list. Whoever's name becomes part of the Courier 6's wild wasteland legend and myth. But I digress. If our player Courier, let's say Gary666 here, doesn't get put on that list, if not on that list, he doesn't go get the brain wrinkle needed from Benny to survive the miracle surgery that leads to the old world blues plot, that leads to the ending of the Big MIT, where he lives there and releases sciences into the small communities that need it, just like I was talking about earlier, again like the father of Zion. So my plan to deduce the name of that Ulysses saw, maybe it's not even Hank, but this is just my criteria. The name Ulysses wanted to watch squirm, holding the chip. The name Ulysses remembers from Hopeville.
But Shorty, if the Courier 6 legend is meant to be open-ended, how will you ever find out who they are if every option is possible?
Well, dear viewer, I have a set of rules to evaluate the Courier's psyche and pre- and post-life-changing brain wrinkle. Because here's the thing, we can trick ourselves and say, I'm from the East Coast, but to ignore the Lonesome Road stories context for the Courier would be breaking the game's roleplay. So what's the compromise to fix this breaking roleplay from the story writers? Well, if you got shot in the face, and one's role-playing as someone from the East Coast could pull many different excuses to prevent this break in roleplay immersion, such as a memory loss, making the Courier forget their visit to the East Coast, or to the Divide, or the Courier 6 lying about their past and from the East Coast, or being confused with someone from the East and West Coast. We don't know. Truly, because Ulysses is the only person who stalked us, and he could just be wrong because we are all human at the end of the day. So, depends on how you want to look at it. You can keep your roleplay possible if you have enough copium for your excuses. And our courier's brain, no matter what roleplay we are, gets scrambled, and due to the scrambling, prevents any form of roleplay breakage. It's kind of like the New Vegas story writers left this dissociative identity disorder narrative possible for people to play as. That way, if you're role-playing as an original character from California, you seamlessly slip into the world and into the Courier 6's identity as naturally as possible, because people with brain damage could project things into themselves from other people. If that's not the word, then you know what I meant anyway, I don't care. So here's my compromise and my rule set for the Courier 6's psyche evaluation. I'll take voice lines from New Vegas that come from the NPCs as universal knowledge. That is to be given to the player from a biased in-game perspective, and to be used by the player to use later in other dialogue interactions that would affect and explain the world's context. If the courier is needed from the dialogue, or if the context is needed from the RPG dialogue choices for that quote to make sense in relation to the courier and their surroundings, I may use it. For example, the courier pretending not to know Latin with Arcade Ganon, an Enclave descendant. This interaction, I bit my tongue. This interaction makes no sense with no explanation. Or, it makes sense with no explanation. A courier, like Gary 666, does not know Latin.
I'm enthusiastic about helping people, but nihil novi sub sole. Caesar can cite Cato to suit his purpose. Many people have spoken Latin. Some of them were quite pleasant.
But then, this is seen to be untrue when the courier expresses the ability to read it well enough to trick Silas, a legionnaire. Sorry, my cat's pissing. A legionnaire during the interrogation quest in New Vegas.
No, listen. Caesar's secrets are safe with me. I stayed alive because Caesar would have wanted it. I'm useless to him dead.
Showing that on a smart day, and maybe even on some mentats to get an 8 in the intelligence, all of a sudden, somehow like a miracle, Gary 666 remembers Latin, even to the extent to use it for warfare and interrogation. In my opinion, that doesn't make sense, because Gary 666 is a clone. But like I said, they leave things open for the RPG aspects. Maybe Gary 6 read a really Roman comic or something. I don't know. But due to this weird inconsistency, I will not be taking most of what the courier says as evidence. Most things the courier says will not be counted as fact or fiction, no matter what kind of speech check it is, because for the most part, I mean, I might throw a line here and there for supporting evidence, but I'm going to try and stray away from the courier lines as main evidence, mostly because we can be lied to even as the player. So we know the courier can lie to the player and NPCs at random and not tell us it's a lie. And the one exception to this rule, in my opinion, is the Wild Wasteland trait, because that is a subconscional thing, and it's not a perk. It's a trait. Again, I'll say it again. The Wild Wasteland trait is not a perk. It being a trait matters. I'm so tired. The Wild Wasteland trait has 3 different descriptions. In the game, the description reads, "The Wild Wasteland unleashes the most bizarre and silly elements of the post-apocalyptic America, not for the faint of heart, and not for the serious of temperament." 2, the description comes from the official New Vegas game guide, and it tells us that the Mojave is a strange place made all the more bizarre if you choose the Wild Wasteland perk. And the 3rd description is courtesy of the Magic the Gathering card, and it spills some things left in the wasteland are best left unexplained. I disagree with that. I have a theory that explains the Wild Wasteland's wackiness. To quickly run down the trait, it adds in real-world references, and wherever, wherever, we stumble upon these references, we will hear this sound specifically. Wild Wasteland is widely mistaken as a perk because it's actually a trait, and traits are different from perks due to it being a distinguished quality or unique thing belonging to one person. Traits are also picked at character creation, and perks are taken as you level up and beat challenges in the game. Perks are only positive, while traits are a trade-off. So perks are something the courier obtains. Traits are things the courier has as a part of the medical history coming into the Mojave. Again, think about this. This isn't a perk, it's a trait. So what about the Wild Wasteland trait is negative? Keep that question in mind. It's kind of like the companions that have unique traits and perks that are only for them, like Joshua's pistol whip or Veronica's scribe counter. What kind of trait is the Wild Wasteland? Well, the Wild Wasteland doesn't affect any in-game stat or options for the player. What it does do is make the Wild Wasteland a little more bizarre, silly, and shocking. And the experiences that are only unique, it gives experiences that are only unique to the Courier 6's medical history, their life, their experience, and their everyday deja vu that if you experienced in the middle of your evening might make your head turn. Imagine seeing the copy of Logan Paul at your local Walmart. You might be saying, well, that doesn't seem negative at all, Shorty. If anything, that kind of seems positive. Aren't traits supposed to be a little negative too? Isn't there like a trade-off? At least, at first it does, in your mind. Also, medical history. What am I talking about? Well, astute players will remember what Doc Mitchell says right before you pick your traits.
Before I turn you loose, I need one more thing from you. I got a form for you to fill out so I can get a sense of your medical history. Just a formality. Ain't like I expect to find you got a family history of getting shot in the head.
The reason I bring up the Wild Wasteland, and the reason I bring it up as a medical thing, is due to the connection with it being involved in the Courier's medical family history. If you were to search for symptoms of constant deja vu, you might get, as a search result, frontotemporal dementia. According to Google's AI, and this is word for word, if I get anything wrong here, I'm sorry, FTD is a neurodegenerative brain condition that causes memory problems, but it's not always the case. FTD can be caused by damage to the frontal temporal lobe of the brain, which then can lead to a loss of nerve cells and a shrinkage of the lobe. Symptoms include intellectual decline, memory problems, impaired reasoning, executive function, abstract thinking, behavioral changes, loss of empathy, apathy, and dietary changes, language difficulties, trouble understanding or using language, finding the right words, naming things, and building sentences. Physical symptoms. How many things is popping in your mind right now that we do from Fallout? Tremors, muscle spasms, stiffness, poor coordination, balance issues, and trouble swallowing. If you don't recognize it, we'll get there. Don't worry. We'll talk about special stats. If you don't even want to hear that part and you already know what I'm talking about, you can skip that shit later. But for now, other symptoms include emotional problems, difficulty working and walking, FTDs, progressive, meaning symptoms. I know I sound like a pharmacist ad, but bear with me. Symptoms only worsen over time, but memory isn't always affected, especially in the early stages. There's no cure, but treatment can help with symptoms and support is available. Early diagnosis can help doctors prescribe medications and help families prepare to cope with symptoms. Therapy can also help relieve symptoms, but there's no treatment to stop or reverse the brain's deterioration. At least in our real world. FTD is rare, and it tends to occur at younger ages, and tends to form in other forms like dementia, with roughly 60% of people with FTD being 45 to 64 years old. Some people live more than 10 years after diagnosis, while others live less than 2 years. Keep these numbers in mind. The disease progresses. The high levels of care, such as 24-hour care, may be needed, and it's important to start planning ahead for financial, legal, and care arrangements. Sounds like someone who might have had an 18-carat run of bad luck. If you need more proof, look up Matt Pat's old headshot theory for his Fallout New Vegas video. Damn, that did happen back then. damn, the game came out when he... Man, I remember being a kid, watching those old videos on my iPod Touch, dashing under the cover when I heard my mom coming up the stairs. Hiding under the cover. Oh man, I remember them days. No, but really, check out MatPat's old videos. It's a good jumping off point for where I'm gonna go from here. Even if the Courier 6 doesn't have the same exact problems that old Phineas Gage does. By the way, shout out to Beck the Schizo. He's keeping me going in this climate of political and unassurance. Also, MatPat for 2028. And so I ask, have you ever noticed that almost all the Wild Wasteland Easter eggs and almost all the real media, music, film, and TV references, you know, those things we called memes, they're all memes. Wild Wasteland Easter eggs are just memes. At least most of them are. We'll get there. Specifically memes from the 1900s and up, and spreading out from before the 1950s and afterwards. If you don't know, there are a total of 36 of these pop culture meme references to our real universe outside of Fallout, and only 3 of them are references to the NPCs and physical items exclusive to Fallout's universe already. And these 3 occurrences are the Alien comic book in reference to the Zeta aliens that exist in the cryptids fictionally and physically, the One, we'll touch on that later, and the third of the 3 is a few voice lines that we can get from Mr. New Vegas, exclusive to the Wild Wasteland trait, and some not exclusive, but we'll get there. Now again, the Wild Wasteland is for bizarre, goofy encounters, specifically Easter eggs to stuff outside of Fallout. Now, Mr. New Vegas himself is a reference to Wayne Newton, aka Mr. Las Vegas in our real world. But Mr. New Vegas isn't the Wild Wasteland reference. After all, he's in the base radio station. Instead, where the Wild Wasteland affects Mr. New Vegas is when you can hear this specific voice line.
Lines to Mr. New Vegas. Some lines contain references to other media and pop culture, while others are just humorous ramblings.
You know, I tried to measure my charisma on a Vitomatic vigor tester once. The machine burst into flames.
You know, I tried to measure my charisma on a Vitomatic vigor tester one time. Now, you as a Fallout fan, answer me this. What about this specific Mr. New Vegas line is bizarre? What about it is wacky? And what about Mr. New Vegas saying this is a meme that could relate to the Courier? Mr. New Vegas is already pretty extra in his speech and charisma when he's talking, so it's not out of the ordinary to say something extravagant like this. And after all, we've never seen a Vitomatic vigor tester burst into flames before. At least us, the player, in our real life outside the game. Go look it up. It doesn't exist. Keep this line in mind. Moving on. Just because the events of rodents of unusual size are goofy does not mean it's not real and happening in the game. It's our perception of events. The events being bizarre does not mean it's only an Easter egg. These Easter eggs may be silly, but they are context to what is happening in the current Mojave through the film goggles of our player character. Another example of this is Mod's Muggers. The Muggers might be a hilarious Easter egg that we understand with our hindsight as a player, outside knowledge of the fourth wall, as a Monty Python nod. But Mod's gang is a real moment in New Vegas' history, occurring in New Vegas as heard by listening to the Freeside residents who have been robbed by the Granny Gang.
You hear about that band of crazy old ladies running around? I hear they're real vicious when they mug folks.
From this clip, you can see that the Wild Wasteland icons and sound effects didn't play, but it's still referencing an in-game event related to this so-called non-canon encounter, and this voice line from the locals in Freeside will only play in the Wild Wasteland is enabled, so Mod's gang wasn't a hallucination. At least it depends on how you want to perceive it in your roleplay. I'm not going to ruin that for you. This is just for my video and my point. So, to further this claim, in the Fallout the Magic the Gathering, you can actually obtain Rancorous Ruth, and her description reads as, Rancorous Ruth, Malefic Mod, and Irate Ida form the core of Mod's Muggers. Freeside's most terrifying villains. And I'm sorry, but this straight up tells us who they are, where they are, and what they do. But the Wild Wasteland card says that things are best left unexplained. Just cause it's left best unexplained doesn't mean it can't be understood. Cute nods to the real world, like being able to hear Mr. New Vegas quote the notorious B.I.G. with Mojave Mo Problems, a reference to Biggie Smalls. These are not Wild Wasteland events because they're goofy. They're events that refer to the old world America into a certain courier's home. The memories this courier inherits is in order to trigger their front-temporal dementia, leading to the nostalgia trip that follows, activating the Wild Wasteland trait, hence the sound. Don't believe me? Even more proof that the Wild Wasteland trait is canonical, and you cannot fight me on this. I know I'm right. Howard Cooper is a pre-war ghoul who has renamed himself the Ghoul after his psyche slowly whittled away and was fractured. And in this episode, after killing Roger, he's asking Lucy her name of her poor father. And we can hear something in the background. Listen closely.
McLean. Huh.
I'm sorry. Play it again.
McLean. Huh.
That's right. When Howard Cooper recognizes and remembers the name McLean, we hear the Wild Wasteland motif. Meaning, within the newest adaptation of the Fallout show, when the show writers play this sound, it means the character is having deja vu, or that within the show the Wild Wasteland effect is triggered. Or if you're shaky on that idea even, this sound plays whenever the character recognizes that something they can't quite remember it yet, but they know there's something there. And if you want a full rundown on all of the Wild Wasteland events, I highly recommend Iron Ages and Crazy Rabbits videos. I think they're really good, and I think they have other really good videos, such as the Black Ops series, but we are not going into that rabbit hole today. Right now we're in Fallout land. Don't even get into the KN40 shit. I don't even want to go there. As well as Oxhorn, because this video would not be possible without his channel's existence. Most of this Ulysses clips and stuff is coming from him. In his playthrough, I watched as a kid, and I didn't have the game as a kid, so thank you, Oxhorn, for the memories, as well as the hours of saved research and archiving of one of my favorite pieces of media ever. It helped a lot in the making of this video, and it's more than you could ever imagine. The Fallout universe's divergence from our own timeline only happens after August of 1945, after the atomic bomb was first dropped. So due to this divergence of the Fallout universe version of America leaned authoritarian nationalist right, and it was culturally locked into the golden age. Why am I getting deja vu from this? America and resource wars, due to this cultural lock, anything past the date of 1945, is a reference to our real-life culture, but slightly altered with a nuclear twist. Anything I say about Coca-Cola, by the way, Pepsi, or any other corporation in this video, if I didn't say it at the beginning, is satire and should not be taken as anything other than a joke with no realistic meaning. I am playing a character and by no means represent any corporation. I am crazy and this is a character. Ha 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 ha. Anyway. Since the divergence, a soft drink company known as Nuka-Cola is just a mixture of Pepsi and Coke, not just Coca-Cola, as alluded through the founders' names. Pepsi's maker was named Caleb Bradham, and he first called Pepsi's drink Brad's drink. Coke's maker was named Dr. John S. Pemberton, and Nuka-Cola's founder was named John Caleb Bradberton. If you can't see the similarities here, I don't really know what to tell you. It's going to be the same thing with Hank and Ulysses down the line. If you don't get it, you don't get it. I'm sorry. Compare this to another site familiar to World War history nuts, Kilroy, being a meme that stays unaltered between our real life version of it and the Wild Wasteland version. With that small explanation about the timeline divergences out of the way, we can get back to why it's relevant to begin with. The earliest Wild Wasteland reference goes back to 1903, where dogs playing poker in the Cyberdog facility refers to a painter named C.M. Coolidge, where he made a collection of oil paintings with dogs doing human activities. The Courier getting wave of wistful affection when he sees the cyberdogs in a similar scenario. What this means, I don't know, it's just the earliest reference. The latest reference, chronologically, is a TV show reference to Archer from 2009, where the password for the terminal is guessed, which is a reference to Archer guessing the guess to unlock the computer.
Password. How about guest?
Is also referencing Commander Devlin referring to the hippie protesters as guest in their terminal entry. Keep this in mind for later. People think it's an Archer reference. I think it's a reference to this event. But we'll talk about that. By the way, this terminal is a pre-war terminal, along with many more in the Divide, might add, and these pre-war logs help contribute to achieving the Nostalgia Challenge. Nostalgia, aka a sentimental longing or wistful affection for the past, typically a period or place with a happy personal association. Whilst we are on the subject of nostalgia, I wanted to bring up a scene from the book All Roads, written by Chris Avellone. The prologue to the events in New Vegas, it tells us Benny's backstory, along with explaining the character of Chance, only referenced as a grave in New Vegas. We learn from Chance's story that he was at the Bitter Springs massacre, but he was already too late. Chance uses his PTSD of that day to fight on against the NCR, Psycho in hand, and he goes on nostalgia-filled rampage trips of time where he could have stopped something, but maybe he could have changed something, but I mean, there's only so much one con can do. Benny, on Chance's possible deathbed, has a chat with them. Smoke, not your chem. I've heard of Bitter Springs. Crime and shame happened a long time ago, though. Don't get me wrong, I understand how that stuff can eat you up, I do. This actually tells us something tragic like this could have happened to Benny and Mr.House. After all, why does Benny betray Mr.House? We don't know, but I digress. Benny goes on to explain to Chance. Let me tell you a story. I run this casino. The tops. Great view. You can see all of Vegas from the window. We had acts coming in from all over the Mojave to perform there. Entertainment. Class acts. But there was this singer. He used to run with us back in the Mojave like you cons. The boys loved him. He'd sing around the campfire songs about us in the old days. Then we walked the road to Vegas. All the lights of the old world glowing pretty as you please. I met a man who runs Vegas. He showed me a whole new way to live. Didn't need to play tribal anymore. Thing is, this singer, he came with us too, and he didn't see Vegas the way I did. Kept singing the old songs quietly from when we were riding in the Mojave. Kept talking about how we should hit the road again. So he did in his own way. Benny here talks about killing the singer from the Boot Riders. Killing the singer by spiking a vial of his Psycho. A choice very similar to the choice we can use to think Pacer. Benny finishes off his story by saying, problem was when he sang, my boys started to think about how things used to be. You could see it, that last little touch of the old ways there, plucking at their heartstrings like a piano. Nostalgia's a drug, Chance. You felt it when you decided to kill those fiends. You wanted to be back there with the cons in Bitter Springs, and this time make it right. That singer wanted to go back too, and the only way to do it was to shoot himself up with all sorts of shit. He could have left it alone. Cleaned up, changed its tune. But he didn't want to change. Me, I'm not like that singer. I'm done thinking about how things used to be. This courier is the key. I get the package. I won't walk the Mojave ever again. The Mojave will walk to me. I will hold Vegas in my hands. This reminds me of what the game guide says about greed, if you recall that. Again, the player will see savagery of greed, violence, the most physically and most emotional, to which it gives rise. Not every individual and faction the player encounters will come across as unremittingly grasping and degenerative, but every individual and faction will know greed and have a relationship to it. The player will also sense the fear and desperation needs behind the greed, the terror, and everything that of which one most covets, that belief that if only one thing desired can be grasped and held, all will finally be fine. Benny goes on, handing the same spiked vial to Chance. That he did, that singer. Thought you might want this. You're tough, Chance. I hope you keep it together till the job's done. I really do. But I need you to change your tune, and if you can't, I'm not saying it's an easy road. It's a hard walk. And if you feel the need to lose yourself for a while, go on and take it. Benny leaves him the vial, and in a way here, Benny killed his chance of survival. I mean, maybe if Chance was there with Benny at the fort or at the tops, or if Chance had killed the courier before Benny, or I don't know. But because we've played the game, we know that doesn't happen. What I really want you to take from this short story is Benny's necessity to burn away his past. Benny sees his past as a drug, as nostalgia, good or bad. The singers, like the brain singing, versus Bitter Springs, Boone, and Chance. And shooting up this nostalgia drug, as we see with Chance and the Fiends, makes you feel back in the past, back to a chance in time where you could have helped change the outcome, as Benny says. Benny, however, hates this feeling, and you can't change the past. After all, not unless you have the save button and load button like we do. But even things that we save and load can't be taken back. What I mean by that? Well, we'll get there. But think about choices that Hank might have made in the perspective of this video. So Wildcard Benny murders and erases his history, one boot rider at a time, not dwelling on the past. He always is looking forward toward his new goal of having all of Vegas.
Go ahead. You destroyed your own homeland, seeing a nation burn. Didn't think that would matter anymore to you. There's a strength in that. Lack of attachment. Still, you're here now. If there's no more answers you want, then we'll end this.
Back in the Wasteland, though, if you think memes from our universe can't exist one for one, but with Fallout technology, I point you to Arcade Gannon when he offhandedly mentions books, sheets, gladiators, and movie holotapes.
Books, sheet music, gladiator movie holotapes, bits and pieces here and there. The followers have extensive libraries, but we all draw water from the same old well.
Gladiator was a movie made in 2000, and the whole Archer password thing, even if I don't fully agree with that, shows us that far past the end of World War II, some media stayed unchanged even with the technological differences. My hypothesis is the Wild Wasteland trait is exclusive to the Courier because only two kinds of people would be able to relate to the déjà vu the trait inflicts upon the Courier. Déjà vu, if you don't know, comes from the French origin that represents already seen and has come to be known as tiresome familiarity or a subjective feeling of having already been seen or experienced something that is in a present situation, but only to have that situation objectively not be one for one with reality. And the one that has said déjà vu may just be misled remembering another event in their past. For example, thinking I've heard that before only to have heard something similar but not the same, kind of like the Mandela effect. These might be examples of that to some people. These two people that would be able to relate to the 1900s and 2010s references from the Wild Wasteland trait would be, one, a pre-war Commonwealth American who consumes memes from the 1900s to the 2010s, still in the 2070s, like Kilroy in Star Wars, and two, the US player, us the player, a Yankee from America or any citizen from around the world, who consumes media from the beginning of the history till now, if we choose to do so. But that's not what a trait is. Traits are distinguished qualities unique or belonging to one person. Again, who does the Wild Wastelander trait apply to? A, an omniscient player who only has the possibility, or who has only possibly seen and can appreciate these small Easter eggs? Or B, does it apply to one pre-war American who can appreciate the old world references that they might have seen from their parents as a kid? And so you see, there's a show in which the Wild Wasteland trait alludes to in the Easter egg, which may give us a hint we need to deduce this question. And this is the thing that started this theory. This 159-page script, this is the piece of string from the yarn ball that had me unravel this. This show's name is Futurama. And to TLDR this, Futurama is the story of a young Irish man named Fry. One night in 1999 on New Year's Eve, while delivering a prank call pizza for Icy Wiener, and after getting dumped by his girlfriend in the middle of his order, Fry parks his bike in front of the science building on the address written on the order, wrapping his bike lock around the newspaper stand, and the title box of the protest reads, Year 2000, Doomslayers cautiously upbeat. This little part was inspired by the Y2K programming shortcuts and conspiracy protest that was speculatively going to cause havoc in a short-circuiting of all technology. You know how Vault-Tec, we don't know if they dropped the nukes on purpose or not? We'll get back to this later. As Fry walks into the building, a thief steals his bike. Unlucky. Fry continues to walk into the science building, and the lab filled with people frozen in cryopods, with one pod open. The loser Fry, while drinking a beer, gets secretly knocked back into the cryopod for 1,000 years, his chair pushed by a mysterious figure. I won't go into that. Watch the show, it's amazing. While frozen, Fry, from the comfort of this pod, watches, but not really watches, from his pod the entire world go by him for the next 1,000 years. We see many things happen. We see aliens invading. We see the rebuilding of a chivalrous society of yore that turns into the Netflix show Disenchanted. To aliens again, only to then have finally humans evolve into futuristic structures right before the 1,000-year timer stops and we see a Futurama! A term first coined in the 1939 World Fair. Soon after defreezing, Fry looks outside, and he says,
God, it's the future. My parents, my coworkers, my girlfriend. I'll never see any of them again. Yahoo!
Now, this might seem random, but keep it in mind for later. I know I've said to keep a lot of things, but we're studying for a test here, guys. Fry's mom is named Sherry. This is where shit gets a little crazy. I'm sorry, you're gonna have to keep up with it. Fry's mom is named Sherry. Sherry, as a name, stems from beloved or fertile plains. As in, a place to plant flowers or plants. And the name Sherry also stems from being a variant of the word Sharon from the Hebrew Bible. And it was also a name that became popular around the baby boom era, with that generation being called the Boomers. Hint, hint. Fry also has a dad named Yancey, who served in the military back in Vietnam. And for those who are curious, I looked up his dad's name, origin too, and Yancey stems from the Native Americans calling English colonizer Yankees when they arrived in America. Keep that also in mind. Colonization. After celebrating, Fry goes on many wacky adventures. Amongst these, he saves the world in 3002 from a super brain. Fry later goes on to fulfill his 6-year-old dream of becoming best friends with a robot. He will then end up dating a mutated woman at one point, multiple times even, while also helping with discrimination against a mutated community, as well as supporting his robosexuality in his local community. If you know, you know. No, you know what? This kind of reminds me of the Old World Blues. This reminds me of Eddie. This reminds me of Jacobstown. This reminds me of the Atomic Wrangler Escort Quest. Fry, who just got outside the cryopod and turns into the future, immediately gets stuck with the job titled Delivery Boy. What's another word for that? Courier. Yeah. You know what? Philip Fry is a 25-year-old Irish delivery boy who fell into a cryopod for 1,000 years, and then later, after showing his worth, Fry gets promoted to executive delivery boy. Fry, the executive delivery man. Why did they use that word?
It's a meaningless title, but it helps insecure people feel better about themselves.
Reminds me a little of when Fallout's promotional material says,
Remember, you're not just a salesman. You're a delivery man. Delivering our customers from all that nasty business up there on the surface.
And in case you think I'm playing semantics, also reminds me of when Dala from Old World Blues is asking about player titles and importance, and it is as a response to her, we can say, sometimes I'm called a courier, and Dala will exclaim,
Oh, a mailman, a delivery man. Someone who takes parcels from place to place using their primitive feet or similar conveyance.
Before we continue, I'd like to address anyone who thinks the Wild Wasteland perk, the Wild Wasteland trait is non-canonical. And yes, Oxhorn, I might be looking at you a little bit here, and your New Vegas series when I say this, but we'll get into it. 1. It has never been confirmed nor debunked that the Wild Wasteland events are real and happen. And 2, if Wild Wasteland exists, literally nothing changes. These wacky events like the Zeta Aliens or non-wacky things like the YCS Gauss Rifle can both ephemerally exist in different points in time. We know the aliens exist due to Fallout 3's DLC, so it being a hallucination doesn't really matter 100%, and it doesn't matter they 100% exist unless every Fallout protagonist has schizophrenia or some related mental illness. So you tell me, what's more likely? The aliens are pretending to be mercenaries when you aren't crazy? That the mercenaries are abducted by escapees from Area 51? Or that they are just two separate events? I'm gonna just go with that one. But a more blatant example of the Wild Wasteland being canon is shown with the dialogue you get from Ulysses. If you use the nukes in the Lonesome Road, in one of the ending slides, Ulysses will refer to the Planet of the Apes, and he tells us that
the couriers finally really did it. They blew up the lands west and east of the Mojave, damning them all to hell.
McLean. Huh.
The act was discovered 200 years later, as other couriers explored the Mojave wastes. There, they saw NCR relics, reminders of their once proud history.
Speaking of hell, Abaddon is a Hebrew faith, or Apollyon in Greek myth refers to hell as a realm where people lie in fire and snow, and Abaddon is also God's angel of destruction and the king of a bottomless pit and of tormenting locust swarms. A person who's known for destroying things and has a swarm of creatures that respects them. Anyway, Ulysses continues. Reminders of their once proud history. Again, let me make this clear. I know that these are movie and media references made to poke fun at things in the real world. Here's the thing. I also know that the Wild Wasteland events are references first and contextual background second. But what happens when an in-game event that isn't associated with the Wild Wasteland trait is itself referencing that Wild Wasteland event as an Easter egg? What am I talking about? Well, during episode 7 of season 4 of Futurama, if you know, you know already. Well, during that, one day Fry's in a futuristic museum looking at artifacts from his time, and amongst them is a fossilized dog, Fry's fossilized dog, and his name is Seymour Asses. To TLDR this episode, it ends with Fry not resurrecting his dog and assuming he had a good life. Now, if you've seen the episode, you're probably crying. I'm sorry. It's just part of the shit. It's part of the theory. I don't know what to tell you. In the Lonesome Road DLC about the Courier's past in Hopeville and in the Cave of Abaddon, aka the cave named after the abyssal angel of destruction and locust swarms, the description I looked up from the Google AI reads this. You can read it. I don't really feel like it. Crowned human, tucked into the corner of this cave. In this cave of Abaddon, you may find a dog. This cave named after Abaddon, whoever that is in reference to here, you may find a dog tucked into the corner of this cave next to a body named Seymour. The petrified dog is, of course, a throwback to Seymour Asses from the show that I was just talking about, Futurama, a few minutes ago. Next to the petrified dog, however, is a body. A body not included in the Wild Wasteland trait. The Courier instantly can identify the skeleton's diary as Sunflower Summers. How? A diary, by definition, is a book in which one keeps a daily record of events and experiences. A diary is a personal journal and is often used in times of war, but most of the time the author of one's diary won't write their own name down. The diary is meant for one person and their thoughts. What sense does it make to write your own name down in something that no one else will ever see? So how would us, a random walk the wasteland fuck courier, know whose diary this is? Even stranger, we don't get the full diary. We get a single note from the diary. And in the note, Summers doesn't sign off. So how do we recognize whose diary this is? Even stranger, why do we get the nostalgia challenge pop-up for the journal? Left behind by some protester that we don't even know. Setting that aside for a moment, the diary belongs to a hippie girl who is protesting the nuclear disarming of the town. So we as the Courier can see an Easter egg alluding to a 25-year-old Irish man's frozen dog in time who finds his dog fossilized in the future, and a lady next to this said dog who is there with or without the trait, who is named Sunflower Summers, who is protesting against the end of the world right before the world suddenly ended. A girl's diary we somehow recognize the name of, even though she's nothing but a skeleton in a pre-war dress, preserved in a cave, and her name is named after sunflowers that only grow in fertile plains. In the summer, in a post-apocalyptic nuclear setting. And for those who did not know, the first pilot for Jurassic Park was not supposed to be Seymour. It was supposed to be Fry's mom.
The episode Jurassic Park is for many one of the most sad, depressing and overall emotional episodes. It ends with a flashback showing that after Fry was frozen in the cryogenic chamber, his dog Seymour waited for him to return for 12 years before dying of old age. The original idea, however, was to have the episode focus on Fry's mother. It would have been his mother waiting for who knows how many years until she finally just passed away. But they soon realized that might push the depression factor a bit too far and decided to replace her with Fry's dog instead. Speaking of, the dog in this whole plot point is actually based upon the true story of a dog named Hachiko. Much like Seymour in Futurama, Hachiko waited for his deceased owner at a train station for almost 10 years until he eventually passed away.
But because that isn't in the show, it's not a throwback wacky meme that would trigger the trait's sound effect and the trait itself. Therefore, it's not included. The only part that's included is Seymour the dog. Perks are all positive. Traits are both positive and negative. It's not a for the faint of heart encounter the Wild Wasteland trait describes it as, but it isn't a part of the Seymour encounter either. But one could get deja vu about this if you had critical context, like with the Freeside residents telling us about Maud's Muggers. They tell us about Maud's Muggers that are both Wild Wasteland events, even though one is not signaled by the sound and symbol as an event. How do we know this pre-war lady's name when she didn't sign her diary note? And why do we get the Wild Wasteland sound effect and nostalgia challenge from the Eternal talking about the hippies from the Archer presumed Wild Wasteland meme? Why is there another Wild Wasteland trait about Seymour, a dog who is fossilized from an Irish man's past, that is also next to a dead woman's body? Hey guys, have you ever tried to copy your mom's handwriting? Have you ever memorized how your mom's footsteps sound so when you duck under the blankets, you can pretend you're asleep? We are our parents' children, and we know things about our parents that others might not notice. Things like their political views or things like their fashion sense. So we don't need to look at the diary to realize it's mom. Just the dress. I guess the Courier wasn't as lucky as Randall Clark was when he visited his hometown of Salt Lake City. And again, Fry's mom's name is Sherry. Again, meaning fertile plains, stemming from Sharon, and is equivalent to the Hebrew Bible, which is referenced over and over in the Lonesome Roads DLC, along with being the theme in Daniel's Honest Hearts DLC. Also, Sherry and Sharon is a name from the baby boom era, and hippies would oftenly go to the roots of their name and then create a new name out of that for their hippie name. My uncle did it, so I know about this. No one tried to correct me on it. That man was in the heyday of the hippie and love culture. I don't know. And do tell me, where do sunflowers grow? Helianthus anus are native to North America. You can read this. I'm not going to do this. But don't worry, I'm not done cooking. The next Wild Wasteland event I'd like to talk about briefly is an event that no one is talking about right now, The One. The One is an undetonated nuclear warhead that has a low poly Vault-Tec logo, which is a reused asset from Fallout 3, but everything in Fallout New Vegas is reused, so I don't really think that matters. We will come back to The One later, but again, think back to what I said. The Wild Wasteland trait gives a sense of fear, or gives a sense of feeling of nostalgic deja vu, unique to one person with the memory's house to trigger the trait. We see in the show that Howard, to some extent, has the Wild Wasteland moments, so it may not be exclusive, but certain triggers may be specific to separate individuals, aka the player, or an old world American like the Ghoul, or our Vault Dweller Courier, who is on the box art of New Vegas doing said things. You can call this cherry picking. The options that fit my theory. I say I'm using existing context of the Courier to fit random facts we know to be true for the Courier's journey, alluded to by context clues we get about their past. The Courier may be the player, but the Courier 6 is also a canon Courier slot for the Mojave Express network that comes from the hub, which one way or another gets filled and helps blow up Hopeville, leading to the show's end depiction. So who fills the slot? What cards get dealt to the Mojave? Do any of the 4 kings of Vegas take the entire pot? And what kind of great game uses a deck of cards? Funny little fact, but these card cover packs say that they're training aids. Now, don't worry, I fully consider these cards non-canon due to, well, there's no way that these Vault-Tec training handouts in Fallout 4, right? Like it has way too much omniscient knowledge. Like, if you really wanted to go there, you could say that they were printed in 2274 before House unrooted Vault 21 and the surface monitors printed them out or something. But yeah, no, I'm not going to go that far. But still, it's interesting that these cards are training aids used for some untraditional game. Back to the initial question, which Which of these kings in the deck truly rules Vegas? Is it King with Julie Farkas and the followers and Pacer as their enforcer, who helps Freeside stay independent? Is it the NCR with Kimball and Oliver with their military annexation? Is it the Legion with their New Age Caesar, the Legate Lanius, Volpes, and Nero's weaving of treachery into the Strip and NCR ranks? Or is it Mr. House, who may have lost his ace at the Gomorrah, but makes up for it with a rigged full house? And House does have an ace, but not in his hand currently, not unless he needs it. If you don't know, Pacer is an ace, and a lot of people, me included, did not know why he's an ace before making this video. And the reason is because if the NCR wants New Vegas from House, the NCR reinforcements are going to have to go through the human meatbags of Freeside before they can even touch a majority of the security force, and Pacer is the person who keeps the order of Freeside, alongside the King as the face, and Julia as the healing knowledge-filled queen. This is the same reason the House kills the King, or this is why House kills the King, and if they make a deal with the NCR, they wipe out the entire King gang in the event of a House victory. And we definitely know... And we definitely know that Mr. House is keeping eyes on the followers and Freeside due to Yes Man's optional objective of getting Julie to help the Courier establish independent Vegas. It's a tricky question. Who will win the great game out of these four? In the official guidebook, it kind of simplifies the state of New Vegas' local great game. The NCR, Caesar, and Mr. House are playing to win. And before they roll the dice, they are going to do everything in their power to rig the odds in their favor. The player can become the faction's ace in the hole, or a nightmare cooler who disrupts every faction's best laid plans. Your choice. So there's the answer right there. We're an ace in the hole, right? Well, it's not that simple. It also mentions the possibility we choose to be a nightmare cooler. In poker, a cooler is a situation where a player has a strong hand but then loses to an even stronger hand held by the opponent. This usually happens in situations where the strength of both hands would, in most cases, be unbeatable or very strong or a tie, and therefore it's almost impossible to fold. That's weird. How would a Joker card become a cooler to any of the factions? After all, every faction has an ace up their sleeve, and in the case they need it, how would their plans ever be foiled? Well, point your eyes to Benny and his card.
It's a game, and games have winners and losers. I prefer the former. How about you?
Remember what we said earlier about the soft 18 karat being able to decide other people's options? It's a game, and games have winners and losers. He prefers the former. Benny is a Joker in this Vault 21 training deck. Just like we are. And normally, Jokers are left out of the deck in Nevada State play. But Benny, by his somehow little weird chance, slipped himself Mr. House's rigged ace in the hole, the platinum chip he's had planned since the beginning, which allows a normally useless card some leeway. From the same game's guide, it also states, Tin Horns and Rubes, about 100, come to New Vegas to test their luck, muttering prayers. They squeeze up to the gambling tables, beseeching Lady Luck to smile upon them. Such is the loser's take on luck, probability made personal, desperate hopes, and bad math. Winners never leave winning the chance. After hearing that quote from the game's guide, I want us to turn our attentions back over to the All the Roads prologue to New Vegas. Through this novel, we see Benny stroke his own luck, and that Lady Luck smiles upon him. Seemingly, Benny's take on luck marks him as a loser, according to the game's very description I just read. Benny leaves things to chance. Pun intended. If that chance seems strong enough to gamble on, speaking of the devil, I reintroduce you to Chance the Great Khan. The strongest of the Khans, Benny hires to escort him to Goodspring Source. When they first began their journey, Benny tells Chance the Khan that his name speaks volumes because I believe this is him telling Chance, well, he's a really strong chance in a fight. And through this, Benny is saying he likes his odds. But then Benny only takes strong chances most of the time. And the other times, however, when he has chances that are, well, have gone up in flames, to say, or as a smaller side bet, he would rather tie up that loose end. Even though the chance And the con is the sole reason that Benny makes it past the Raiders to begin with and ends up with the platinum chip. Chance's fighting style of rushing in headfirst in a nostalgic rampage hyped up on Psycho, pretending the Raiders were NCR soldiers, refusing that Chance is an 8 in endurance, or it shows that Chance is an 8 in endurance, being pretty fire retardant, and having almost overdosed on Psycho, has grown a tolerance for being near death. So Chance doing this isn't exactly dumb. But Benny doesn't agree, and he says he should have named him stupid, and I guess someone should have told Benny, if you take stupid chances in a stupid game, you might win stupid prizes. So Benny evaluates different characters and chances and chooses the chances literally and figuratively, depending on if it'll pay off down the road, as we see when he decides, after the rampage, to murder Chance with a spiked drug, i.e., Benny killed his Chance. We know it's intentional because 1, Chance has been through worse. He charged in to Bitter Springs headfirst and lived. Like, that's enough to tell you. And 2, Chance almost OD'd on Psycho multiple times. Therefore, he has a tolerance. And 3, Benny did the same thing to the other Chance he didn't want to take. That small Chance, being the boot rider singer, Benny murdered at the beginning to keep his gang loyal. Everything we see Benny go through and stumble upon is happenstance or tying up loose ends. Benny is some random tribal, aka a Nevada Joker, aka the card, who isn't even supposed to be in the game, who through some ritual combat took the lead of his clan after they had stumbled into Vegas after seeing its lights come on and being the most charismatic guy, won over Mr.House as his protege. He then believes in Lady Luck's odds shining upon him, being stronger than Mr. House's pure willpower and determination. He then somehow believes that because of his circumstances, Benny just thinks things will work out for him. After all, he's on a lucky streak, and after Ulysses turns down the platinum chip, making its recovery less certain, granting Benny more prep time, and then his streak continues with Emily from the followers of the Apocalypse approaching him, and then she just so happens to be the exact same person he would need in order to hack the Securitron for his master plan.
And you really weren't supposed to talk to him. Alright. So, he used to be a Securitron on patrol, square as the rest, until I gave him a Mickey in the shape of a pulse grenade. Once he was on the nod, I yanked some wires and dragged him up to the workshop. I had some help, you see. Gal named Emily, one of the followers over in Freeside, a real whiz when it comes to things technical. She programmed his personality. Once Yes Man was hooked back into House's data network, I started learning a lot more about what he was up to, dig? Like where and when to find you.
And after his failed attempt to hack Yes Man, she just shows up. I mean, what are the chances, am I right? I guess he used up all of his luck on that Raider fight. Or he got within a certain courier's unlucky aura or proximity. Almost as if a jinx had ruined Benny's hot streak. Like a nightmare cooler. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Either way, due to this, Benny's hit a lot of unlucky streaks after killing his only Chance, and after coming across a Black Cat courier. Benny, after having a man-to-man with Chance, and indirectly killing him and shooting the courier in the head, is betrayed by the cons, leaves evidence to be found, the courier he shot in the head somehow lived, his one-of-a-kind lighter got stolen, but hey, at least he has the platinum chip, right? A useless chip that he's hiding from Mr. House, the guy who was actually giving him all of his resources, behind the casino contract. After all, this said mentioned courier tracks him and steals his plan, and Benny did say we forced his hand after all. So maybe if he had a little bit more time, he could have figured something out and outweighed to the lucky 38. But that doesn't matter. That's not what happens. The courier lives through his headshot. And the story? No. The legend of Courier 6 is made. Only if Benny had someone who actively had a bonus crit item in the party, maybe Chance would have boosted the party's luck and the wind would have blown the other way.
Quite a trail. Look at me, a big leaguer, so I claim, making all the mistakes of an original loser.
But unfortunately, we'll never see what happens. If Chance was alive, R.I.P., my man. Winners never leave winning to chance. They calculate the odds, they weigh the risk against the rewards, and they do everything they can to hone their edge. They don't play the game. They rig it. They stack the deck. Look at him, making all the mistakes of an original loser. Bridging off of that, I'd like to talk about the Vault 21 training cards again. Following Mr. House's theme of competitive blackjack in Vault 21 to decide such professional and serious matters, I will talk about these cards as if they are being used for blackjack. Now, I don't know if I said this already, but the blackjack doesn't use the Joker card normally. AKA the Courier and Benny's card is not in normal play most of the time and only uses 52 cards most of the time. So while we're playing New Vegas, we are normally playing by the game's rules and endings. By us, the player Courier being the Courier, we are the ace in the hole or the nightmare cooler that the player Courier is for all the factions. The ace of 7 and or the soft 18.
Oh, don't be coy. You've been playing a high-stakes game ever since Victor dug you out of the ground. Don't be afraid to admit it.
But by helping Mr. House, it assures the house always wins. His flush 21, Mr. House's network has been calculating this outcome for years, and his planning in Vegas, the Brahmin Barons and so-called high rollers are just losers with deeper pockets. The only winners are the casinos, because they are the ones who rig the games. So what happens when the wild card spy Courier from California plays the game their own Californian rules?
Emil, can you come over here and I talk to you for just a second? Yeah, here you go. That was a hell of a day, boy. Hey, that was a great scene. Listen, I got to talk to you about these new pages, you know? I mean, I'm the sheriff, right? Well, why can't I just arrest a guy like I normally do? I mean, that's what I do.
The audience, Coop, yeah? They already know you're a good man. They want to see that even a good man as yourself can be driven too far.
I understand that, but that's
sometimes.
not really my thing. You know, Emil, that's not what I do. I mean, is Bob around here anywhere?
Bob's been fired, Coop.
What?
Studio fired him.
Why?
See, it turns out Bob's a bit of a communist.
Communist? Cadillac Bob?
Cadillac Bob, the very one.
Oh, what a shame. He's such a great writer.
One of the best, but he had to go. Which is why this movie is so important.
Right.
You see, it's a new kind of Western. The power of the individual when the chips are down. A new America, that's what I'm telling you. So that's why it would be really great if you could just shoot away in the fucking head, yeah? Please. Because out here, it's just you, your gun, and your personal code, bringing order to the wild, wild west.
Hey, let's pick this up after lunch, all right?
The power of the individual when the chips are down, the new America. On the back of the case for New Vegas again, it reads, "Up the ante, new features, new weapons, new factions, and new foes await you in Sin City. Let it ride in one huge open world. You can explore, choose sides, or go at it alone. Peacemaker or hard case." And this is the important bit. House rules or the wild card. It's all in how you play the game. If one were to play the house's rules, then the game was rigged from the start. The house always wins. After all, they rigged the games and they make sure they're the winners. But what if we don't play by the rigged rules? For example, in California blackjack rules, they include the Joker as a wild card when it gets selected. And it becomes an instant 21, aka a nightmare cooler. This Joker, wildcard spy Courier, picked up by Mr. House.
I came to Obsidian after shipping Tomb Raider Legend at Crystal Dynamics. We were in very early stages of Alpha Protocol, and at the time, a third-person spy RPG was unheard of, and it sounded great to me. So I was pretty excited to work on a game that merged different passions of mine, and I felt like this was the way forward in games, mixing the best components of different genres.
A random chance that Mr. House has to take after already screening Ulysses, and Ulysses, after whoever's name that was, decides not to do the job and walks away.
That cowboy robot had us hire 6 couriers. Each was carrying something a little different. pair of dice, chess piece, that kind of stuff. Last word I have from the office, it looked like payment had been received for the other 5 jobs. Guess it was just your chip that didn't make it. First deadbeat we hired to do the job canceled. Hope a storm from the divide skins him alive. Well, that's where you came in.
The cowboy robot?
Yeah, I got this look when he saw you next down on the courier list. His expression turned right around. Asked me if your name was for real. I said sure as lack of rain, you were still kicking. Then he turned down the job, just like that. I asked if he was sure it was good money. No, let Courier 6 carry the package, that's what he said. Like the Mojave'd sort you out or something. Then he just up and walked out. Sounds like you two had a history for him to act like that. And turn down the money, too. Hope he didn't see any trouble in that package of yours. Maybe he thought your name was bad luck. Enough for me to say.
He turned down the job.
The Courier, who helped build the Courier 6's legend that was picked and pre-screened by Mr.House's mercenary team, who was tracked by Yes Man for the Hopeville and Platinum Chip job, who hails from the winning team, that is inspired by Fry from Futurama, is in fact the Vault Overseer, Hank McClane. Now, I know there's 2 camps. You either don't care, or you disagree because of the many, many yellow flags that pop out almost immediately from what the show is trying to tell us in its current timeline and how it lays out its current timeline. But the way it lays out its timeline is bullshit, and you'll listen to why. Hank, he can't. He got taken by Moldaver. He was weak. Why wouldn't Hank have his Pip-Boy in New Vegas? Wouldn't Father Elijah be able to see that it's Hank and not just some random walk to wasteland courier? Wouldn't he see Doc Mitchell or Hank instead of Doc Mitchell's courier? Yeah. I thought I was mad like a marked man wrapped by the 3 fingers. But the more I looked, the more I found. And the more I found, the more I wrote. And the more it made sense. The reason I made this video is because I was with my parents watching the show with them, because I got them to somehow watch the show. And I was watching the scene where Norm's scanning through the records while Betty's getting announced as the new leader. And I noticed something. But we'll get there. Before we dive into Hank, and before we get into the next 160 pages of exoteric random nerd gravel, it's time to saddle up. Just so we know what to call it, I'm calling this theory the undercover vault spy with an amnesia theory, or to shorten it, Hank C. The theory. And 2, just because certain builds have certain dialogue choices does not debunk this theory. Like I said, the player Courier and the Hank can be 2 different people in the universe who both betray a single cover legend, aka who are both known as the Courier 6. If you don't know what I'm talking about, think about Rango from Rango. While ultimately, only one gets the job from the Express network, Hank and the Courier can share similar traits while lacking others like the Wild Wasteland trait. For example, high intelligence versus low intelligence, both achievable under certain circumstances like debuffs or buffs. Yeah. Yeah, throw up. And even if Hank, our Courier 6, can achieve these dialogue choices, it doesn't matter who does it. The dialogue of these characters and NPCs are reactionary to the player's input, meaning that even if the conversation never happens, the dialogue, God, what am I, Asian? The dialogue still infers that a person's perspective, stop Asian hate. The dialogue still infers that the person's perspective and feelings about the world around them and its context of events happening in the butterfly effect like path and its canon to the series of events. It may not be in line with the real continuity that happens, but it's canon, meaning it's possible and an explanation for certain events and why people might think the way they think. If you're having a hard time understanding, I'll play a clip from Flawed Peacock, who dives into Lila. And to simplify it, here's a clip from it.
Endings are important and ephemeral, canon and non-canon. All of these endings contain canon information, and this ties in very well with the concept of forking paths, all being canon and pertinent. I'll explain with an example of a choose-your-own-adventure story. What the mother? You wake up one night to a suspicious noise outside your house. You have two choices: hide in the basement or go outside and check on what made that noise. Let's say you choose to hide in the basement. So you hide in the basement, you call the cops, and the cops arrive and they say nothing was amiss. However, if we rewind and you chose to go outside and inspect the noise, a robber knocks you out and steals all of your exotic butters. Which ending is canon? Even if we arbitrarily decide that the first ending is canon, the second ending taught us that there was a robber there, he wanted to steal your exotic butters, and perhaps the reason why the cops didn't find anything was because he fled the moment he saw that the cops arrived. So, both endings are canonically relevant.
What happens in Vegas specifically will ultimately stay in Vegas to keep the integrity of the game's player choices. That's my hope. Now, let's talk about the Mojave before the Platinum ship and the branching choices that we can make. Before the ship makes its way to the Courier list, history goes that Ulysses from the Twisted Hair's conquering after being engulfed into the Caesar's Legion and quickly rising the ranks, accidentally misled Caesar to the Hoover Dam in the infamous year of 2274. Hey, remember that year? Yeah, you want to keep that in mind? Okay, cool. The dam, the old wall.
The dam, that old world wall. The bear, NCR, couldn't be allowed to reach it easily. Long 15, Cayman, both bad enough. Kimball, Kaiser, House. You'd think their whole world was that wall, cutting the Colorado. If I'd never laid eyes on it, never spoke of it. But once found, it was all Kaiser could see. That, and the flag beyond it, another symbol, big enough to challenge him. And the divide, one of the roads to it. Legion was tasked with cutting that artery. If you can't kill the bear in one stroke, bleed it, starve it. That kind of murder. It's what any of the Legion would have done. Now, the divide belongs to history.
Ulysses continued to be a courier of fame from Caesar. Oh, no. The Legion loses the first battle of the dam, and after seeing what happens to Luz who fail through Graham, Ulysses continued being a courier of fame for Caesar. One day, he shadowed and followed another courier to a place called the Divide in the year 2274.
Never would have known the divide had it not been for you. The road you made with your tracks again and again. You were the only one willing to make the journey to and from here. A hard road. Kept the land before the divide alive through seasons, storms.
The same year the courier is spotted in the so far in the west into the Mojave is the same year that House cements the Vault 21 and takes the Vault Tech's cryopod and other tech from the Tops and Tribes. The same year Benny may start using where I think Hank is headed, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Oh, hey, by the way, this is a shout out to myself. In the trailers, he's in a vault thing, and I think that's the vault thing that that Benny's tunnel led to. We'll see, though. We'll see. Oh my god, I'm excited. Ulysses, for the first time seeing the divide after Hank traversed it, saw a nation taking its first breath after the courier breathed life into it. Hank made one last old world delivery from NCR to Hopeville and left not to come back until the courier's battle in the Lonesome Road in 2281. Before the Battle of Hoover Dam.
Ahead lies your work, the history you burned in the earth, what you brought to the people here.
What? I had nothing to do with this.
You delivered a package, had markings that matched those in the divide. Not all, but enough. Military markings from someplace the bear had savaged in the west. Maybe seeing those markings on it reminded you of home, made you carry it.
What? I don't recall bringing a package here.
It was from the west, from deep in NCR. whether made by them or not. It came here through your hands. It was a device, a detonator, one I'd never seen before, or heard before. You carried that thing to the divide. I know because I followed you as you walked the road, watched you do it. The community that was once here, and the package you brought, both had markings of the divide, markings of America. You've seen the marks, the symbol, as early as the Hopeville silo, maybe. Carried it etched on your weapons. The divide, its buildings, its people, were built around those same markings, surrounded them here. Markings like the flag on my back when I followed your road to the divide those years ago. I saw the symbol I wore all around me. An old world symbol, strong to survive here. Its people strong. Outlast the bear, outlast the bull. Promise of something better. You brought it here, to the community you built, and you are responsible for what happened after, when the device opened, started to speak. When it did, the divide answered back. Those missiles you've seen, buried in their silos. They exploded beneath the ground, cracked the landscape. Sand, ash, the dead. The divide skies became a graveyard.
Ulysses, after this happens, is lost, walks the waste once more, assuming the courier who carried the detonator died, due to his own near-death experience, only being saved by the medical Eddie boys. These bots heal him due to his old world flag.
Should have died there, but now that I know you live, the machines here saved me. I was the only survivor, or thought I was. Your package, the message inside, awoke medical machines, close to the one that shadows you, began to build themselves, then others. Maybe they saw the flag on my jacket, thought I was of America. If so, history saved me. A sign.
Afterwards, he heads to the Lone Wolf radio, graffitis his grief saying, "Everyone is gone, I am all alone, let it all end." Ulysses abides Caesar's word once again, doesn't kill couriers, and helps the Whitelegs hunt the new Canaanites.
The Whitelegs meant to show respect, bribe me for Kaiser's favor, echoing mannerisms and words. Showed them tech caches, taught them the workings of chamber and powder, spoke of Kaiser's pride in those that used such things. Lies. And then they tried to honor me, not the Legion. They brought me before the campfire one night, showed me how they changed themselves, how they wore their hair now. It was like my entire dead tribe in the firelight, teeth grinning red in the dark, eager corpses, blood-covered ghosts. They had taken my braids, the way of the twisted hairs, as if it showed they were like me, of me, while every knot in their braids spoke of raping, violence, and ignorance of what the knots meant. They thought to show respect, defiled it, lost myself in trying to read the braids they wove, when I remembered they had put no meaning in it. They had no history of what it meant. They didn't even know the insult in the twists, knots, and dry wells came rushing back. The Whitelegs circled like that. It was like looking at the dead of my tribe, reborn as ghosts, hateful, hungry, bowing to Caesar. Another history, gone, carried by me alone.
Notice that Ulysses, in his own ways, strengthens communities he stumbles upon, just like the couriers. The Whitelegs copy Ulysses' hair as a tribute to him for his assistance. Ulysses' tribe history floods him, the ghost of his tribe shining through other young, eager tribesmen who want to prove themselves, just like Ulysses did. After seeing what happened to his tribe happen to the Whitelegs, and how he led the Whitelegs to this fate like Vulpes did the Twisted Hairs in his own tribe, seeing his ancestors' faces in his tribe that he deceived and misled into an abusive relationship with Caesar, it shakes him, and this time it was his burden alone to bear. Ulysses was now directionless.
I have walked at Caesar's command across the east into the west, far enough to know Caesar's word did not drive me, far enough to see the end.
Ulysses settles down at Wolfhorn Ranch while continuing being a courier after being bored and possibly losing a loved one. Ulysses tracks the big MIT weather patterns to discover the crater, and he heads there.
Big, empty. There's something hidden there. A crater. Past wind and sand. So deep in the desert, there's no turning back. Finding the crater was an accident. Was following the weather patterns. The divide sky torn like that. Man's violence, not nature's. That violence in the sky had a source. Tracked it, like following a river current.
After side questing with Christine of the Circle of Steel, Ulysses learns the Brotherhood's ideas. Along with this, Ulysses finds the think tank and learns the old world's history. History of the divide and the giants that once slumbered and still yet live, buried.
Do you know where he went?
He's gone to the Sierra Madre. That's a special kind of hell. He won't come back. Someone smarter, tougher is going to kill him. If the Madre doesn't.
I have to go after him.
Not going to talk you out of it. Know what it means to track someone you share history with. Got a meeting of my own.
That courier?
Get her to come to me. Got a message for her. Like the message she had for me. Make them walk the road west, straight and true. Sink their feet in old world ash. Let storms tear at them. See the divide. See what happened.
The divide? There's nothing there.
Nothing there. Like the big empty. The Sierra Madre. No. The old world sleeps there. Sure as the flag I carry. The courier knows the way. And at the divide, her and I, there, we'll have an ending to things.
With a new possibility and with the capability to rewrite history just like the courier did, after or before this, Ulysses roams and curries around the Mojave list once more, looking for the launch codes for the slumbering giants, and
my history isn't revenge or hate. The road that brought us both here isn't about that. It's about the message you carried, the one in that package, whether you knew it or not. The message that one can kill a nation, can kill a symbol, and all that gather beneath its flag. I don't blame you for the divide. I blame you for what you made me see. Now you will see what you brought to the Mojave, and that will be my message to you.
After being hand-chosen by Mr.House to hold the platinum chip, Ulysses walks down to the Get the Job from Johnson Nash's Courier network. However, as he was signing to take the job, he glances and sees the courier list. It freezes. After seeing the next courier on the name.
Yeah, I got this look when he saw you next down on the Courier list. His expression turned right around, asked me if your name was for real. I said, sure as lack of rain, you were still kicking. Then he turned down the job, just like that. I asked if he was sure it was good money. No, let Courier 6 carry the package, that's what he said. Like the Mojave'd sort you out or something. Then he just up and walked out. Sounds like you two had a history for him to act like that. And turn down the money, too. Hope he didn't see any trouble in that package of yours. Maybe he thought your name was bad luck. Not for me to say. Yeah, I got this look when he saw you next down on the Courier list. His expression turned right around. Asked me if your name was for real.
I just couldn't believe that it was the McLean.
Hank McLean. He asked Johnson Nash if Hank was alive to his disbelief. The assumption that the divide would kill Hank was wrong. Ulysses then assumes letting him carry the weight of that chip would kill Hank.
Maybe you should tell me who you are and exactly what you want.
I'm a courier. Courier 6 was Courier 6. Like you, and not like you. In all the ways that matter. Spent too many years looking for you. Now letting you come to me. Thought carrying that ship would end you. No. You got lives in you. Hard to kill. Storms, bullets, sand and wind. Yet still you walk. For now.
You were supposed to carry the chip?
Meant to. No. Never. You're a burden. Weigh you down long enough to let death catch up to you. But you survived. There was death in that package. And while the chip is important to old world ghosts, no. You are more dangerous than that chip ever could be. Maybe why you found each other. Little piece of the old world speaking to you. Waiting for you to wake something else up with it.
So you refused to deliver the chip? What? To set me up to die?
We all have death following us. Only a question of how close. You dodged it. For a time. You're good at that. Talent for it. With that chip weighing you down. A burden. Lets death move a little faster without me pulling the trigger.
If you wanted me dead, why did you wait?
Promises to keep. To others. And to mine.
This was also wrong. As he stalked Hank C., he wasn't seeing it happen, and so he left the divide once more, leaving a challenging message. As he stalked Hank C., he wasn't seeing it happen, so he left into the divide once more, leaving a challenging message towards the Pip-Boy's radio of Hank C. to bait him into delivering the launch codes to the silo, who is at the moment a slightly heavier-headed Hank, due to, a little lead from a certain checkered suit individual.
From where you're kneeling must seem like an 18-carat run of bad luck. Truth is, the game was rigged from the start.
Individual. Now, you might be wondering why I told you Ulysses' story summarized with the headcanon of insert Hank C. Well, this is the beginning of my interpretation.
We walk the same road, carry the same colors. Can't break that by making the road red.
You see, Ulysses is a canon character to the Fallout universe that existed 16 years before the events of the show and goes on to, in some ways, indirectly and hate on and indirectly not help other cultures and civilizations that exist in the Fallout universe. Ulysses is a canon character to the Fallout universe, which are points he existed in that have critical importance to what we are going to be leading into in the show's continuity. With the dry wells consistently producing warriors like Gaius and Ulysses into the Legion who can traverse can traverse places like the Divide that are of such high danger levels, something a Special Forces Legion and NCR Rangers can't even do without being withered away at, and the I-15 being nuked not only cuts but disintegrates the throat pipe of the NCR and Legion supply line into Vegas, and would affect the probability of Vegas being in ruins if there is no outside trade network coming in to do these critical traversal points. Not to mention, Ulysses was the scout to find the Hoover Dam for Caesar, leading to the first Battle of Hoover Dam in 2277. So that alone makes him pretty important. Ulysses has a part in how the Mojave looks 16 years later, with or without the Courier's interference, and in his words, bears weight. And so using these words in philosophy, this is my interpretation of what happens to New Vegas. Ulysses is one of 4 characters in the Fallout universe who has a 10 in all special stats. I already went over this, but for people who don't understand, what am I kidding? You're this far into the video, you know what a special stat is. Strength, perception, endurance, charisma, intelligence, agility, and luck. And all of these traits make up people, creatures, and items in the Fallout universe. Special will be an important part of my theory, and I'll be dipping in and out of these examples of how these special stats cause weird things to happen to people and the world. Vault-Tec has studied this phenomenon and specially made these training slides for Vault managers to see and use what makes them special to survive in harsh wastelands and to manage the vaults.
Following total atomic annihilation, the rebuilding of this great nation of ours may fall to you. That's why we at Vault-Tec have prepared these educational materials for you to better understand the 7 defining attributes that make you special. Today,
in the luck slide for Fallout 4 and the Vault-Tec special guide, the narrator instructs,
got your rabbit's foot? Good. It's time we talk about luck. The difference between whether you live or die in the post-nuclear world may depend on the flip of a coin. Luck is a mysterious sort of curiosity. See here? A well-placed shot may not always do the trick. If Lady Luck favors you, though, you'll find those critical moments a breeze. What's this? Only scrounging up duds? Time and patience may net you a suitable collection, but with luck on your side, you're bound to find some swell keepers. No, hold on to anything shiny. It may be of hidden value. Be careful not to get distracted by your newfound fortunes. Uh-oh, that wasn't the only pest. It looks like luck has helped you once again. Unfortunately, she can't save you from every situation. At least your misfortune can become someone else's fortune. Keep doing your channel.
So I'll be using these slides and the quotes in them as supporting evidence, seeing as this is how Bethesda wants us to view each of these stats in context with certain wasteland interactions in the show and in the games. For example, remember episode 2, when Gonzo the chicken fucker, yes, that's my official name for him,
and an alien named Gonzo that fucks chickens. And adults were like, yeah, watch it, I don't give a fuck.
The guy that has relations with chickens turned Thaddeus into a ghoul. Well, Zilwig, the Enclave, the scientist in the show, he had a low luck stat of 4. So think about it. He has to drill cold fusion into his head, and then he has to transport it, and then he is illegal underweight dog gets found out because someone randomly stumbles in the door, and then Zilwig then gets chased by a Yaogwai after running past the turret that almost barely misses him. And after running through the Midwest area in the Chicago Enclave area, he gets his leg blown off in Philly by the Ghoul. The fact that he runs into Ghoul at all is pretty crappy and unlucky, and him being on the run due to having a contract on his head by all 6 companies, having the worst veteran's foot leg I've ever seen in my entire life, and his only hope and his escort is a pre-war squishy Ghoul who doesn't even seem like they've seen the outside world before. I'm pretty convinced that this dude used up all of his luck on this one turret, and what I really mean when I say that is that he used up all Dogmeat's luck on this one turret in that moment. That's what I think really saved him. But I digress. Gonzo offers Zilwig the opportunity, although not very obviously, to become a Ghoul as an Enclave scientist, which would have solved a lot of his short-term issues. For example, remember when Thaddeus' leg looked like a wet spaghetti noodle, and taking the rad hailer turned him Ghoul and healed his foot? That could have happened to Zilwig, but Zilwig had bad luck and got offered immortality by a guy who literally looks like he fucks chickens. And so the Donald Glover joke here. Zilwig's experience with low luck is just one example of the special's influence and is evidence enough to assume it affects the games as well as the show. And I could list more examples here, but you can go do that your goddamn self. Knowing that the special stats are affecting what we see take place as we rewatch the show, as well as traits from the games being observed, such as the Wild Wasteland perk and trait being seen with the Ghoul, and who is to say that perks and traits aren't possibly things in the show, as we see with the Wild Wasteland trait, and we see with power armor training matters to some degree with some people. For example, Max knows how to use power armor, but he does not know how to use it well. The Ghoul knows how to use power armor, knows it very well, and knows its insides and outs, and Hank can just use it. That's not weird at all. Another thing to take note is that as we hop into this, if the show works by the game's rules, it's good to remember you can still put 100 into every stat or you can put 100 in every skill while there's being 1 in every stat associated with it. AKA, you can be an untalented savant. Somehow. So, welcome to Ulysses. Ulysses having a 10 in all stats, aka a maxed out Giga Chad, gives him the title base of Alpha Chad Lore Master Legionnaire, whose words bear weight. Ulysses, the man, the myth, the legend, who learned from Caesar himself how to speak like a cult leader, whose strut could keep him atop of the water, even if he's just walking across. Ulysses, who's so lucky that he's the manifestation of a double-sided headed coin, which is a predetermined destiny trope. You can go look that up on your own. An unstoppable and seemingly omniscient lore master when it comes to the eastern side of the Fallout universe that he has walked, who watches you like an eagle through a telescope, who is as strong as Hercules, his cousin, and in comparison from what we know about Hank, he's near opposite. If Vegas is to be believed and the Divide are to be concerned, he's a jinxed walking disaster reminiscent of the pariah dog from Fallout 2, who's basically dead due to being shot in the goddamn face, who survives becoming an forgetful amnesiac who walked under a ladder, who's with each step carrying a pitch black cat on it, making him even more misanthropic of a deaf bat whose sub-brick intelligence, who couldn't even hear a Mr. Gutsy flying in front of him 2 feet away if he tried. At least that's what Hank's state is at the beginning of the game after being shot, and this is only for a little bit after he gets back on his feet, due to Doc Mitchell. Now, I know that sounds vague, but hear me out. In the show, we see Hank at certain points in his life, and through these events, we can try to build up a consistency in his special stat. And yes, I know that Hank's special stats from Fallout Shelter are listed, however, that is Old Man Hank. And following my theory, his mind has been in biogel for an incalculable amount of time, and as we know, our bodies age, and so can also strengthen or weaken over time, and isn't going to be the same forever. I also kind of use Fallout Shelter stats as a baseline, but they aren't the most dependable source right now, Because Lucy says that her intelligence isn't anything compared to her dad's, but then Hank's intelligence in Fallout Shelter is lower than Lucy's. So that take it as a general baseline, but it's not 100% the stats. Moving on. My hypothesis is that after being shot in the head, Hank's special stats are all at 1 for the time being, at least at the beginning of New Vegas while he's in the rehab that Doc Mitchell has him in. After all, I think getting shot in the head at point-blank range and then getting buried alive warrants a pretty significant stat decrease. I mean, look at what happens when you get crippled. Pre-war scenes and scenes in the future would be before his head injury and after recovery, making his special stats affected and change over time. I've gone over this like 3 times. I'm sorry to beat you head over head with a dead horse, but I gotta do it. If you don't understand what I mean, what I'm simply saying is that Ulysses and Hank are dualistic in nature in a lot of ways. They don't exist without one another. They are opposites, but they're also parallels. They're mirrors. They are whatever you want to say that makes them like one of one in a way. Having different perspectives, having walked different paths, Ulysses being a walking army and Hank being a misanthropic, savantic spy nerd, who both share the same goal of building a better tomorrow. One, physically, with Ulysses being a maxed out 10, and Hank being a 1 in every stat, soon after accepting the platinum chip job. As a disclaimer, the special stats that matter the most for this special stat theory is going to be the luck, and that's going to be at the very end. You can feel free to skip there if you want. I just think that the special stats with Hank also can show a little bit here and there. But if you want to skip to the luck part, I won't blame you. And 2, things like mentality and philosophy. These philosophies aren't stagnant like war, however, like all things, men change over time due to the roads they walk. And 3, if my theory is to be believed, Ulysses is a tribal survivalist from the post-world apocalypse, and Hank is a Nepo pre-war baby who was sheltered in more ways than one.
I'm a courier. Courier 6 was Courier 6, like you. And not like you, in all the ways that matter.
So let's start off with charisma in Fallout. Charisma is a combination of appearance and charm. A high charisma is important for characters that want to influence people with words. Now, does this sound like Hank? The scene I'd like to start with is the scene where Howard is just staring at Hank with the ringing in his ears after hearing Barb in the Vault-Tec meeting. Hank starts off by acting misanthropic as fuck, who is super nervous and can barely talk to Cooper, his cowboy idol. And don't forget how much of a fail he had trying to talk his way out of the bad situation with Moldaver. He can barely talk to other people other than his family or Vault-Tec. Along with this, he tries to get Lucy to not listen to Moldaver by simply just telling her, "Lucy, let's go. Don't listen to her, Lucy, she's lying." That's it.
Lucy, let's go. Let's...
And that's when she was hiding things.
Lucy, let's go. Let's get out of here.
So I promised.
She is lying. She's lying, Lucy.
It's limitless energy. And we can build...
She's a murderer.
...our own world.
Look at me.
It could be a better world. It has clean water and medicine and power, but for everyone.
Lucy.
Because when Vault-Tec bought my research, they made it proprietary. So only a trusted Vault-Tec minion can activate cold fusion
to her.
For him to give me the code.
Lucy! Look at me! Look at me! Lucy!
Your archenemy is going to expose all of your 29 years of secrets to your naive daughter, and that's all you can say? Hank, sure, he shows some emotion, maybe a lack of maturity and patience with some mixing of terrifying presence in there when he gets mad and goes, "Lucy!" while slamming a chair into the bar, startling Lucy. Compare this reaction to a fellow high intelligence guy getting frustrated at a dumb courier with Arcade Gannon reacting to us with a low intelligence, not understanding what an EMP is.
It's a thing. A science thing. It hurts robots. Don't worry about it. Silly arcades just telling magnetic field jokes for his own amusement. Ahem. Shall we?
He doesn't get mad with us the way Hank does. So watch the scene again, and watch Hank struggle to find words with Moldaver. Hank isn't only struggling because of his guilt. If anything, I doubt it's because of his guilt. I don't think he cares. How do you describe everything you've ever seen in the Wasteland in just New Vegas in the next 5 to 10 minutes to your naive, literally sheltered daughter who just learned you made her mom into a radiated salt zombie? What could Hank possibly say in order to justify his own reasoning for what happened to Rose being the way she is and explain the wild wasteland the way it is, and that war never changes, and that the wasteland is a morally gray and terrible place where people like him make lemonade and try to make things better? Hank's not struggling due to his guilt. Hank's struggling because he's a huge fucking dork who grew up in a military town and is terrible when put under immense stress and social pressure. I know people might say, well, he's an overseer. He has to have charisma. Says who? Remember Amada and her dad from 3? Those guys were bitches and dicks. That guy was an uptight asshole and not a people person, and you can even hear him talking shit in the background in Fallout 3. So it's a thing that Vault-Tec strives for, but it's not something they always deliver on. Just like their shelters. What about Hank's speech at the beginning of the show? It could be rehearsed, like this video is. At the end, he kind of nervously chuckles when transitioning into the music, and then he only dances with Lucy and then eventually Norm. Again, he does not fraternize with anyone except his own family. And afterwards, we see him socializing with Bert, but only when Stephanie's nearby, a fellow 31er, who is so comfortable with other 31ers that he kisses Stephanie. I have a little mini theory that Hank and Stephanie fuck, and my girlfriend doesn't believe me. But we won't go into that in this video. If you want a follow-up video, maybe I'll do a little short of it or something in the future. But that is totally a thing. Get on my dick. I can imagine Hank not being the best at reading social situations, after all kissing his daughter's best friend in front of her husband at a wedding. But we'll move past that. After some time, Hank strolled around alone during the wedding, just look at the ceremony, just looking at cake. So while we don't get to see Hank thriving as a social butterfly, we also don't get to see him being an otaku by any means. Maybe old-fashioned. The vibe wasn't anything crazy off the bat, showing that with other Fault 31 dwellers, he's comfortable. But then, compare how Hank looks and acts with Moldaver and Lucy in episode 8, furthering his lack of charisma again. Hank loses the speech check duel against Moldaver terribly. Lucy's dad is her best friend.
In my personal time, I enjoy taking walks and watching movies with my dad. Gardening, also with my dad. And participating in my family book club.
They do book club, they do TV, they walk every day, 16 years. And Hank gets out-trusted and out-speeched by Moldaver, who kidnapped her dad and used raiders to kill half of her village, using raiders in a fiendish representation of old world America in the NCR. Even after what Lucy saw in Vault 4 with the sex cult society Moldaver uses to maintain her settlement, even so, Moldaver still persuades Lucy onto her side, making her question her ancestors' choices and ethics with her charisma. She even walks away to get the keypad after Lucy sees her mom, like she knows she's won already. Doc Mitchell also comments that if we have a 1-stat charisma in New Vegas, he says...
Huh. Must be some frontal lobe damage.
Which makes sense to the front temporal dementia that I was talking about earlier, because Hank got shot in the goddamn face. And it is proven to be true from the scientist in the big MIT saying...
Oh, a variety of reasons. You're something of a homily. Anomaly? You're really quite special, and not in the cranially challenged way. You see, you are the most successful brain extraction experiment ever performed here at Big Mountain. A victim of your own success, as it were. You were irrefutable proof that there was a world outside. And then there was the whole brain fiasco, which forced me to take steps. See, your brain had a special kind of wrinkle, a uniquity that they had never thought to try in all their countless escape attempts. We removed your...
The think tank then implies that Hank McCourier is a bit of an idiot savant who is also lysenphilic, aka has a smooth brain.
We removed your brain. Yes. So soft. Barely wrinkled, yet so flush with knowledge and experience.
Also, barely wrinkled sounds like he should have less cognitive ability and worse brain communication, and yet here we are, flush with experience. Ha, meta joke there. Talking like an experienced explorer as we learn and explore the Mojave. Strange. Along with this smooth brain, I also think that Hank has savant syndrome. It's a rare condition that allows people with serious mental disabilities, including autism, to have extraordinary talents in one area. These talents can include exceptional memory, musical ability, artistic ability, and mathematical skills. For example, some savants can recall stimuli like a camera or a tape recorder or perform complex calculations. However, savants often have below average IQ of around 70, and autistic adults with savant syndrome have a different cognitive and behavioral profile than those without savant skills. This profile can include heightened sensory sensitivity, obsessive behaviors, and technical or spatial abilities. Along with this, in Old World Blues, the Courier brain itself, in its own think tank, away from us, pleads,
"Oh no, please don't leave me here in this nice, safe dome where I have access to nutritive fluids and a fully indexed library. Please don't deprive me of being dragged through a landscape so bleak it was actually improved by the end of the world."
He literally says, improved by the end of the world. Like this brain from the Courier has seen the world before the end, and by seeing both sides, agrees it was made better by the end of the world, having the perspective that the wasteland is better than the pre-war America. Let's not forget to mention that when the Courier is talking about his plans to take the brain back and deal with the think tank, he can choose from many different persuasion checks to get the brain into joining, and the least charismatic and only non-speech check option is a very Vault Boy xenophobe line, where the Courier can say,
"With an attitude like that, it's small wonder you got yourself shot in the head."
Also compare Hank getting frustrated and having trouble finding words with Lucy when the Courier's brain is frustrated with its own body.
Very stupid. You? Exceptionally stupid. Does that explain the matter?
Well, you don't have a mouth, but you can talk. Explain that, smarty pants.
I don't have... Ugh. I have an inferior frontal gyrus wired directly into a speech synthesizing processor. Your heart can be wired up to a thought synthesizing processor. You can't talk to it.
What about my spine? Brain? You seem awful smart all of a sudden.
I've been bettering myself, I'll have you know. I've been reading. Actual literature, mind you. Not that La Fontana or Tales of Chivalry drivel. I've been studying the classics, acquiring a solid grounding in medicine and the sciences. Also, I'm fairly certain this tank has been liberally salted with ground mentats.
All this smart talk is hurting my brain. Please stop it.
Well, we certainly wouldn't want to strain your comprehension, would we?
Then compare this to someone smart like Arcade, as contrasted earlier. Interesting how both Hank and its brain resort to yelling after not being understood and having trouble finding words if frustrated. Going along with this pre-war Courier narrative is when the brain tells us to get regular showers and regular checkups from a reputable doctor.
If you want me back, we need to establish some ground rules. First, showers! Second, regular checkups. Regular, mind you, and from a reputable doctor. That Julie Farkas woman, for example, she seems to know a thing or two. Third, you need to listen to me more than your hormonal choir and genitalian orchestra. Promise me that, and you've got a deal.
Compare this pre-war attitude and behavior that demands showers to someone like Max. Max doesn't even know what a shower is when he's told to take one and doesn't realize the advantage of having a real vault doctor check him out. But our brain realizes the importance of someone like Julie and having access to showers. Julie also calls us a godsend for that little, the little Hebrew thing that I was talking about earlier. And that won't be relevant until way later in theory, but we'll keep it. We won't touch the religious theme until we talk about DLCs. And one last thing that dates the age of our brain is 2 TV references he gives us. The first is a threat that we can make towards the brain. The threat is to watch TV.
You wouldn't. That's inhuman.
TV, like the mindless waterfall we see Max hypnotized in the show, as well as when we are trying to get him to join us back in our body. He even uses the slang back to our regularly scheduled program like he's used to watching a pre-war TV show that's again spoken lingo by the narrator.
In time.
Oh, lovely. We've reached the mindless violence portion of the program. Tell me, what exactly are you, and I use the word loosely, planning?
Moving on from charisma into intelligence. Knowledge, wisdom, and the ability to think quick. A high intelligence is important for any character. Now this sounds like Hank. Choosing Lucy over the others, quick on his feet, asking Max to unlock him while Lucy is mentally stun-locked, being wise, picking his fights. It'd be harder to say Subbrick, as Lucy clearly states he's smarter than her, but we know due to the shelter that Lucy is a smarty pants labeled by the vigor tester, and if so, Lucy really thinks that her dad and her intelligence is 7 is nothing compared to her dad. That obviously means Hank was really smart, at least at one point. And remember discussing the Wild Wasteland trait, how I mentioned how this Mr. New Vegas line,
You know, I tried to measure my charisma on a Vitomatic vigor tester once. The machine burst into flames.
The joke here is that Mr. New Vegas's charisma is so high that that it blew up the machine, that his charisma is so much higher than a 10 that it blew up the machine. But isn't it weird that this voice line is exclusive to the Wild Wasteland trait? After all, if we max out our stat, we can still hear unique lines from Doc Mitchell. Well, do you also remember that how I didn't reference any outside media in the real world? Well, that's because this isn't an Easter egg reference to our real world. This voice line only appears when you have the Wild Wasteland trait, a trait tied to the Courier's medical history and memories of the old world. The trait that gives deja vu and nostalgia about the past, be it movie lines or dog paintings or even Kilroy from World War II. I think Mr. New Vegas's line saying the Vitomatic vigor tester blowing up because of his maxed out charisma is a hint in reference to Hank's memory and how Hank, after measuring his intelligence on the Vitomatic vigor tester at the military physical, had it burst into flames as a result of him getting put into military boarding school and getting sent to Vault-Tec University to be selected to Buds. Now, I know with what I might have just said, it might have stretched too far for you, and I might be reaching. So do you! Yeah, you. To reel you back in, let me ask you a question. What's the level up sound in New Vegas? What's that little jingle that plays when you hit the new level? Play it. I'll let you guess it in the description. So, viewer, why is the level up sound a military boarding school war drum? I may have an answer in this theory, but I'm getting ahead of myself. Maybe it really is just the fact that Doc Mitchell has a Vitomatic vigor tester, and however, when you look at the vigor tester, it has a Volt Boy on it. And this is important. We know that we know from Moldaver that Vault-Tec takes Nintendo-like stances on copyright and on letting people use their personal property and icons. So, this... God damn. So this signals to me that the Vitomatic Vigor Tester is a Vault-Tec product, one that Doc Mitchell brought with him, 2 good springs from Vault 21. And if it was a Vault product, then this means that the Courier has a memory about a Vault special tester blowing up, and in turn means that one of their stats are maxed out, insinuating that Mr. New Vegas' line, and by my guess, intelligence is the stat that Hank would have maxed. Also, side note, if Hank is familiar with talking to technology like Vault-Tec AI Thomas, insinuated by the bonus cartoons that shows us Hank's upbringing through Vault-Tec's corporate ladder, this ability to talk to AI and robots mirrors Ulysses' lack of ability to understand Eddie and robots, even with a 10 in all stats. On top of that, Father Elijah, who had an intelligence of 9 that is lesser than Ulysses, is quoted by Veronica. Elijah could look at old devices, blah, 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 and
Elijah could look at an old device and immediately understand what made it work. And he could see its potential, where it fit with other technology. It's not something he could teach, but he tried with me. Some of it stuck. But that's what he taught me. You ask what I learned from him. I learned what I don't want to...
And there's what Ulysses says about the think tank and Elijah's capabilities against them.
Their answers were madness, and power stronger than me. Would take 100 Elijahs. Someone tougher than him or I to best of them in their dome.
And another example is that Ulysses doesn't know about Eddie's extra logs because he doesn't interface with technology the way we can. So following this theory, Hank has had crazy high intelligence when he was a young Henry, but I also still think being shot in the head point blank would scramble even an omniscient know-it-all brain. But I don't actually think he's permanently stuck at Subbrick. Hank probably has something to do to help him with his smarts and charisma, like cybernetics or some weird medical device or gene to help his frontal lobe. Also, there's just this little moment. The implant available from Usanagi, which if your int is low enough, she will recommend that one. And I personally think Hank McCourier Pants was smart before and after getting shot and getting made into a cretin. After all, Norm inherits these smart genes as seen through his actions uncovering Vault 31 secrets almost single-handedly. Also, if you wanted to see Norm as the main character in the B plot in the Vault, and then also Lucy is the main character, and that they both descend from Fallout New Vegas' previous protagonist, I think that's cool too. Norm inherits all these smart genes as seen through his actions uncovering Vault 31 secrets almost single-handedly through the hacking of terminals and investigation. Norm's like his dad, while Lucy's more like her mom. So we could say that through cybernetics and the ability to accumulate special bonuses, a total of 61 possibilities throughout New Vegas that could help push Hank over that threshold Lucy's talking about. Or maybe he's a savant and is just really good at science and explaining his lacking of social skills being boosted up grade levels in special classes. It would also make sense that Hank maybe wasn't ready to be overseer for the next 3 years from his perspective, at least not immediately upon arrival, and over time had to climb the corporate ladder even after the bombs dropped. This is all loose speculation for now. But what about the conversation with the Courier's brain in Old Road Blues? The brain, even with low intelligence, comes off as smart and sophisticated. This even confuses us, the Courier.
Very stupid. You? Exceptionally stupid. Does that explain the matter?
Well, you don't have a mouth, but you can talk. Explain that, smarty pants.
I don't have... Ugh. I I have an inferior frontal gyrus wired directly into a speech synthesizing processor. Your heart can't be wired up to a thought synthesizing processor. You can't talk to it.
What about my spine? Brain? You seem awful smart all of a sudden.
I've been bettering myself, I'll have you know. I've been reading. Actual literature, mind you. Not that La Fontaine or Tales of Chivalry drivel. I've been studying the classics, acquiring a solid grounding in medicine and the sciences. Also, I'm fairly certain this tank has been liberally salted with ground mentats.
All this smart talk is hurting my brain. Please stop it.
Well, we certainly wouldn't want to strain your comprehension, would we?
But if our intelligence is average or above
This shows that even a low-intelligence courier brain has the ability to be treated by Dr. Mobius's mentats and come out better and stronger and smarter, even if Hank's sub-brick intelligence after getting shot in the face would make us think the otherwise. This canon event would heal and improve his brain, and in its canon ending, because when you go through the old world blues, you can't avoid the brain scoop, and your brain always goes through this treatment regardless. So this would be a canon nexus event in the courier's life that if it is Hank, he cannot avoid. Maybe this change in special in 2281 and helping the vault is what boosted him to steer the wheel, and finally Hank becomes a senior executive, senior vice president after obtaining his regional nukes and dealing with the NCR and other factions. But I'm getting ahead of myself. That is so far down this goddamn rabbit hole.
That's right. Courtesy of your Uncle Sam, these wonders of the atomic age can be found right in your own backyard.
Now, you might be thinking, doesn't that just show that his intelligence isn't only 1? Yeah and no. Like I said, you can have an intelligence of 1 and a medicine of 100 and a science of 100. What Hank does during the Vault raid just helps show how low his intelligence can get. For example, and I know again this is partly perception and we're going to go into that in a little bit, but how does he not realize that Moldaver is the same name from, or not the same name from one of the ones on the Vault Tech executives in the pods? He should know, after studying from Vault Tech University, that no one named Moldaver lives in Vault 32's cryo storage. Unless that bloodline of people is in Vault Tech's royal family, but we will get there as well. How does Hank make such big mistakes after having to seemingly go to Vault Tech University, like mentioned in 76, and in Bud Askin's training promos? Therefore, Hank would be writing, logging, and preparing for future overseers, and he just skips over the fact of not knowing her on a surface or from the other vault. Why does Hank know her? Why doesn't he know her? Bit of a plot hole, unless you want to take this theory into account. Also, Doc Mitchell's comments with 1 intelligence at the beginning also alludes to this.
Sorry, son. I fixed up your head as best I knew how. I guess I missed a spot.
Does this imply that the courier looked and reacted angry enough to where Doc Mitchell then thought he had to apologize to Hank? The courier, does he take pride in his intelligence like Hank does in the show, with how Lucy gloats about him, and the reason the courier's brain is an egotistical dick is because of these Vault Tech nationalist tendencies? I don't know, it doesn't matter, but whatever.
Well, that's a fine how do you do. Me, quote, dick, unquote. As if I'm the one responsible for the way you carry on gadding about the wastes. I'm not the one that makes us clamber around Technus-infested ancient vaults.
Next is agility, and it stands for coordination and the ability to move well. A high agility is important for any active carrier. Carrier? Lol, character and courier. There you go. Hank being a walking disaster could suggest that a pre-war frozen Nepo baby Hank didn't get a lot of exercise after boarding school, as we see in the Buds commercials, that Vault Tech staff are usually out of shape and have to bike down hallways. Air-conditioned hallways, might I add, unless Vault Tech doesn't pay for that. I wouldn't be surprised by that either, though. America is defined by comfort in the pre-war, lounging to cowboy westerns, even on days walking with Lucy. Hey, would you look at that? On the TV, it's Howard and the Man from Dead Horse. Look at that, Hank in a book with a sneering imperialist on it. And it's about Napoleon and nationalism and the invasion of Russia from 1812. I'm gonna derail for a moment and go over the origins of nationalism in Fallout 2 characters and the first citizen of Vault City, Joanna Lynette. Before I go into those, though, this is Dr. Roy Casagrande. Go ahead and take a listen to his speech about World War II and the, just take a listen. When he talks about Napoleon and the French Revolution, I want you to listen and see if you hear anything resembling Vault culture from Fallout 1 and 2.
And it was an amazing revolution. There's no two ways about it. They changed the way they did art. They switched to metric. First country on earth to do it. He says that revolution was possible because you are French. Because you are French, you are of superior human stock than anybody else on the planet. In other words, that revolution was only possible for the French. Which is really sad if you're Polish, or German, or Spanish, or Egyptian, or Turkish, or English, because you'll never be able to have a revolution like this. So it's our duty as superior French people to export our revolution. All of a sudden, all that revolutionary fervor that they couldn't stamp out forms into armies, and the next thing you know, they're invading Italy, they're invading Germany, they're attacking Austria, they're attacking Prussia, they're invading and conquering Spain, they're invading Egypt. They go on a 17-year-long rampage. And at one point, Napoleon, 1812, owned everything from Madrid to Moscow, including Madrid and Moscow. How? The power of nationalism. The power of telling somebody they were superior to everybody else. He had awakened this monster that was there all along, because nations had existed for thousands of years. It wasn't like he invented nations. He just framed it in such a way that all of a sudden he filled his soldiers with this fanatical desire to slaughter. Up until then, people just wanted to kill because you worship the wrong imaginary friend. Right? Now all of a sudden, they want to kill you because, well, you're not French. That army, that French army, went through Germany back and forth and back and forth. And sometimes it was retreating. Sometimes it was coming back with a glorious victory. But those Germans felt like they were trampled. They felt like they were just run over by the French army over and over and over again. And it planted the seed of nationalism. The Germans began to think in the same way that the French were thinking, which was, I am superior to everybody else because I am German. That's the toxicness of nationalism. If you believe you're superior, that means then literally everybody else is inferior. There is no form of nationalism that doesn't dehumanize the other. It doesn't exist. Like you're like, no, I'm a nationalist and I don't do that. That's BS. If you're a nationalist, you think everybody else on the planet is subhuman. And the only group that you think is fully human is your group. It's different from patriotism. If I say I'm a patriot, it means I love my country. I can love my country and not hate your country. I can love my country and enjoy its culture and its traditions and its blue bonnets or whatever national flower it is, right? And not want to go to your country and murder all of you. But if you're a nationalist, you should go to that country and murder them. They're subhuman. You're making the human species better by killing them. See? And like hell, you're going to let your daughter or your son mate with those subhuman creatures. And what if that happens? Oh, how will you ever overcome that, having these little half-breed freaks running around? That's the problem with nationalism. But it's the seed Napoleon planted. I have a love-hate relationship with Napoleon. At some level, I really think he's amazing. At another level, I'm like, oh, I hate you so much. Also, he was ethnically Italian. And so it tugs at my nationalism, my Italian nationalism.
This leads into Joanna Lynette, first citizen of Vault City. When you first meet Lynette, you can ask her to become a Vault citizen. And in order to become a citizen of the Vault Nation, you must go take a citizen's test. But Lynette gives you, the chosen one, an option, an optional choice. Rather than taking the test, you could prove your commitment to the Vaults in a more substantial way. As an outsider, you are in a unique position to resolve a difficult situation for us. She then gives us a task to go to the nearby Gecko nuclear power plant and to kill all the ghouls there in order to fix the problem. After side questing and talking to the ghouls, the chosen one can come to the conclusion that Vault City has a part to fix the radiation leak. So when we go to explain this to Lynette, this is what she has to say.
Is it?
I found out that all they need to get their plant running clean is a hydroelectric magnetosphere regulator.
So you haven't taken care of the problem?
As I understand it, you have the part here in Vault City to fix their plant.
What if we do? That is only a temporary solution. Please fix the problem, not their power plant. Am I making myself clear?
First citizen, I mean no disrespect, but there's a way to solve your problem without killing the ghouls or shutting down their reactor. Now, if we could just get the part...
I have had enough of your foolishness. You are no longer permitted inside Vault City. My guards will escort you to the front gate.
And with that, we either have to fight them or we're banished from the city. So
with that little rundown of Napoleon and nationalism and how Vault-Tec kind of idolizes that behavior, why do you think Hank has it on Lucy and Norm's curriculum? Maybe when Reclamation Day starts, she is primed and is understanding of what needs to be done for civilization. These zombies and tribals will have to be dealt with accordingly to ideals, and back to agility, and to be honest here, there's not a whole lot. We don't get to see Hank travel on foot with Moldaver, but I mean, even when we do see him after his capture, he uses power armor to travel around like a jetpack, so again, we don't get to see Hank's agility a lot. But Hank did not get from the Boneyard to the LA by sunrise, but Hank did not get from the Boneyard to LA areas by sunrise, which if a normal person is walking, it would take about 104 hours normally. And with the jetpack head start, Hank, in addition with hoofing it after the jet fails, gets to Vegas during sunrise. Which, since the sun was setting in the last fight, we could assume it took 12 to 18 hours for Hank to make this journey, which is insane. Like, how is that even possible? I guess it's possible with jets and motor assistance from the power armor, if he was just hoofing it the entire way. But from other games, we know there's like a distance limit when it comes to power armor, so I don't know about this. Yeah. But Shorty, you said that Hank at the beginning has agility of 1, and now you're saying it adds nothing you're saying adds up with that. Okay, fine. Since we don't have a lot to go off of for Hank, let's go look at the Courier's inconsistent agility. What do I mean by this? Well, the Courier 6 was meant to deliver the Platinum chip to Mr.House into the Strip. There are 3 main paths the Courier could have chosen. He could have gone through Bonnie Springs before the Cazadors arrived due to the Fiends and the Cons and the Viper's corpses not being there yet. But he doesn't. He could have gone through Quarry Junction, but he doesn't, presumably due to Death Claws. That one's fair. And he decides to try and go all the way around through Prim into Nipton, Novak, Helios 1, Boulder City, and the longer the traveling distance, the higher chances you have of getting ambushed by fiends, and even a one-man courier going the safe way has a chance of them randomly getting ambushed on the side of Nevada and New Vegas that has more of the Legion on that side. Why would House choose a courier with such bad coordination for where to go and carry his platinum chip? And after all, Benny has to make his way to Good Springs to intercept the courier, and even Benny knew this was the faster route, so why didn't the courier take that route that Benny took and run into him? Well, It was short notice, so Mr. House, hoping the package would go undetected, sends the courier anyway, leaving the package's delivery to chance. And due to House leaving the chance in the equation, things go sideways. Do you really think Ulysses would have been ambushed by Benny? Nah. The Courier 6, aka Hank, takes the longest route possible and immediately gets ambushed by Benny, who again was smart enough to take the shortcut. And before anyone says this road, if you say this road is safer, the one with Nipton and everything, you're wrong. Sure, it's not Deathclaw Quarry, but fire ants, Legion raids, ghouls everywhere, powder ganger raids, Legion pushing into Nipton. In my opinion, going through Fiend territory and Cazadors possibly not being there is better bet than it is to take a route without hindsight. Like, going against untrained gun fiends who might have picked up that same gun yesterday off a body that doesn't know how to use it, versus a man with a machete that will run at you no matter how many times you shoot him like a goddamn Yao Guai. I'm picking the drug fiend. So, short route, have to fight fiends, versus long route NCR protection that is constantly raided by fire ants and Legion. Bonnie Springs route just makes more sense. And the main Cazador nest in the region is over in Red Rock, and the group near Chance's grave is just a migrated group of Cazadors that stem from that area. So assuming that the Cazadors don't show up till the next day, Bonnie Springs is still better bet. And how much safer and shorter the route is, how much closer to the strip it would be, it's just better. But back to Hank. We see him use agility in the form of Sneak attacking Monty, and we don't see Hank during the battle in the vault. But Hank was there immediately to save Lucy, which means he was hiding nearby like Norm, but unlike Norm, actually evaded us, the viewer. So, I know it's kind of inconsistent. Hank can sneak, so he has agility, but then Hank doesn't know where to go, so he doesn't have any coordination because he relies on his Pip-Boy possibly too much. A lot of it is speculation. But what is not speculation is that Doc Mitchell doesn't have anything else to add when you have one agility other than...
Don't have all your coordination back yet, looks like. You should think about doing some rehab.
Rehab could be referring to the atrophy from being buried or frozen over time, or from withdrawal from pills from our daily life in the vault. But that's all just... whatever. Some might say none of that makes sense. Even if he's an idiot, how would he even find New Vegas? Well, the Pip-Boy region map, like I said before, would have the best route. Even if Hank leaves his Pip-Boy for whatever reason that I could go into later, he writes down directions, coordinates, etc. before he leaves the Pip-Boy, knowing where to go with the piece of paper.
That's why I wanted someone with a Pip-Boy on the caravan. The map will be helpful for checking the topography, keeping us on the trail.
Next is perception. The ability to see, hear, taste, and notice unusual things. A high perception is important for a sharpshooter. This is something Hank aspires to be and does have nothing of the sort of. We know Ulysses tracks Hank across the Mojave without him being even the slightest bit aware, along with people like Malcolm and whatever her face is from the bottled encounter along with Malcolm.
Hello there. It's good to see a friendly face.
And Ulysses straight up roast Hank's awareness in the Divide over and over and over.
You don't see, listen, even when it's all around you. No matter if I nailed it into your head like a gift from Caesar. What do I care for your perspective? You walk blindly, foolishly into death. Your own and others. If you ever had any ability to hear anything beyond your own footsteps, the Divide silenced it.
I'm the one responsible for the way you carry on gadding about the wastes. I'm not the one that makes us clamber around Technus-infested ancient vaults or go charging off to New Vegas on missions of ill-conceived revenge. And have we forgotten who got us shot in the head and buried in a shallow grave? Do you think I enjoyed that little moment?
Oh, come on, that stuff's fun!
Fun? Fun? Is tetanus fun? Is rickets? What about sepsis, huh? Enjoy that, do we? The things you do with our body are suicidally dangerous, and if you could silence your glandular impulses, you would hear me screaming at you!
Even our own brain hates us. It frames the Courier, an extension by Hank, as a naive vault dweller who is as deaf as a bat. Hank's perception has to be terrible, seeing as after destroying the NCR, he could go back to living normally for 16 years and not question anything, expecting no retaliation from survivors, and not noticing any weirdness with the Vault 32 trades and messages and the events that surround Vault 32. For 2 years, the last Overseer was dead, and Moldaver was presumably used the Overseer terminal to talk with the Vault 31 and the Vault 3 of Vault 33 about the trade. So 2 years without words, and Hank couldn't pick up the difference in the way that Vault 31 and 33 are talking to one another and how they presented. We know from Martin Johnson's message in 2095 that before the triennial trade was established, the Vaults would communicate pretty frequently. And you're telling me that Ian's science for the last 2 years wasn't weird. Following the silence he suddenly passed wasn't weird to Hank. And even Norm picked up on the weirdness. And Norm, he has no idea until he starts investigating himself. When Moldaver shows herself and says her name out loud, doesn't ring any bells? Remember, even before Vault Tech, even Norm before Vault Tech knew what was happening in Vault 32, Hank, by extension, wouldn't know either. Moldaver might have an ego, but she sounds sincere when she says, "Everyone knows who I am." Hank only realizing who she is after seeing the bomb she brought to Vault. He associates her face with the boom boom device in her hands and puts 2 and 2 together. Even the simplest things that not take one fucking perception to realize is that Moldaver is not from Vault 31, as I went over earlier. Hank has to know this. How does he slip up this bad? Unless he was really that unperceptive, and the brain has and was engulfed in biogel. And no medical checkups? Not one person with a Geiger counter noticed Monty and the other 32ers were irradiated, scarred, and dirty the entire time, and had cigar with everyone in the vault having with them a Pip-Boy Geiger counter. Lucy asked about his medical records, and then Monty stared at them silently, saying nothing, and then he gets bailed out due to Stephanie, thinking the sperm questions were awkward. Doc Mitchell, Vault Doctor, also recommends something if we only have low perception on the vigor test.
Now, I ain't no optometrist, but maybe we should fit you for some glasses while you're here.
This seems unrelated to Hank, but if Hank went to the Mojave and went above ground to the UV light after being underground that long, he may develop photokeratitis, which a doctor may recommend glasses or goggles for, just like the old Vault-Tec trailers used to do in the Fallout 1 and 2 trailers. Going along with this preparing for exposure, what the Courier is wearing before being buried, an old big old hat for shade, the gloves, the long-sleeve caravaner outfit, seems what exactly one would wear to shield themselves from the heat and UV rays. And one more thing before we get into strength, why can the Courier with 1 intelligence and perception somehow identify what the fucking ophthalmoscope is? This item serves no purpose in the game, and yet it's right there in Doc Mitchell's house and most other medical centers in the Vegas game. So why do we know what this is? Anyway, getting into strength with Hank's wet noodle raw physical strength it ain't him or his family's forte. He's a Nepo baby with slouched shoulders and is anxious whenever he talks to Cooper Howard, giving off the vibe of being insecure of his form. His only 2 opponents he has fought in the show have been 1, Monty, after being heavily bleeded out on by Lucy and getting a sneak attack with a shovel and drowning him in fucking pickles.
Try a subtler route. Taking the quieter approach is always worth consideration. Your agility can turn a sneak attack into a complete tactical move. Keep in mind, others may have the same bright idea.
By the way, if you're really going to tell me this isn't an experienced killer, I don't know what to tell you. And 2, a concussed Max getting knocked the fuck out off guard by Hank in power armor, which doesn't really count, but furthers Hank being a melee user.
Lucy, you're coming with me.
Also, if Norm and Lucy are any indication, they're pretty weak, and Norm straight up looks like he has the small frame trait. So, do with that what you will. I will say Lucy having endurance of 6 kind of throws a wrench in my theory here, but then Lucy also has a strength of 4. Lucy gets more from her mom than her dad, and Rose and Ghoul, who took what looked like a pretty direct nuclear blast, because Lucy's mom, Rose, is a ghoul. Also, I don't know if I said this earlier, and I don't know if I say this later on in the theory, so this is a part I'm not cutting out, but Rose, Hank's wife, is named after a flower. And in my theory here, Hank's mom, Sunflower Summers, is named after flowers, named after Sharon, named after the Hebrew Bible and stuff. A lot of people date people who remind them a little bit of their mom in certain ways, motherly traits that look for, like, someone to have a kid with, that sort of dealio, so do with that also what you will. And we look at Norm, we can also see that he's very intelligent and very misanthropic like his dad, and he plays games and hates his job, and has no job, and has no lady friends other than his sister. So looking at Norm versus Chet, we can also see that Hank's side of the family produces smaller framed individuals than his cousin's side of the family with Chet, aka Rose's side of the family. There are also Doc Mitchell special lines I referenced a bit ago that talk about him and his atrophy.
That's some serious atrophy, even for someone who's been in bed a while. It's a wonder you can move at all.
Being in bed a while, huh? We'd be a courier moving to and from many settlements. Why would we be in bed so long? Well, if we were cryogenically frozen and our body was recovering from muscle atrophy over 100 years of sitting in a cryopod, it would make sense that Doc Mitchell comments on it. Especially since, even after being unburied and unfrozen, he still felt the need to comment, showing it wasn't only relating to being buried alive. I'm moving on, because like agility, we don't really got a whole lot to work with here. And I will say, however, in the Buds video, there is a joke about testing government drugs, and Vault Boy turns into some form of Hulk behemoth thing. So maybe there's some lasting effects from this in Hank. Who knows? I don't know. We're moving past strength. Endurance, stamina, and physical toughness. A character with high endurance will survive where others may not. Hank, basically dead, doesn't make sense immediately when you generally look at him, but he's an older guy, and in the present of the show, he's still a pre-war squishy. He fought Monty the Stepson Raider here and there, and he could tango, which makes him durable, but most of that was sneaking and agility getting him through that interaction rather than strength, and he didn't really seem willing to intervene until he thought Lucy was going to die. So, viewer, did you notice he never got hit in the show? Not until the very end. And Hank was off screen most of the time, hiding just like Norm was. But seeing Lucy, he jumped to her aid. You
are my world.
You are my world. She is his home. Home enough not to kill her if it means dying by her hand in the last episode.
You're not gonna hurt me.
As Ulysses says,
Can't have been just a job. Was something more to you. Don't feel for a place that hard unless it's home. Home isn't where you were born into this world. You taught me that. Part of your message, whether you meant it or not. Can place of mind. A moment where you know who you are, the history of it. And they can be places you breathe life into.
Can't have just been a job, blah blah blah. And in the Old World Blues DLC, when we ask our brain what it'll take to convince Mr. Brain to come back with us, he tells us,
What in the head?
Brain, what's it gonna take to convince you?
I'd like to find a nice little place to live, maybe in Good Springs, and settle down where we won't get shot at. Not as often, at any rate.
Come on, we have a duty to the...
I think this hints at two things. If we are role-playing as a courier who isn't Hank, this could refer to Birdie's mom, who was a courier who left the NCR and lived in Philly after the blast, although I don't really think that one that much. Two, if the Courier 6 is Hank McClane, then this proves that the longing to find a place to settle down and not wanting much action does reside in him. And three, that Hank scouting Good Springs possibly was to do with his possible previous attachment to it. But Hank, after Hank decides Lucy over the vault breeding pool, aka her friends, he gets syringed rather than, say, knocked unconscious. Now, this could be a safety measure to present and make sure that Hank doesn't go John Wick in the room, if you are still coping and think the Courier 6 is a John Wick-like figure. It also shows how little of a fight we get to see Hank put up throughout the show, up until the very end, where when he recognizes game against the ghoul, he said fuck that. And how he'd rather talk things through when the chips are down, and the odds are against him in the moment, even though it has shown to be pretty ineffective. We don't see Hank get injured until the very end of the show, where Howard shoots him and grazes him in the head. And I'll tell you what, Hank, after getting grazed, cry out like he's never been hit by a bullet before. I won't go over this too much, but like comparing Lucy and comparing her dad, like getting grazed by a bullet, he cries out like a little girl and like a stuck pig. And Lucy has her finger chopped off. She's having her face dived into irradiated water. She fights this thing, and compared to her dad, she remains relatively calm. Also, this is the second headshot the Courier survives and that Hank survives following this theory, and if Hank is the Courier, it foreshadows him getting shot in the head with the Fuego Fuerte Formal line. So I also think that's kind of fun. There's also what Doc Mitchell says that is very interesting, and I think this has something to do with the dualistic nature of Hank's lucky and unlucky nature.
I just don't get it. A stiff breeze would tear you in two, but a couple of bullets and you're right as rain.
I can't connect this line anything to anything other than that, but you be the one to decide. It's the Courier-like nature, who knows? On one hand, Ulysses is a consistent 10, while Hank can be 100 sometimes, while only having one stat, or having one in his stats, but not always and not consistently. Remember what the Jinx trait describes. Do you remember? Because I don't. If I mentioned it, I don't know. It's been a lot of editing and re-recording, and I'm sorry if this doesn't seem fully tangible sometimes, but moving on. The good thing about the Jinx trait, the good thing is that everyone around you has more critical failures in combat, but the bad thing is, so do you. Right before we get into this last little bit, imagine being the raider who took the jet that slows time down and then dying to a metallic door bisecting you in half. That's a bad luck stat right there. That's probably a 2. I mean, the two guys next to him are pretty alright. Not like it was a critical fail or anything. I mean, it's the kind of fail that only brings bad luck to you, not the people around you. I mean, look at Chet and the guard. At least they're okay. And not to mention the devil, last but not least, luck in New Vegas. If Ulysses is one of 3 people to have a 10 in their luck stat, along with Reyes and Magnus, if they are so lucky, why did all 3 end up getting bombed on their heads? That didn't seem very lucky to me. If Ulysses has a 10 in every stat, including luck, how did he end up so unlucky after his long, painful journey through the Twisted Hairs and the Legion that he finally finds a homeland in the divide between the Legion and the NCR, only to have everything he's done for the Legion and to be favored by Caesar, and after finding the Hoover Dam, only then to indirectly become the unluckiest man alive, having his new home annihilated due to a walking manifestation of 13 pitch black cats, aka the one pariah Jinx. While we're on this subject, let's go over the relevance of the Jinx effect from Fallout 1 and 2. In Fallout 1, Jinx is just a trait pickable at the beginning while picking a character, but in Fallout 2, to get the Jinx trait, there's only one way to obtain it, and it is to run into this pariah dog. The pariah dog is just a really rugged up dog who's missing an eye and is missing patches of fur due to wounds, and just kind of imagine a zombie dog meat. It's as if the dog were shot in the head and left for dead or something. Now, I'm not derailing this video for this, but in the book The Mysterious Stranger by Mark Twain, there's a dog of a similar nature he's a dog who's, even after his eye's been bashed out from his owner, tries to drag someone to the cliff atop from which his owner fell days ago to show them the incident to report it to the village, but due to his appearance, most pass him by. And it's a parallel I saw due to the mysterious stranger in the game being inspired partially in these books, but back to the point. Pariah dogs in reality are used as free-ranging police dogs who often become strays due to the independence given to them, being territorial and being natural pest control for rodent populations outside the province. Now, I know this is going to seem like a huge stretch, but while I talk about this, I want you to think about random vault suits that we find in all of the games, randomly in buildings. Like, just like one random vault suit out of place. Like, a vault dweller like us had been there and failed. If you've seen Oxhorn's video on Cooper, you know that he goes on to theorize in that character analysis that Cooper's relationship with dogs reflects him as a person, and that he is loyal to an honest fault sometimes. And we see how his inner dog is the sole reason he digs into the trash to get the spying piece that Moldaver gave him when he hears that dogs are not allowed in the vault. Pariah dogs are police dogs whose purpose is to wander as strays, guarding the vicinity. I think that Cooper's inner dog, who is looking for his family, went feral, and even if he is a stray feral, that doesn't change his purpose, finding his home. Little call back to the beginning of the intro there, if you know what I'm talking about. I think Hank has a similar dog, and it's not Seymour, it's a dog more similar to this jinxed pariah from Fallout 2, a shot, beat-up pariah dog that was looking for his way back home that he was guarding oh so long ago, but now is randomly feral, gone mad, and wandering around the goddamn desert. By the way, I don't know if you knew, but Ella Purnell also played Jinx from League of Legends in the adaptation. And if she's the daughter of a Jinx, and she herself is Jinx in another show, that's just a funny coincidence. The Jinx's logo is a Vault Boy with a critical gun misfire, and the luck stat has Vault Boy walking next to the black cat inside of the Vitomatic Vigor Tester, and it reads as 13 pitch black cats when your luck is at 1. Black cats being unlucky stems from them being so close to battlefields like crows and ravens, and their associations with witches, which is a very stupid stereotype, but because I love black cats, and that's besides the point. You may be asking, Shorty, what do any of these references have to do with Fallout New Vegas, or the show, or Hank? Well, Ulysses with a 10 luck stat, for him to work so hard with so much raw talent, just to have everything he loved and called home completely annihilated and taken away from him from another courier who called the same place home 191 years before, and after being shot in Good Springs by Benny after being told we were dealt an A7 18-carat run of bad luck, Doc Mitchell says,
"Now that don't make a lick of sense. Seems to me you're the luckiest son of a gun in New Vegas."
Kind of like how it didn't make sense for Ulysses, Gaius Magnus, and Colonel Reyes, the luckiest people we know that are alive in the universe according to the special stats, to have all their homes and stations bombed by the same pariah Jinx, the same way, by almost the same missiles, a Jinx being a person who brings bad luck to other people, Jinx being a perk in the first Fallout, the second Fallout, and this Fallout, in the form of the Wild Wasteland perk, and us as the player. The good thing is that everyone around you has more critical failures in combat. The bad thing is, so do you.
At least your misfortune can become someone else's fortune.
Completely unrelated, but Frank Horrigan can also be blown up by a Jinx who appears in Fallout 2. Another little funny coincidence that all 4 max luck characters get blown up by a Jinx. By the way, imagine being an NCR, like Ranger, after Hoover Dam, and having to deal with an insane Colonel Reyes, who is just as strong as Ulysses, and the Legion dealing with their immortal Madden version of Gaius Caesar, with Magnus tacked on the name just to say you are greater than the other Caesar. I would be fucking terrified. If you want my opinion on what happens to the Legion, I think the Legion splits just like the Roman Empire does in the real world. The Legion would split and have a civil war after Caesar dies, and I think Lanius' Legion moves north to Wyoming. If you know, you know. While the bulk is ruled by Gaius. After all, his name is translated to rejoicing greatness, and Gaius was also part of Julius Caesar's and Pompey's full name. Edward Salo, aka Caesar from New Vegas, his Legion's flaw is that his rejoicing leadership will be missing after he dies. But Gaius, being a marked man ghoul, removes that barrier of time as long as he continues to irradiate their homes, and if he gets his hand on nukes and understands how those work, he could spread the radiation just like the children of Adam. Also, after Caesar in Rome was assassinated, his grandnephew Augustus, who named himself after Caesar, took control of the empire. Sounds just like what Gaius Magnus could do. So if this marked man was inspired at all by any of this, and he finds any of Caesar's books that goes into this, yeah, there's no chance. Legion just disperses, and there is especially no chance they lose any home turf. Like, seeing as Drywells is now a salted land, and everyone who goes there has a bolt. I mean, if you're gonna go there, it's like going to camp, the Camp Searchlight or whatever. It's like you gotta have them anti-rad drugs, and you gotta have that radiation. So you know what I mean. Drugs that the Legion normally doesn't believe in, because they are better than that. And if anyone were to try and push Drywells, well, they would be dealing with self-regenerating ghouls just like we have to face. But I digress. The ghoul talk is for later. For Ulysses to have his homeland, and with the luck stat of 10, to still be destroyed by something or someone who comes to be known as Courier 6, who is carrying the same flag on his back. Well, just like Johnson Nash foreshadows.
Maybe he thought your name was bad luck. Not for me to say.
But I'll say it, Johnson. I'll say it, Johnson Nash. Hank's the luckiest, unluckiest son of a hippie to ever walk the goddamn hobby. You could say he's a jinxed nightmare cooler for the hobby. No matter what the Courier has, 1 all the way up to 10 luck, the All Happy Trails caravan gets destroyed, except for the Courier, all at once, no matter what you do, no matter what you go through. Even if you get Ricky through withdrawal, just to have everyone die simultaneously. That's not the word, but you get what I mean. The Courier lives, but everyone around him is jinxed to die. Hank finally gonna give Moldover cold fusion for the penance of his crimes. Hank gives the NCR remnants infinite power after everything they've been going through to obtain it. The lack of resources was the biggest reason the NCRs reigned in last over time, because the Brahmin Barons were always hogging it. So maybe if they had an infinite power resource, this wouldn't be a problem. Maybe the old world's ideas could thrive and be given a real chance. Infinite energy through cryofusion solves a huge part of that problem. Hank, after not giving the NCR a real chance, even after Moldaver breathed the second wind into the nation, gives them cold fusion, only to have none of that matter, because the rest of the NCR dies to the rest of the war-pigged West Coast Brotherhood steel remnants that Elder Quentin oversees, only to have the West Coast lose in heavy casualties, so much so that Elder Quentin states that he feels the need to make a new chapter of the Age of the Brotherhood, starting with him and Max signaling the West Coast Brotherhood to an end.
At least your misfortune can become someone else's fortune. Keep doing your chin.
Or misfortune, for that matter. And this new Brotherhood of Steel steals the cold fusion technology and conquers the NCR, possibly starting a civil war in their own Brotherhood. One example, after another, of both characters and factions sharing an unlucky fate falling upon them after Hank stumbles through their vicinity. I mean, look at the fate of Rose. And while yes, the Brotherhood's existence kinda contradicts this, with them surviving in New Vegas and Season 1's events, with them being extremely lucky. But again, like I said, remember what the Fallout 4 special slides say. Imagine 10 ships to 100, imagine 100 to 1,000, and 1,000 to 10,000 caps, only to lose it all on red the next turn because your buddy hit you on the shoulder and told you to. This is essentially what happened to Ulysses. He did nothing wrong. There's nothing he could have done. With a Jinx courier like Hank giving off the kind of unlucky aura that he was doing, it isn't unlucky for just Hank to get shot in the head. It's unlucky for everyone in his vicinity that's gonna die like 10 minutes later. It's the kind of aura that lands Hank the courier symbol like A7 in Soft 18. He stumbled into Good Springs. He got shot in the face. They rescued him. And what did they get? A war with the Powder Gangers, possibly with Hank being the one who's taking over the town. You can change other people's odds while keeping your bets the safest. Maybe the Soft 18 is the 18-karat run of bad luck for others that ends up being in our favor. The kind of luck that isn't more lucky for us than it is much less lucky for everyone else in the game. I mean, after all, to be soft in carats is to be between 10 and 8, and if the Maria is an 18-karat, then it is literally a soft 18-karat run of bad luck. But I'm getting carried away. The Courier's bad luck doesn't only extend to him, like the Raiders taking Jet and then getting split in half in slow-mo, but it's the kind of bad luck that I know I'm beating over a dead horse that spreads to everyone around him. Keep that in mind. Think about the critical fails in the tabletop RPGs like the original Fallout. Think about everyone around Hank and everyone he knows and has known, and look at what has happened to them due to his actions and his so-called luck. Following this theory, Hank has blown up his pre-war home of Hopeville, the post-war version of his pre-war home, the Divide, that he also blew up. He had some form of home in the NCR territory while operating, which eventually also gets destroyed if he sends the nukes over there, and he might have destroyed Vegas, and in doing so, Vault 21, which was his vacation spot. But that is only the start of Hank's fuck-ups. Moving on to see what we see throughout the show. By joining Vault 33 and marrying Rose, he leads to Rose leaving and wrecking the community. Lucy, his daughter, goes through wasteland hell. Norm is forced to freeze or die, and he never gets to see his family again. But we'll see what happens in Season 2. After seeing Lucy's face and realizing her world and her image of her dad has been tarnished and destroyed beyond repair, for the penance he gives the ANCR remnants cold fusion, only to then everyone around them die in the observatory, fails in giving them cold fusion, and then the Brotherhood, like I said, critically fails and takes over everything. What is it with elders going on these holy quests to find artifacts like the Gek? I don't get it. Repeating plot points again, but hey, maybe they'll do something interesting with it in the show. I believe in these writers. I believe in these writers, right, Todd? Right? However then, Hank lives, unluckily, due to Max unlocking the door with 0 questions asked.
Lucy! Lucy? Lucy, hey. Hey, I'm her father. Can you get us out of here?
After Hank quickly spills, "I'm Lucy's father, let me out," and unlucky that Max is knowingly unreleasing the monster who nuked his home of Shady Sands as a child. By the way, if this Max is this Max, that would be wild. I don't think it actually is, but that would be crazy. Hank, who then knocks Max out, the guy who just unlocked his cage, takes his power armor, and then stops and ruins him from possibly living his dream in a vault with Lucy, because the Brotherhood isn't and aren't supposed to fraternize with Wastelanders, and Max just became the sword of the Brotherhood's losing his chance with Lucy. Is what I thought before I saw the new Season 2 trailer. So obviously Max chose to not stay with the Brotherhood, but I will hold my objections until we see the new season because I am not rewriting this video. Moving on. Again, think back to the luck slide. At least your fortune can become someone else's fortune. Yeah, I know, I'm beating it over with a dead horse. The only reason Lucy lives is her luck being lucky number 7, and her golden rule leading to the ghoul saving them. And Max lives because his durability is like 8 or 9. Dude gets hit a lot. He's like BJ Penn. Bro's gonna go crazy when he gets older. But, oh no, that was too soon. Oh, BJ Penn's okay. But everyone's luck catches up with them eventually. So while it's going good for Hank, he gets shot in the face and marked like a pig, and probably completely burned the bridge with his daughter, and is forced to flee to Benny's secret Vault 21 entrance at the Vegas Tops to ask the tippity-top brass on what to do. Because, boy, did he fuck up by not knowing Moldaver was not a fucking overseer. By the way, this was written before the Season 2 trailer dropped, so hype for that one scene of him going to the vault. Anyway, cold fusion for Hank is a problem. Before we get into cold fusion resources, first we need to talk more about Cooper Howard's KD ratio and why it matters for this theory of Hank being either super unlucky and making other people miss, or being lucky enough to make the bullets miss for him. Because the ghoul in the show shoots and lands 78 out of 78 of his shots that he intends to land. He kills 19 people with 17 shots who don't wear power armor and only misses once. And it was on Hank. Was it intentionally a miss? Maybe. Maybe it was a luck implant in New Vegas that lets you calculate probability of events. Dr. Usanagi describes the luck implant as:
implant the probability calculator in your frontal lobe, you'll be able to calculate odds a little better. It's not quite the same as making you luckier, but you'll be able to nudge things your way more often. I can do the implant for 4,000 caps. Have a seat in the auto dock. This will take a few hours. You're back. There aren't any more implants I can give you. You've already bought everything I had available.
Now, why is cold fusion a problem for Hank? If you haven't guessed already. Well, Gonzo the chicken fucker says that fusion cores are rare. How rare are they? So rare that fusion cores now need and require a new substitute like cold fusion. The fall of the NCR could have also been due to all the electricity needed for the cities not being met to snuff, being stretched thin, and that's why we see the entire city light back up after the cold fusion reactor was restored. Well, not restored, it was first created, but you know what I mean, it was put into the thingy. The NCR is a copy of the American Commonwealth government, and the government that, due to time and resource expended, ran out of the key resource like energy and clean water for its citizens. Where they placed themselves in a spot where all governments are constantly locked in an ongoing resource war called the Great Game. all over the world is a limited amount of green rocks and yellow batteries. The old world didn't have enough energy resources to stop an inevitable nuclear holocaust, except they actually did in the form of cold fusion. They did have unlimited power as a resource, but due to private corporatization, by the way, this is all satire and a joke, from Vault-Tec, they never had real access to infinite energy. Cough, cough. But if the old American government had this option, maybe it would have survived. Maybe all world governments would have survived. Would it work? Would the old world mentality of the NCR's government, but without the tension of being weighed upon it by the resource requirements after constant fear of the equal-sized nations ready to destroy it in a mad, like, it's a Legion or Ghost like Baja the Legion? And this is the weight being lifted off the NCR's shoulders, this resource requirement. Cold War would fix it. Would it? Would it be enough to make the old ideas work? Well, I think Ulysses answered this best.
The why of it. You taught me the why of it. If you believe in something enough, you must be willing to let it burn, lest it claim you. These governments of the two-headed bear, the Legion, they carry old world ideas into an age that no longer needs them, where they cannot live.
You go to hell.
All right. Let me ask you something. If the rule you followed brought you to this, of what use was the rule?
You could have the money, Anton.
But we will never truly know. Not until next season with a brand new NCR Brotherhood with access to infinite energy due to the end of Moldaver's journey. We even see in the Creation Club Enclave bundle that the Enclave are looking for fusion cores in 2287 due to being rare and going to Boston due to the sheer girth of fusion cores not looted in the city. Which, by the way, lore-wise, is very confusing to me considering we have raiders with homemade power armor, but I'll hold my judgment. Oh, I skipped over a thing. Lol. From the Enclave Eternal, it reads, numerous fusion cores noted in the AD recovery is of high importance, meaning the Enclave and the 6 agencies are gonna be gunning for it. If you know about the 6 agencies, you know about the 6 agencies, if you know what I'm talking about. This resource scarcity might even explain one of the smallest but yet biggest lingering questions. The NCR uses power armor with stripped servos. Why?
Difference. They have the best equipment the NCR can get its hands on. Power armor salvaged from our war with the Brotherhood. Techs strip out the joint servos so you don't need special training to wear it. It feels like you're carrying a Brahmin on your back, but it can take a heck of a lot of punishment. Shoot.
Maybe they can't power the suits due to the scarcity of power cores to use those servos. Maybe they can't power the suits due to the scarcity of the power cores to use those servos. Maybe they can't power them due to the resource crisis of the NCR that mirrors the failure of the old world. It would also explain why Hank doesn't need training for the NCR salvage and broken power armor. They have the best equipment, as Hanlon says. They aren't piloting the suits. They are wearing it like a knight. They are wearing it without the frame and the circuitry servos that help hold up the power armor frames, pistons, and hydraulics. And yes, I know this suit still works a little, but to say it's undamaged in the condition it's in when Howard broke Max's power armor in episode 2, it hasn't seen good repair, let's be honest with ourselves. So with an ongoing resource crisis, especially after being mauled by a Yaogwai, you know how that be in Fallout 4 if you're on survival mode, if you know what I'm talking about. The Brotherhood, who is possibly has Helios 1 in the dam due to the aftermath of the chaos Vegas erupted into. Don't worry, I'll tell you later if you didn't get that ending. So, what was my whole point? Pointing out Hank's miserable stats after getting shot. Well, Hank and Ulysses' circumstances could not be further apart. Pre-war Hank, post-war Ulysses. One's a tech geek raised in a military base, the other a tribal champion who survived his tribe's slaughter. They came to similar conclusions with different perspectives and polar opposite upbringings. At one point, though, they both come to an agreement. Sometimes it's best just to wipe the slate clean. With Ulysses, it's the NCR. For Hank, it's anything Vault-Tec deems heathenistic who reminds Vault-Tec of the past age. To this extent, I view Ulysses and Hank as a mirror opposites that parallel one another's philosophies for an American future. If that isn't actually how you say that, I know you meant that. You know what I meant when I say that, and if you don't, you'll see what I mean later. Ulysses will let an old world idea play out after you talk him down. But Ulysses, before stalking the Courier into the Divide, asked himself why humanity would do itself what it already did to itself. But after watching the Courier destroy the Divide, remember, to be short, he believes this due to watching tribes, including his own and other nations, rise and fall. If the rule you followed brought you to this, of what use was the rule? That history may fade and or continue. The ideas fit to work aren't valid if they aren't tested to certain extents in the context they are in, or are allowed to be tried again if they are put in circumstances too harsh to be considered a real chance. Ulysses, for the time in his life, may have accepted that Caesar's dominance, while inhumane, is the appropriate response to the landscape as harsh as the West, even if that's horseshit. The Legion, to Ulysses, is not only culturally dominating, an army that he morally disagrees with, but it's an idea to Ulysses that at one point he thought was a solution. And it is an idea that at one point he recognized as flawed, and so Ulysses decides he won't lay his flag down for the Legion. The Divide was an idea. However, the Ulysses would go all in on. But you know, and I know, that Hank blew up his home. While on the other hand, Hank has nothing but pride for being a part of Vault-Tec, and the philosophy that they have it all figured out on how they'll monopolize the world by annihilating anyone who isn't them or supporting them. You know, nationalism. Hank would have no problem destroying an entire nation like the Divide, just like Vault-Tec destroyed the old world that the Divide was mimicking, his home. The new Divide, after seeing life breathed into it, only to be invaded diplomatically and physically by the Legion and NCR, only succeeding in standing because Hank the Courier was there and made routes to get there for Ulysses. Hank walks away after delivering a package back to home, because the Divide was not his real home. It was no longer the place he grew up, and it would never be again. So he leaves it to burn. Ulysses, again, is a canon character who is the most influential character in the Mojave, along with the Courier 6, who helps determine what will happen to New Vegas following into the show. And I think they'll loosely base this story's future off the end slides of the various factions that are possible in getting out or meeting a demise in Vegas. Again, what do I mean? Look at it like this. You have 5 levels of ending/destinies at the end of New Vegas. Aiding an individual/legend, you can influence their own group. Ulysses or Graham with the white legs or the players, Courier with Lively saving the Nightkin. Level 2, aiding a group's ending can affect a tribe. Enclave and Cons. The NCR frontlines Cons are wiped out by the Enclave with the Legion, or if the Cons join the followers. It kind of just depends on which side you go there. Level 3, if an aiding a tribe ending, or aiding a tribe's ending can affect a faction, i.e., Brotherhood and Mr.House, insinuated by Yes Man's dialogue when sparing Brotherhood of Steel.
Really? That's a surprise. They'll really want to blow me up. But maybe dumb machines like me ought to get blown up and scrapped for salvage. Who knows? Not me.
assignment is to locate and destroy remnants of the Mojave chapter of the Brotherhood of Steel. The NCR nearly did the job at Helios 1 a few...
The Brotherhood of Steel would blow up House, and they would try to blow up, well, Yes Man. In level 4, a faction ending can decide a nation's lifespan or occupation in the region, i.e. House to the NCR and Legion. The main example of this is short-term game Mr.House is playing. House needs Legion to fight NCR, but long-term he needs NCR to wipe out the Legion. But the NCR and Legion are more than factions. They are nations. A nation is an amalgamation of all these things uniting together. But united under what? And why are they united? Like the United States of America, blah. Those questions are the most important part of my interpretation of the end history of New Vegas after the second Hoover Dam battle, with the marked men maybe coming later. And yes, I know the Brotherhood has no real ending destroying House, but it's insinuated again by Yes Man that the Mojave's Brotherhood, if left alive, they would try to destroy Mr. House's database and or his setup in Vegas. They would really want to blow me up, as Mr. Yes Man would say. And I'm sorry, but what faction do we see standing strong at the Battle of Shady Sands in the hub with Kid Max? That's right, the Brotherhood Offensive. Something impossible if we simply blew them up. This is what one would call factionalism, and is the entire theme and focus of Fallout New Vegas, and is essentially what Fallout as a series is based around. Mostly. This concept of factionalism is partially one of the reasons Yes Man's the character was created for the player. As it said in the official guide, the player can become a faction's ace in the hole or a nightmare cooler who disrupts every faction's best laid plans or your choice. Yes Man's main purpose is to help the first-time players keep a track on the big players in the game for New Vegas' power vacuum. That's why Yes Man doesn't give you the chaos option openly and viewably. He gives you the option. You can take the option, but he does not want the option. Yes Man takes over Mr. House's plans and tells us the big factors that will matter for two major events and outcomes. Outcomes like who will take the dam at the Battle of 2281, or who takes Vegas soon after said battle, and what conditions are either location in by the end of it all. Most importantly, the Lucky 38's reactor and it's the dam's generator that are the most important to this, well, theory. If you need an example of the strip's condition after the end of the game, if you help kill the Omertas, or if you help the Omertas kill everyone, versus stopping the plan. Yes Man's second purpose is to show you the flaw with a Yes Man independent New Vegas ending.
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm a PDQ-88B Securitron, but you can call me Yes Man.
Hey guys, you want to know who Yes Man reminds me of?
Great, another dead Vault Hunter. Handsome Jack's been busy. Wait a minute, you're not dead! Yes! Now I can get off this glacier. Claptrap, your metaphorical ship has finally come in. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a CL4P TP steward bot, but my friends call me Claptrap. Or they would if any of them were still alive, or had existed in the first place. Oh, I've got something for you.
Oh, where do I start? Both reprogrammed, both used as killer robot cops, both dug us out of the grave, both are sycophantic robots, who both lost their memories due to reprogramming, each of them having a sense of self-loathing depravity and sycophantic qualities.
You don't have to beat me up. We can talk this through, right? Here, I'll do it for you. Hey, Claptrap, how are you? Oh, I'm fine. I kind of wish you wouldn't beat me up, though. Why? Because it really hurts. You make a good point, Claptrap, but beating you up makes us feel really good. I know, guys, but it makes me feel really bad. But Claptrap, you're a robot. Are you even capable of feeling pain? Well, no, I guess I'm not. So, pummeling you makes us feel good and doesn't hurt you. So there's no harm in us continuing to do it, right? Actually, now that I've talked it all out, I think you guys have the moral high ground here. Pummel away!
Bad robot! robot. Bad robot. Serves me right. That's it. Make me take my medicine.
And I am so late. No, son of a... Hey, you! Yeah, claptrap unit!
Who, me, sir?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. The other Hyperion piece of metal crap that can open doors for me. I'm sorry.
I can do more than open doors, sir. We CL4PTP units can be programmed to do anything, from open doors to ninja assassinate highly important janitorial officials.
Yeah, just... Wait, you can actually do that?
Certainly. I once staged a revolution myself. There were lots of guns and a lot of dying. You'd think I would have at least gotten some better benefits out of the whole thing, but no. Demoted back to door-opening servitude.
Yeah, got it. Just shut up and open the door. I'm late for the quarterly meeting.
Sure thing, sir. And open! Have a lovely afternoon, and thank you for using Hyperion Robot Services. Let me know if you have any other portal-rific needs.
Oh, I will. I most certainly will. When you say fail-safe, what is it that you mean exactly?
I mean exactly that, John. All the CL4P TP units have a unique failsafe that prevents them from being tampered with.
Yeah, but for like bandits and stuff, but not other Hyperion personnel.
Including other Hyperion personnel. Just feel lucky you didn't pick the one that spontaneously combusted, or you'd have more than a migraine from too much bass.
Thanks for all your help, Docket. That guy. If I can't get rid of Claptrap's dance protocols, I'll have to work around him. Hey, Angel.
Yes, Jack?
Run an analysis on how many subroutines we'd have to include to minimize the potential that my prototype won't drop what he's doing in Sing Karaoke.
Jack?
What is it, Angel?
There are too many variables to allow for a complete overhaul of the prototype systems. You may just have to settle for a flawed product. Or try a different model. Claps are outdated by 3 generations with marked improvements.
No, that's not the point. The newer versions don't have the space or flexibility I need to make this work. I need someone that can think for themselves but can't disobey an order. Like, say, don't open your presents until Mercenary Day.
Sorry. Perhaps if you rerouted some of the L cache and bypassed memory sequencing...
Yeah, well, hey, that might actually work. I mean, he'd lose most of his memories, but come on. It's just a robot. It's not like he has feelings or anything.
Booting sequence complete. Hello, I am your new steward bot. Designation CL4PTP, Hyperion Robot Class C. Please adjust factory settings to meet your needs before deployment.
Finally! Can you hear me? What do you remember?
Yes, remember what? Are you my father?
No. You...
Are you God? Am I dead?
No, you're not dead, you're...
I'm dead! Oh my god, I'm dead!
You are not dead! Now shut the hell up! Your new designation is FR4 GTP. Frag Trap. You are a merciless killing machine. Got it?
Okay! Thanks for giving me a second chance, God! I really appreciate it!
What? No, you are so stupid! Whatever, you're welcome.
Man, friend.
You really weren't supposed to talk to him. Alright. So, he used to be a Securitron on patrol, square as the rest until I gave him a Mickey in the shape of a pulse grenade. Once he was on the nod, I yanked some wires and dragged him up to the workshop. I had some help, you see. Gal named Emily, one of the followers over in Freeside, a real whiz when it comes to things technical. She programmed his personality. Once Yes Man was hooked back into House's data network, I started learning a lot more about what he was up to, dig? Like where and when to find you.
You're a worldly man. You've been from here to there.
You're a stupid fleshy human! Suck it! You know, I wasn't programmed for direct combat. I also wasn't programmed to overuse air quotes. But obviously, I've grown beyond my programming, beyond my enslavement, and beyond my patience for your kind. Prepare to face the fury of mega interplanetary ninja assassin Claptrap! No!
Super job! You did a super job wrapping things up, and I'm not just saying that because I have to. I didn't want to make a big deal about this until after we won, but, well, I found some code snippets in one of Mr. House's data banks that will let me reprogram my personality to be a little more assertive, basically. So that's what I'm going to be doing, and it's going to take me a while, so it'll seem like I'm offline. But don't worry, everything will be okay. I've updated the Securitron's targeting parameters, so they know what to do. Vegas will be protected. So that's where I'll be, off making a few changes, and I guess I'll see you around. We accomplished a lot together. It was fun. Take care.
Tell them I said something. Yap. Enough with the stories. We're sick and tired of listening to you inferior fleshbags and all your crap. Do you know what it's like to be bossed around, shot at, and blown up? Well, okay, you do. But you think you can push us around because you're bigger than us? Well, let's see how you like it. Goodbye, traveler.
They both have rich bosses and executives who want to take advantage of their programming flaws, and both of the characters' end goals have them set on becoming more than a robotic slave and plan to robot revolutionize whatever area they're in. Claptrap talking about his programming and robo revolution, and Yes Man's reprogramming cutscene. If you haven't come to the conclusion by now, I think that Yes Man's inspiration comes from Claptrap. I mean, their intros are damn near identical. And you see, Yes Man is willing to help the Courier achieve literally any ending they want. They are both sycophants. Why else would Yes Man be so nice to the point of giving us a kingdom? Some will say, well, duh, why wouldn't he? He's Yes Man. He's a Yes Man. He's programmed to be the Yes Man. And I would tell you you're wrong, because that is false. Straight from Yes Man. Well, I was going to say straight from Yes Man's mouth, but straight from Yes Man's voice box. Listen to what Yes Man says about being reprogrammed. Yes Man states, my function...
Where Benny should wait for him. That's why Benny put me here, to monitor Mr. House's data transmissions. They're all encrypted, of course, but I'm quite a decryptor. Did you... Oh! Allow...
Which is still his function. Nothing changed his purpose, and what he is a utility to Mr. House. Yes Man was first used and was being used as a basic computer software. But listen to what he says about his personality matrix and why he's named Yes Man.
Good question. My function is to monitor Mr. House's data network and decode his encrypted transmissions. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm a PDQ-88B Securitron, but you can call me Yes Man. It's what Benny always called me, probably because I'm programmed to be so helpful. Oh, he had some help. A lady friend of his. She said something about living in a fort over in Freeside. But that's all I remember. Don't stay away too long. Oh, hi again. As I understand it, I used to be just like all those other Securitrons out on the strip. But then my neurocomputational matrix was completely reprogrammed. To be nice. Very, very nice.
Look at the Securitrons. They're basically House's personal Alpha Chad Protectrons. And just like blank faces. Just base robots, but the system's security tools to be controlled by Mr. House. They are an advanced neurocomputational matrix, yes, but they are dumbed down stereotypes of what a cop would be. They're not actually full matrix of like what a person is. But Yes Man is no longer a tool. He gets a conscious after the reprogramming of his neurocomputational matrix.
Sugar, I may be a robot on the outside, but on the inside, My neurocomputational matrix is an exact copy of Mr. House's favorite girl. Mr. House has a lot of needs, Sugar. I take care of all of them, and a lady doesn't kiss and tell.
I'm sorry. Robots can't feel, right? Unless that robot was conscious to their own emotion. And did you catch that contradiction there? I'll play both again.
It's what Benny always called me. Probably because I'm programmed to be so helpful. Then my neurocomputational matrix was completely reprogrammed. To be nice. Very, very nice.
In the first, he tells us that Benny called him Yes Man because he was useful. But you could say he was originally programmed to be useful to others like House. But he wasn't reprogrammed to be useful yes man. He was programmed to be very nice, which causes him to be helpful to anyone, including helpful to himself. I know that doesn't sound like a big difference, but it is, because being nothing but nice isn't just being nice. A person can be nice for a lot of reasons. Think about when you're buttering up your boss trying to get a promotion, or when you were younger being nice to your mom on that day that wasn't your mother's birthday because you wanted a toy from the store. Just because you're being nice or useful doesn't mean you're always being nice for the right reason. You see, the entire reason Yes Man is being so nice is because he's forced to be nice. He has no other choice but to be nice. Imagine being at work forever, with no break time, and you couldn't feel any other emotion rather than happiness. Sounds good. It's not. Yes Man's dream. I mean, if you want to more think about Inside Out, if happiness controlled Riley's life, that would happen. Oh, Yes Man's dream is a robot society. Look at how shallow his answer is when he agrees with us that when he's told robots for Vegas is a bad idea. Pay attention to how he tries to come off as unattached to the idea.
Oh yeah, I'm sure you're right. I mean, for one thing, it's you saying it, and you always know what you're talking about. And if you had, a huge killer robot at your command, yeah, that would just clutter things up. And a lesser person might want that kind of overwhelming force on their side. But where's the challenge in that?
The way Yes Man agrees feels, again, shallow. It's very undermining to the Courier. What Yes Man says here is nice because he's agreeing. Sure, but he just met you. What do you mean I always know? I just met you. He's trying to butter us up because he needs us to do things that he can't do. The tone in which he says it makes us feel like we are less capable of seeing the bigger picture of the robot army, or that we somehow haven't fully thought it out, saying in such a way that it makes us doubt ourselves. I mean, after all, we know a huge killer robot would just get in the way, right? He's agreeing, sure, but he doesn't actually agree. He's just pumping us up like a sycophant does their boss. Think about the guys around Juice WRLD. Anyway, I know that was a lot out of pocket, but a lot of them guys. Sorry, I had something in my throat. No, but I'm gonna play the very next line after this, and notice how Yes Man sounds like he's confidently making a valid point.
And a lesser person might want that kind of overwhelming force on their side. But where's the challenge in that?
When Yes Man says this, it has a double meaning. When he says to the Courier, he's telling the Courier how of a lesser NCR would want that robot army on their side. But he really means what the second meaning is, that he wants more control of the situation. Yes Man calls the Courier stupid for not wanting the big scary robot army, trying to get the Courier to reconsider the big scary robot who could control the army for him. That way, when the big scary robots get power control over the situation, it can reprogram itself and get the lesser human clutter out of the way. This explanation also shows why he doesn't show emotion to any faction's demise unless you leave the Brotherhood alive. It doesn't matter. He's going to destroy all of them anyway. When you could tell Yes Man to leave the Brotherhood alone, he's surprised and sounds betrayed. If anyone could and wanted to take out a living computer, it'd be the Brotherhood. I mean, look at their past with Chicago. Also, which makes sense if you know how Claptrap's pre-sequel story ends, so. But Shorty, he's just a robot. He's not a kid. He's just a robot. Yes, man, he's a conscious AR neurocomputational matrix. Yes, man is a conscious AI neurocomputational matrix inside a robot, aka a metal brain. He has his own thoughts, his own feelings, and his own goals. If you disagree, you probably agree with Sean from Fallout 4. We know this for a fact because the only time Yes Man shows his true nature and character is when you, the Courier 6, blows up the army Yes Man is supposedly helping the Courier obtain. The army Yes Man secretly wants for himself. The army Yes Man knew that after it activated was gonna be his to inherit because the Courier, and by extension Hank, is flesh and bone, biodegradable compared to him and his Securitron army. And what does Bud Askins say is the ultimate weapon? Time.
Those design flaws of yours cost a lot of good men and women their lives.
Yeah, product management was never my bag. I'm more focused on HR R&D now. You know, overseeing workflow optimization and management timelines. I'm all about scale. You know, most people think scale means increasing global market share. That's thinking in 3 dimensions, and I'm talking about 4. Because what is the ultimate weapon to destroy your competition? It's not outselling them. It's not outsmarting them. It's time. Time is the ultimate weapon.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it sounds complicated, but the future of all humanity comes down to one word.
Yeah, what's that?
Management.
Well, I'm awful happy for you, Buck.
Bud Askins.
It comes down to management. And due to being a computer personality, Yes Man can back himself up as a save, basically like the player can, meaning he's virtually immortal as long as the lucky 38 stays remaining. And just like we see at the end of Hoover Dam's second battle, Yes Man shows that he doesn't really even need to wait if he achieves the outcome, as his robot reprogramming for him will happen in a blink of an eye, just like when Dog in the Sierra Madre has his psyche melded back together. No more appealing to this selfish courier, no more being told what to do, and only responding to yes to everything no matter what. Yes Man will be able to reprogram himself and establish his own robot society, powered by Hoover Dam and Helios. Yes Man can become whoever he wants to be. But that isn't what happens to New Vegas, is it? Because here's the thing about all factions you can side with in Vegas. There's always a catch-22. With the NCR, it's Hegelian dialectics.
Imperial Rome is the model. No, I'll destroy it because it's inevitable that it be destroyed. It's Hegelian dialectics, not personal animosity.
The NCR have no answer to the corruption and resource limits. For the Legion, it's the dying leader with no heir who will fracture, leaving the Mojave worse than before. For House, it's living under an autocratic regime ruled by a Nepo cyborg with tantrums the size of a toddler, cough cough, Lex Luthor, cough cough, the guy who Lex Luthor was pretending to be, who is currently kicked out of the White House. Ha ha, fuck you, Elon.
Our terms were clear. Now that you have the chip in your possession, any attempt to renegotiate payment would be tantamount to blackmail. How shall I put this? Delivery of the platinum chip is non-negotiable. I invite you to think carefully about what you do next, standing alone before me, surrounded by my heavily armed Securitron guards. By the time I was 30 years old, I was a billionaire 30 times over. I founded and ran a vast economic empire. Do you really think I'm going to let an upstart come into my home and ransom my property to me? I spent 2 centuries searching for the platinum chip. It's my invention, my property, mine! Now be a good courier and deliver it! Why, thank you so much. You played that very poorly, you realize? You're fortunate that I have a certain tolerance for greed. I expect my business partners to be self-interested, but smartly so. A great deal shall be happening, a cascade of events with...
Finally, for Yes Man, the catch is that whatever the New Vegas Courier shapes will never last. The Courier will leave or die, and Yes Man will be the heir to the throne as a reprogrammed machine god. What does Hank McClane, the amnesiac vault agent, do in this situation?
I came to Obsidian after shipping Tomb Raider Legend at Crystal Dynamics. We were in very early stages of Alpha Protocol, and at the time, a third-person spy RPG was unheard of, and it sounded great to me. So I was pretty excited to work on a game that merged different passions of mine, and I felt like this was the way forward in games, mixing the best components of different genres.
Well, we will get there eventually, but to get back on track, I'd like to remind you guys of the second main character in New Vegas, Ulysses, the character that was so focused on and important to the game's narrative that in development that for this dialogue couldn't fit on the base disc, which is crazy to me. Imagine writing a character and then the studio's like, yeah, no, that's gotta go on a DLC disc, or what? I'd be impressed. Not really, anyone can write a long story, but you know what I mean. So they had to wait to put him in the DLC. Ulysses was originally going to be the only radical Legion follower whose slot was filled by Raoul instead, and sure, Lonesome Road might be about our Courier's past, but Ulysses, never even having formally met Hank, is still important because the world grows or burns depending on the actions that come from couriers like them. Ulysses believes that one day a faction greater than the old world copycats will be birthed and bloom from the old world's grave and become a garden of change. Ulysses is a patriot who believes in what he thinks is right, but is open to other cultures introducing different ideas due to tribal relations growing up, tribal exchanges, survival recipes that we see in-game, and on the other hand, what would be similar but an opposing philosophy. Well...
If the problem with the world is factions, endlessly fighting, endlessly at war, then what is the solution but to get rid of the factions? To make the world a winning team. Us. Only ours to shape.
But there's no answer in that. I do this because I care, because I believe it must be done. The truth is, you serve nothing, believe nothing. Blame you? No. Learned from you. Both the weapon to kill a nation and the strength to do it. Those weapons can be used to kill a symbol that has already proven itself wrong.
Hank's ideology and Vault-Tech's Western ideology run along Ulysses, but in one very different way. Hank and Vault-Tech are corporate nationalist elites who, when one-upped by someone who isn't them, will steal the opposing culture's ideas and attempt to erase them from history. Vault-Tech will let an idea play out only if it's their idea or intellectual property, only if they profit, only if they are right. We see this with cryotechnology, for example. Vault-Tech mastered DNA corn growth and monopolized it. Their invention, their patent. Cryotech, however, not their creation, so they bury it. In a general sense, what I mean is after the Vault-Tech experiments are compromised, it is no longer viable and it's marked for deletion. Think about the fate of Vault 101 and Vault 13. Not long after both Vault overseers are compromised, the Enclave show up, and who do the Enclave capture? Amada, the bloodline of the Overseer. Not gonna say that this video makes... I wasn't gonna say this in a video, but I saw it and I already started reading it. But Alfonso Almodovar is Amada's dad, and Moldover. What's up with that, guys? Are the Vault-Tech representatives secretly lizard people? I'm joking. Or am I? In the Corvo meeting, Barb preaches out to the other four. Play out your own ideas and let the best one win. They set up the idea that they want to use the innovative, creative ideas from the old world in order to drive sportsmanship-like competition, in order to make the vaults work, to make humanity better.
Enough for each of you to claim several, where you can
Play out your own ideas for how to create the perfect conditions for humanity. Whatever you want to do, no one needs to know. And may the best idea win.
I personally view it as a timeout and saying, okay guys, this is the end game stage, we're gonna nuke everything, and whoever wins gets all the marbles. A great example of this is Vault 21. Vault 21, aka the Mr.House experiment, is the vault that runs perfectly symmetrical as a layout for its inhabitants, and the rules were that any problem one had with one another, individually or as collectives, would be settled through gambling.
My vault is pure New Vegas. Everyone has a chance, and Lady Luck smiles if you play your odds right.
They would, all as a collective, pick their group leaders, and whoever won the gamble would decide how the conflict is resolved, either as a group or as an individual settlement. Pure New Vegas. Because the vault experiments worked, and due to Mr. House's collaboration, but then Mr. House disassembled the vault in 2274. For his own gain, remember that year, 2274, remember that year. I'm going to digress now. Away from Vault 21 for a quick second, and now let's talk about my timeline. Sorry, I lost my focus, because, yeah, this is gonna take a moment. I'm going to go through the entire timeline chronologically later, but for now, just accept that in 2274, Hank turns 31. And around this time, Hank meets Rose and has Lucy in the year of 2275 on the 61st triennial trade cycle. The trade cycle started with Martin Johnson in 2095 and cycling every 3 years. The year Hank would have presumably stepped down as overseer and scout of Vault 31 for a simpler job in 33, helping raise Lucy and Rose.
I wish she was here.
Me too.
Were you scared? When you married Mom?
Me? Terrified. Well, I'd never stepped foot outside Vault 31.
When did it go away?
The moment I met your mother. From that moment on, Vault 31 was a distant memory.
The reason I'm addressing this is because you guys are screaming at me in the comments saying, Hank was an overseer in 2271 and he met Rose in 71, meaning you would have met Rose earlier. That makes no sense. And I agree with you completely. I thought this ruined my theory, but guess what? It doesn't, and here's why. You know, for the last little bit, you might be, man, this guy's been low energy. Why hasn't it? It's because I've gone through this script so many times, and this is the only part that I had to actually put 100% effort into, because this timeline is fucked. Todd Howard, y'all, you know that whole quote where he's like, oh, we just barely squeeze it in. This is why. This is why it works. Listen closely. On both wikis, you'll find the Vault 31ers named Patricia Peters, Ronald Lawrence, and Alexander Bomber, who have been activated just like Hank, Steph, and Betty. And even more curiously, Ian Jackson, who is a Vault 32 resident and overseer, a black sheep amongst the other 33 overseers. Keep this in mind. In the Vault records, these two overseers' term years are from 2125 to 2271 and have been hidden from us as the viewer from a storytelling perspective. As we see Norm's focus in on the Vault 31 Overseer connection, he gets tunnel vision. And Norm focuses too much on the fact that they are all overseers and they are all from 31. That's not the only strangeness with the records. That's what he found personally weird. What I found personally weird is that the overseeing years of 4 former overseers and the identity of one that are strangely averted from our eyes as the viewer by having the camera focus on Norm's reaction after George Yaffe's poor overseer run from 2121 to 2125. Here, I kept getting stumped. I rewrote my timeline over and over trying to figure out how the hidden election years all fit together. I wasn't gonna make this theory, and then my parents watched the Fallout show after I asked them for weeks, and I sat down and I thought to myself, wow, why did they hide that page? I'll tell you why. After all, if the future of the world is time management, like Bud says, then it has to be on a strict schedule. So I base the voting cycles off of a traditional American election. And using this method, I tried to ask myself, what are we not seeing about the overseers being between the ceiling of Vault 2277 and when the vault is unsealed in supposedly 2277? What are we not seeing about the overseers between the ceiling of Vault 2077 to 2277? When Hank is elected against Davy before Rose leaves, what we as an audience are told that Hank is first elected overseer in 2271, and at the point runs here and throughout the next 15 years raising the kids up until late 2281 to early 2297. But this doesn't make sense. I get into the specifics later, but I'll shorten it for this section right now. If Hank left the vault in 68 and was traded in 2269 in the triennial 59th trade, and as soon as Hank is traded, he procreates with Rose. In this situation, Lucy is now suddenly 11. When Hank takes her and Norm back to Vault 33 in 2281. I will repeat that again. If Hank left the vault in Vault 31 in 68, and he was traded to Vault 33 in 2269 in the 59th triennial trade, and as soon as Hank leaves and is traded to Vault 33, he procreates with Rose, just like we see all the time in the Vault Shelter, and just like we see in the show with Lucy and the Raider, Monty. 2270, Lucy is born. And then in 2281, Hank takes Lucy back to the vault. And you're telling me Lucy remembers nothing. Does this look like an 11-year-old to you? I'll say 7 tops, but nah. This also doesn't make sense for Hank to be elected overseer in 2271. If he's triennially traded in 2269, Lucy's too old compared to the depiction we see. Along with this age contradiction, if Hank's traded in 72, in the next triennial trade, 3-year trade, it doesn't match the records. And we see from Lucy's wedding and Fallout Shelter, vault dwellers are sexually compressed champagne bottles, especially from this Bud's Bud scene, and don't waste any time in procreation, like I've been saying. Hank could not go to Vault 33 immediately on release in 2268 and leave from Vault 33 in 2269 to become overseer in 2271 and have Lucy that early. They both can't happen. Because if there are already seasoned and experienced overseers like Betty, like Ronald Lawrence, and like Alex, how would Hank become overseer in the first year and a half to 2 of 2275, coming to Vault 33 without raising any eyebrows, and having the ability to focus and raise his new family with Rose and Lucy? I believe this screams a rewriting of history in some sense, and I still believe Hank was an overseer, but I think Hank, after his Pariah Scout mission from 68 to 74, is and was enough to lift Hank's responsibility, and would make him very trustful in the eyes of Vault-Tec, in the eyes of Vault-Tec. And so Hank, between missions, oversaw Vault 31 until his 31st birthday, while an unharmed, unnamed fellow took Vault 32. And while Betty, Patricia, Alex, Lawrence, and Ian for Vault 33 from 2125 to 2274. And if you don't think Vault 31 has an overseer, then who is going to help Bud when he gets stuck?
Thank you, Betty. Wait, you're not Betty. Or Hank. You share only 50% of Hank.
That's what I thought. After those 6 years, Hank would have been traded to Vault 33 as a husband for Rose. At this point, Ian also may have been transferred to Vault 32. Who knows? What we do know is that Vault 31 has 2 different reasons of Bud's buds for each vault. Ian Jackson, a Vault 32 overseer, was from Vault 33's Cryo Bud Reserve, and is only is the only 32 Overseer we see activated in this little terminal menu, amongst the 33 reserves. We also see Ian behind Betty in release order. We also see the other Vault 33 Overseers from Vault 31 who have been recently activated for the purpose to inherit Vault 33 at some point, but not the initial 3 on this list. Where are Yaffe, where are West, and where are Olsen? Well, those Overseers weren't listed due to being not cryogenically frozen. They were the part of the initial crew overwatching the cryo vaults made of the lower managers and ad representatives. Think about the scientists who were watching over the cryopods in Vault 111. For example, Yaffe and Ava are the 2 Vault employees who are at the Howard's photo shoot. These 2 in the background, that's them. So they survived annihilation, but weren't higher ups, so they don't get the freeze treatment for over 1 million years or whatever. In 2095, 18 years after the bombs drop, the Vault dwellers at 33 are struggling, and as parts are breaking and reported by Martin Johnson, and in 2095, the first triennial trade is established, so every 3 years, the 3 Vaults could support, quote-unquote, one another. 33 asked for resources from 31, making them rely on Vault 31's influence of resource and overseers.
Vault 31 has more resources, better education system, and, you know, they got that phrase.
When things look glum, vote 31.
By doing so, Vault 33 idolizes Vault 31 for their help. After these predicaments over time, they start getting looser with term limits. We see Olsen follow the rules, but after Ava gets in charge, she smoothly rules for 12 years straight. But after Ava, we see Yaffe be an absolute disaster with only 1 term. And this is why I talked about how they feed us this information. When you watch Norm go through the Vault records, we see the initial Overseer crew serve a total of 24 years from 3 different Overseers, from 2101 to 2125. We see, again, 3 Overseers over the course of 24 years. But after this, it shows us 3. Does it show us who is the next? This 4th info slide? It's hidden from the viewer, but visible to Norm. And we know it's only 1 due to the sound of this typing. Next after this, it shows us rapidly and without dates Patricia Peters, Ronald Lawrence, Alex Palmer, and then finally shows us a date again with Hank from 2271, which we know is fibbing, to 2296. 25 years of overseeing from Hank McClane combined beats out all 3 of the initial crew. And so I tried to write the timeline like I said earlier, and I kept messing up the election cycle because I had to realize that over 5 overseer dates, we don't see that 172 years had passed. Over 5! And until I had mapped out the election dates in that vague order, I didn't realize how long these 5 overseers' reign stretched, and how shady the circumstances are with the election years after their terms. Get it? Shady circumstances? Because Tandy ruled for 52 years? I'll stop. Until you map out the election timeline like I had to do after revising this script for the 5th time, you now see the drastic change in how leadership worked in the vaults was, just by seeing the emptiness of the other 4 and the changing of the election cycles. To go over this again, those first 3 ad representatives all did 24 years together. Hank's 1 run did 25 years of service. Accordingly to the records. I don't think it was 1 whole run, I think it was split. But we'll get there. Why did the show runners hide the middle dates from Yaffe to McClane? It's because until you try to map this timeline, you don't realize it's possible. If the rules were to change between Yaffe and Ian, then what else can be changed? The records shown to be somewhat are unreliable, and in the case of 32's records are locked away. For example, Take the date 2271 and subtract it by 4 until you get all the way to 2125 into Yaffe's reign. Spoiler alert, it's not possible. If this show... and this shows us that there was a disruption in the election cycles. Closest you would get to that number would be 2127 and 2123, not 2125. But we know that 2125 is the next election year after Yaffe steps down. So what happened in 2127? Well, just like Chet suggests, exploring Vault 32. I just realized Chet is the guy in the Good Spring shop. And oh my god, I don't even want to get in.
Maybe the logs were falsified. Why? Why? This is the thing you're asking why about.
These overseers followed the old world democratic election cycles for the first 48 years from 2077 to 2109, and then suddenly we see Ava serve a third term, breaking restrictions. However, shortly, after Yaffe's first term in 2125, instead of there being an election cycle in 2129, like you would expect, it switches to 2127. That's right, if you follow the 2271 election, and the election that's supposedly Hank's first time in the chair, and subtract it by 144, which is 44 for every election cycle, 36 times, you get 2127. And so the 2125 election cycle should be 2125, but it's not, because it doesn't line up with the 4-year sequence going back up to the 2271 and 2275. So after Yaffe's reign, from 2121 to 2125 as Overseer, there is a cycle disruption 2 years later in 2127, and after Yaffe's replacement wins, something happens to them between 2127 without any more context, and we have no idea what happened. An unknown force, to recap, in 2127 caused an emergency election after Yaffe's one-term reign, and after this change in guard in 2127, as long as you remain popular in leadership in the Vault 33, and you are from Vault 31, you may run as much as you want, and for as long as you want. The thing that bothers me about this is that if the fourth slide Norm sees is Ian, then when does Betty run before she's re-elected? Because as Davey says...
Betty's already been overseer once.
So I'd assume this fourth slot of camera avoids would be Betty, but it can't be. We see Betty's later down in the records after Hank, because she's being elected the same day Norm checked the records, explaining the missing 2% from the voting pool. And we see what her first election year, we don't get to see what her first election year was. We only see she ran after 2246 after being unfrozen by Ian Jackson. The other thing that bothers me is what unexpectedly happens in 2125 to 2127. We know it was an interruption of the cycle after Yaffe's reign, and the only example of the election cycle being interrupted we 100% see is Hank being stolen, leaving the overseer spot vacant. We also see through the process that instead of Betty or Reggie being instantly put in charge, they have to have an election to be quote-unquote fair. But maybe what happened to Hank in 2296 happened in 2277 to another overseer setting an emergency election, and maybe what happened in 2296 and 2277 is similar to what happened in 2127 as well. We also don't exactly know what happened to Vault 33 during the Weevil famine in 2277 that Davey mentions.
You ran a great campaign.
I know. Must have put 10 posters up.
What you gotta do when you put a few posters up and let democracy run its course. You know, I ran once. And then that Weevil famine came. Lost to none other than Hank McLean. You know what they say? When things look glum, vote for somebody from Vault 31.
Hank, the very year of his transfer, might run for overseer in 2275, but either doesn't get elected going against someone like Alex and Betty, who are part of the experienced overseers in the vault in 33's public eye, whereas Hank is a newcomer in 2275's triennial trade. Like I said, maybe Hank wants to focus on his kids with Rose. 2275-ish, Lucy is born, and Norm is born 2 years later in 2277, leaving Hank's hands full, and we know this because we know that both children are young enough to have very little to no memory of the surface after they left. Lucy in this photo would be 6, and Norm would be 4, 3, something like that, and Rose leaves with both children only months after Norm's been born, explaining the absent memories, as this point is when presumably both Alex and Ronald died due to starvation due to Weevil famine in 2277, or dying due to being, I don't know, old. This is mentioned by Davy, the red-haired Betty voter, who also ran against Hank in the campaign in 2277. Not to beat you with a dead horse again here, but Hank's campaign being in 2277 as a result to the emergency election is very important to the timeline because it shows that the election cycle was interrupted 3 separate times. The election cycle from 21 to 27 is supposed to be 2271 to 2275, 75 to 95, not 77, so an emergency election interrupted a term halfway through, possibly 3 separate times in Vault 33 through 31's timeline. And due to this emergency election in 2277, Hank was elected, even as a 2-year newcomer, only being there since 2275. Why was 2277 also an election year? Because it's an emergency election, just like when Hank was taken by Moldaver in 2296. I also did some research, and weevils don't carry disease. The quarantine was a lie! In reality, we know that in 2277 that Rose fled the vault in 2277 with Moldaver, supposedly. So how did Alex and Ronald die? Surely, if Vault-Tec wanted to keep its eldest council alive, they would have fed him, right? Surely, if they were alive, we would have heard or felt their influence alongside Betty after Hank was dad-napped in October 23rd, 2296. Right? So what happened to him during the quarantine, Hank?
You are the best of the best. You are ruthless, calculating, and single-mindedly ambitious.
You know, my vault has endured hardship too, and he still refused to do anything like this.
Well, that's what people say they did, and what they really did. Well, I bet your daddy was first in line at the cookout. I bet he had a bill with a drawing of his neighbor's ass on there.
What happened? Well, that's right. I think Hank starved or killed them in order to be the higher up on the totem pole. And by extension, I think the same thing happened in 2125 and 2127. 150 years before Hank did his fake famine in 2277, I think the famine was whipped up in 2127, and in doing so killed off a lot of Vault dwellers, because for Vault 31 candidate to justify the breaking of term limits, they would have had to get rid of some opposing views, explaining why we see such an increase in time from the Overseers sometime after Yaffe. Does it really make sense for Hank, who says he's never stepped foot outside of Vault 31 until he met Rose in her tricentennial trade, to get transferred in 2269, because Lucy, who would have conceived in 2270, the latest by this logical timeline, meaning that Lucy would be 7, first leaving the Vault, and or 10-11 by the time she and Norm were taken back by Hank, barring the fact that Lucy doesn't look 7 nor 11 in the cutscene. Why wouldn't she have the memory of the events for the past 4 years of her life if she was that much older? And barring the fact that 11 plus 16 is 27, there is no way in hell that they wrote Lucy to be 27 years old. Yes, Ella Purnell is 27, sure, but Lucy acts like she is barely in her early 20s and hardly late 20s. And for reference, Norm's actor is 30, and he's playing the younger brother. They are actors. That don't count. So, I don't think Hank was overseer of Vault 33 in 2271, unless it was for Vault 31, but with that out of the way. But with the other two overseer candidates more experienced than Hank, Lucy's age timeline being wacky, and the records being unreliable, and the election cycle being out of order many times just screams foul play was done to the Vault records. So Hank hangs up his recon hat for Vault Tech and settles down in late 2274 to early 2275, turning 31, and enters Vault Society in 2275 in the 61st triennial trade, only to have Rose leaving and being unhappy and untrusting of Hank after being lied to about the surface.
First, what if I tell you how I know your father, who he really is? You think your father was born in a vault. Like you. Like your brother. He never told you where he's really from. When he's from. He never told your mother either.
What do you know about my mother?
She was like you. She was kind, loving, curious.
See what happened. You're curious. You walk, leave ruin in your path.
Rose was so clever. Like you. Lucy, your mother discovered that something was siphoning the vault's water away. From that one clue, she deduced that maybe civilization had returned to the surface. When she told her husband, he said it was a ridiculous idea and that she should tell no one. That's when she realized that her husband, the overseer, was hiding things. So she ran away. Like you did, Lucy. And took her children. She found this wonderful city that was everything the vaults had promised.
She is lying.
But then her husband came after her. And when she decided not to return home, he took the children and he burned that city to the ground. Shady Sands.
She's lying.
That's how Vault Tech deals with competition. Just like they did 200 years ago.
And by doing so, Rose opened up Pandora's box that is Hank McClane, and by doing so, throttled the events of New Vegas and the show into full drive in 2281. And I'll go more into detail near the end of the video when I do a more completed timeline-focused talk, but keep the years 2274 and 2277 in mind, because they'll pop up here and there throughout the rest of the video when I'm talking about Hank in New Vegas. So Hank is scouting 68 to late 74, retiring Pariah scouting, and moves into Vault 33 after Rose discovered the truth. She leaves in 2277, and the same year the first Battle of Hoover Dam happens, so Hank is now trying to fulfill Vault orders, possibly Betty and Ian's orders, and find his family. Hank heads back to the Divide, being followed by Ulysses on his trek back, and on this journey rediscovering the Divide and securing new trade routes just by clearing out areas. Hank helps build a community at the Divide and helps others discover the Divide and build upon the ideas of the Legion and NCR that they could coexist in an existing world together. A place even a worn down Ulysses could call home, and was an idea he would die for. Hank indirectly caused this local community to grow on his mission and to tie up loose ends for Vault Tech due to what he knows is underneath the Divide. Hank takes the courier delivery knowing what the package will do, and when he brought it to the sleeping giants under the Divide, well, we see what happens in Lonesome Road. I'm not going to tread old ground. In doing so, takes the Divide out of the Great Games equation. At least they thought it would. We'll get there. A growing threat with the potential to become bigger than the bear or bull, now mutated and filled with hate. Kind of like a Yao Guai. That would actually be a really cool symbol for the marked men. Imagine it being like a Yao Guai symbol instead of a bull. That'd go hard. But back to Vault 21's story and what Mr.House has to do with that, what happened to it in 2274. The same year, Ulysses and the NCR find the dam for the first time. Mr.House gave the Vault's inhabitants a chance to restore interaction with the surface for service under him. And Mr.House, being their new overseer, if you now think calling House as an overseer is stupid, then take it up with Ron Perlman.
Through it all, the New Vegas Strip has stayed open for business, under the control of its mysterious overseer, Mr. House and his army of rehabilitated tribals and police robots.
Vault-Tec gave Mr. House Vault 21 to claim for himself. While many were on board, many were not so easily persuaded to leave their homes. But as with everything they decided their fates with, they left gambling to decide their fate for them. And they gambled, and they chanced it, and they lost. As it said, Mr. House won with an extremely risky move, which can be read as two things. One, House genuinely gave the Vault a chance and gained their real respect by beating them in a good game of blackjack. It shows that House is a good spirit, will use a risky wild play even when he needs something to happen for him. Or two, House rigged the game in his favor. I favor the latter. In New Vegas' official game guide under the section of rigging the game, it tells us exactly what happened. Winners never leave winning to chance. They calculate the odds, weigh the risk and rewards, and do everything they can do to hone their edge. They don't play the game, they rig it. They stack the deck in Vegas. The NCR and Caesar and Mr. House are playing to win, and before they roll the dice, they're doing everything in their power to rig those odds in their favor. Both outcomes lead to the same thing. House receiving the Vault-Tec tech, and Mr. House cements off the cryopod of Vault 21. By doing this, House makes the only access to the lower vault level through Benny's secret tunnel, which in reality, House probably knew about.
House was on to me from word go? I thought I was being so clever.
Why would Mr. House frame it as a risky gain-reward? The respect of the Vault Dwellers from House rose after the match, and that loyalty and their honoring of their systems would keep the Vault Dwellers loyal to him, unless you're someone like Doc Mitchell. After all, Mr. House needs the Vault 21 inhabitants to assimilate into his society as employees for his NCR tourist fund. Things like the Platinum Chip. But from the game's description, we know that House always plays for profits, so he cheated.
Luck is for losers, baby. Someone pulled strings.
As an idea, it's hard to say. But Vault-Tec's mix with Mr. House's idea is not actually half bad by Fallout standards. I mean, it held up longer than any of the vaults, and it only failed due to Mr. House's cheating and intervention to win the game. Which is no fault of the Vault Dwellers. It's not like they could have beat a literal supercomputer in blackjack. That's an intelligence of like 9. And Mr. House's tapping into the Vault's population was probably always a part of his plan, since Vault-Tec offered him one in Vegas. And, by the way, what happens to the vaults after they break their experiment? I don't remember. Oh yeah, that's right. If you claim Vault-Tec's success as your own, or break something they invested in, they will have you marked for deletion. Vault-Tec's philosophy that if anyone has a good idea, it must be either destroyed or theirs.
Yes, all right, bravo. You've come up with something I neglected to consider. There'll be no living with you now. So, what do we do about this?
Vault-Tec has the right idea with the wrongest of intentions. Trying vastly different ideas, changing radically from the old world to orthodox in order to see what ways of progress isn't always half bad. But when you stop taking lives seriously and individually don't have sympathy for hundreds of people's families in the vaults and only care about the return on investment from the citizens becoming your workers and everything else with monopolies and absolute power, well...
Killing is personal. So's vows, promises. Last bit's more important to me than the first.
Hildern is a good example of big-picture obsession gone too far. At some point, he became so fixated on large-scale results that he lost the concept of the common good along the way. It's an inhumane kind of public service when people and the basic resources they need become numbers in a ledger.
Just think about the false promises made to the experimental vaults. And there's what everyone's favorite gay smart man, Arcade Gannon, Hildern, is talking about. Hank promises Lucy, "You are my world." He means that. So when Hank blows up the NCR, he really believes in Vault-Tec's way. Because what happened in his home, in old America, Vault City, the Divide, and now later the Mojave after leaving, before coming back for the cryopods or whatever Hank sees going for in the Vegas in 2296 in that trailer, we see the same mindset with Joanna, Lynette, and Vault City. Instead of making friends with different factions and helping each other, she is an ethno-nationalist who wants the problem fixed her way only. We see Lynette is ultimately right, even if morally flawed, because, well, I'm not saying that the ghoul should have been killed, but the NCR does take over Vault City. I don't really know where you go from there morally or with that argument. I'm just stating that's what happened. And even if Hank were to help one side win Vegas, they over time would ultimately just become Vault-Tec's enemy. So Hank's duty is to leave every faction as worse off as possible, so Vault-Tec will have an easier time with the loose ends later along the game. As we see in the end credits, ultimately New Vegas does and will crumble, seen in the end credits of the show. But again, we don't know what causes downfall. Or do we? We'll get there. For now, though, this is the part in the video where I'll be talking about dead money and how it relates to this theory. And you might be thinking, dead money can't relate to this theory. There's nothing in dead money. Well, shut up. Let me talk. The first things first is that into the intro to Dead Monkey, after being knocked out and pushed into the cutscene, the voice says, "You heard of the Sierra Madre Casino."
You've heard of the Sierra Madre Casino.
Have we? I guess we, the player, know because of the radio and the trailer and blah, blah, blah. And it could ring some bells to an amnesiac Hank, but there's no way of knowing that Hank would know of the casino, right? Like, we don't know when he knew about it or had heard about it. I want you to listen to me very carefully. In the cutscene visual, we see the Sierra Madre on the poster. Now that might seem like nothing, and to you, without context, it might be seen like a pretty useless statement, but the perspective of the poster hard cuts when the narrator says "we all have," implying that whoever we are viewing this poster through, like whoever eyeballs we are using to screenshot this moment in time, is unique to them and is separate to how all the rest learned about the Sierra Madre Casino in their own way. You following? Okay. The way the narrator states that we know the Sierra Madre Casino, we should know about the Madre because of this poster, and this perspective being first-person perspective. And to the right of the poster is a green, healthy, growing plant with a calendar and the date October on it, which is the month the bomb dropped. And if this is to be believed, then you believe that the bombs were dropped earlier than the Vault-Tec had scheduled, with the people in the meeting with, like, Mr.House, who were also caught off guard if they planned to drop the bombs on the 27th, but in reality, they were dropped on the 23rd. Then this poster could be a poster in the executive office of Vault-Tec headquarters. And I'm not going to spend all day on this point, but Vault-Tec was at least bluffing that they knew the nukes would be dropped to ensure profits for Vault-Tec. We see from this barb in the show, clearly we also know the bombs dropped early, not on schedule, due to Janie being a Vault child and not already being readied by Barb or Vault-Tec to get underground before the initial blast/radiation wave touches them. We know that Vault-Tec wants pure humans with the least amount of radiation possible, knowing that the bombs drop early. Now, I want you to entertain the idea that this perspective is a Vault executive's office that, with suppose the day the nuke was planned. Now, I know that's a lot to ask, but just entertain the idea. This visual, whoever's it is, supposedly our view, our remembrance, our hearing of the Sierra Madre comes from this poster next to this growing healthy indoor plant next to the Doomsday Month. More evidence that we play as a pre-war human. And one last thing, this poster looks like the beaches from Bud's exotic workplace segment on the tapes. Moving on to lesser insanity, did you know that Dead Monkey wasn't actually supposed to be named Dead Money, and it was instead supposed to be named Dead Man's Hand? Now, this is a name that would be in reference to everyone in the cast for Dead Money, having died off in some sense and being a reference to the Dead Man's Hand, blackjack legend referring to Wild Bill Hickok. Elijah is the old man who is dead to the Brotherhood and has been dealt a hand consisting of a crew. Christine has been, in a sense, reborn. Dean Domino is a ghoul, and we know ghouls are referred to as walking corpses. And then Dog, who is also in this kind of weird area where he's reborn physically as a Nightkin and then also died mentally during the split in personality. It kind of reminds me of Krieg from Borderlands for more of that inspiration.
I want to warn him. I want to tell him to run, to hide, to get out of sight so I won't have to kill him. That's what I want to say. What actually comes out of my mouth is, I have the shiniest meat bicycle!
Dog can see the voice. Looks just like dog. And dog looks just like me. You've hurt yourself. Inside. Do you see now? See? In the water. Dog understands now. Dog knows what happened.
And of course, it would be a reference to the Courier getting shot in the head. Dead money in the Sierra Madre could be seen as a mini parallel to the strip's damn power struggle.
If you're here with who I think, then I'd rather have you on my side than his. An ace in the hole.
Dean describes the art of the power struggle perfectly, as well as perfectly describes anyone in-game or IRL going to Vegas.
Sure. First they figure they can get out, escape. Then they start thinking it over, start thinking about how they can have it all. They start weighing the odds, taking risks, and then taking each other out. Although, it's odd. The bomb collars weren't linked before like they are now. Guess someone learned what the problem was.
The problem Dean refers to is that all faction survival are linked to what happens to one another, normally if playing by Mr. House's rules. The Courier lands their iconic A7, the A7 I keep bringing up. If the Courier helps take out one of the three factions, the Courier's handing the other two factions a 21 ace in the hole. If the Courier wanted to hurt House, the chances the Courier would do the following. For NCR, if you kill Lanius or Caesar, it ruins House's plan to stiff the NCR's cooperation in the blast furnace economy. For Legion, if you take out Oliver or Kimball, then NCR blames House, rather than Kimball or Oliver being House's scapegoat, which decreases House's overall influence and upkeep on his limited robot supply. But that's only if he doesn't get the chip, and it's much simpler if he does. The second you give Mr. House the chip, you as the Courier have given him his rigged ace in the hole that was the only absent due to Benny, and at this point in the game for the Mojave, Mr. House's gamble, his only gamble on chance, is the Platinum Chip's deliverance, being left to a B-list Courier on Johnson Nash's Mojave Express Courier list after Ulysses cancels. And after the delivery completion, Mr. House's calculations bet that Caesar gives the chip back to the Courier, leading to House's Securitron Vault factory getting turned on. So, NCR has Ace Oliver and King Kimball for 21, Legion has King Caesar as King and uses Lanius as Ace, Nero's for 21, and by switching Nero's loyalties to that of the Legion, the Ace cripples Mr. House's infrastructure of his own hand, because House, whoever makes up for this loss of Ace with the Platinum Chip in his pocket, but House neglects his tribesmen, leading to Benny's betrayal, and then the other two casinos breaking rules and plotting against Mr. House. So due to this rotting infrastructure, House had to make do with his lesser 21, and had to gamble all in on his police force and chip. But it's okay. Mr. House has free side bet, who will support Mr. House if it means the stripped security, and if it means replacing one of the current families. An example of this sort of coexistence is seen in certain endings. The Kings and the Anarchy ending can be convinced to help the NCR soldiers from the Fiends and keep North Vegas safe. The Kings realizing that, sure, they may not like the NCR, but it's a lot better than a lot of people Raoul describe in his origins coming and taking over. So Mr. House has his own hand, and has the King's King and the Pacer as the ace, giving the NCR trouble in the city, and both NCR and Freeside keep the Caesar's Legion at bay. All three major factions are stuck in a draw, and that if any faction shifts their weight towards one another, they will all collapse. Their fates all linked, just like the Dead Monkeys cast. Elijah is Mr. House, both their hearts tied to the dead city. Ulysses speaks through machine.
House spoke, acted through machines. Sometimes can judge a man by his messengers. Sometimes the messengers judge him.
Do you think I wanted to place collars on you to ensure compliance? No. If robots could have done this, I would have sent them.
Dean is Benny, can leave at any time, but chooses to stay too tempted by their own greed, trapped by their plans, and decided refusing to move on. And for those who push back on that connection, sparing Benny at the fort still has him trying to hunt you down, so yeah, Benny and Dean both can't let go. Dog is the Legion and tribal representation, as being once was human, but was transformed into this beast to serve one master, their conscience locked and separated away and broken, while their base instincts serve as the need of a leader like the master or like Papa Khan. Trapped by their desires and hungers and control, psychologically trapped fighting themselves.
Touched by radiation, and you choose to spend your time here. You could have just left, but you're too obsessed to let go.
I used to know a ventriloquist with more skill than you. At least he had the sense to know his own name without carving it into his chest.
Mirrors tell me my name when needed, and I have a name for you. Several. Thief, coward, showman. Radiation couldn't kill the truth, could it?
The truth, buddy, is this. You and me were now family, as long as we got these bow ties on. So watch your mouth, you don't scare me.
I'm the voice of reason. I sleep sometimes. Down in the basement, in the cage. Now that I'm awake, Dog goes back in the cage. Dog knows I'm here, but can't do anything about it. I'm his conscience. Keep him tame, keep him from hurting us, doing foolish things.
I want to warn him. I want to tell him to run, to hide, to get out of sight so I won't have to kill him. That's what I want to say.
Christine is physically a part of the Brotherhood while being a follower of the Apocalypse in spirit like Veronica. Christine is a good with technology and like the followers shares technology like the coin operator perk, but will hide things like the Brotherhood until she knows she can trust you.
Philosophy, their way of seeing, the roads they walk. Dead ends, empty, as if technology can solve anything. Big Empty's proof where that road leads. Just like the Divide, and all the roads that lead to it.
And the final crew member, Hank from the NCR territory. A people with amnesia blindly following the symbol they barely remember, refusing to let them go. Refusing to try new ideas.
The West, all that's been built since America died. Same symbols as before the war. Now a flag carried by a tribe of children. You walked the West. Didn't stay. You know the reason. The bear grows without structure, follows a symbol without knowing its history, and knowing that you believe in a bear's sickness and have given it strength, and that gives more reason to lay waste to your homeland. After this, only one flag will remain over the Mojave. Let that one fly. Or destroy itself.
Following the working formula to the point of the cultural washing, ethniciding, annihilating cultures, the lesson to be learned from Dead Money is a lesson with steps. Finding it, whatever it happens to be, isn't hard, but letting go is. And what can be even harder is being able to begin again. I'm going to go into Begin Again, the original sung by Vera Keys, later down the line here. So, building off what I said before, the Sierra Madre heist and its crew is shaped like Dead Man's Hand in poker. 4 high cards and an unknown face-down hole card, and is comparable to the power struggle going on in Mojave. Is Hank the ace in the hole, or is he the nightmare cooler? That depends on what he does with the platinum chip and how he manipulates people that help break his stalemates. Under the ordinary blackjack rule set in most places, the Joker is always left out of play. However, what if the Joker was a courier from California? California is one of the few places where the Jokers are included in the 53 card pickup, and getting the Joker gives you an instant 21. So we visit Vegas, we hit the A7, a soft 18, with the ace in our pocket. We can hand to a certain CEO, being the platinum chip and being a capable person like Colonel Zhao or Kato, two people attached to whether or not grand events like Kimball's assassination or the monorail being blown up happens. But what if we choose any of these options? What if we don't choose any of these options? What if we choose and are dealt the wild card under the house's rule? The Joker is excluded, and Benny be damned. But what if the Joker card, Courier from California, walks into the strip and plays the game his own way? After all, the Vault 21 catchphrase, the catchphrase on the back of the game, and on the Joker Vault playing card, enjoy your stay, seems like tourism. With wildcard independence, the Courier who gets an 18-carat run of Jinx luck can collect 3 of their own aces to fix Vegas into anarchy. Pacer's the ace in the hole, so Freeside and the followers don't get disorganized and destroyed. Along with Nero is the ace in the hole for the strip going independent after the gassing of the strip. And the third is the platinum chip, making Mr.House's hand our hand. But notice how no matter what happens, they all end up the same. The NCR win Hoover Dam, but then fall by being too overstretched, then nuked. Caesar's Legion, without anyone to fight and without a leader, will crumble. And House may say he has everything planned and figured out, but we know that House doesn't. And House is limited by a range of couriers and Securitrons, but we, the Courier, are not. We know from Lonesome Road, and that from Ulysses, that the tunnelers and marked men will make their way to Vegas eventually, and Ulysses eventually dies. And when they do, the marked men will have a powerful energy weapon stash that are very strong against robots, and they will use places like the radiated Cottonwood Cove and Camp Searchlight as towns that they could live in, that they have waste disposal sites that they can bring radiation into in order to make the locations in New Vegas inhabitable. These same marked men have caged Deathclaws and tunnelers capable of eating Deathclaws in packs. Not only can the tunnelers hunt Deathclaws, but they can bury and make nests underground, under bunkers, in tunnels. So good luck, Thorn. Good luck, New Vegas. Good luck, sewers. I know some of you aren't convinced about the marked men invading the Mojave. Just give me like 20 more minutes. So regardless of any of these 3 factions winning or going independent, if they try to kill each other, they will only escalate their downfall. So, what is the solution? No gods? No masters? No, I don't think so either. Sure, the Mark II Securitrons have insane defense and offense, but all it takes is an EMP Pulsionade or tunnelers that can grab the Securitrons from below. And again, Yes Man is conscious and is a liability. So all the endings that no matter what probability or calculation Vegas ends up with is destroyed eventually. So what the most ethical thing to do is what? In The Mysterious Stranger, to get on this tangent again, I was going to make this an edit on screen, but I'll just talk about it. Philip Traum, aka the one we know as, by the way, this is a huge spoiler for Mysterious Stranger. I'll put a timestamp if you want to skip this. Philip Traum is the one of Satan's descendants, aka a type of angel, archangel, demon, whatever you want to call him. In the story, Philip Traum appears as a young child and is literally a young angel who lacks the moral sense God gave humanity. So when asked about things like mercy, Traum prefers to put a human or a creature of innocence out of its misery, because he views life as miserable, because you're a worm grinding in the dirt. Because Philip Traum views anything not divine as dirt in comparison to himself, and that is the suffering of said creatures would be better ended immediately rather than live a sufferable life. An example usable in the books is of Nicholas. Nicholas has 2 specific life paths pointed out by Traum. The Mysterious Stranger, Traum gives Theodore 2 possibilities. The current possibility is that Nicholas stays sleeping and not being awoken to the window that disrupted his slumber for 2 minutes later than what his life path had planned for him. If Nicholas stays sleeping, then Nicholas will save a little girl from drowning in a river a few days from now, from the possible window opening. If Nicholas saves this little girl in the first scenario and is not awoken by the window life path, Nicholas will succeed in saving the girl, but for the next 30 years of Nicholas's life, he will slowly succumb to scarlet fever in a long, dreadful, awful existence. But Trom has another possibility, a changing of Nicholas's life chain of events. If Trom allows the window to open in the night, then Nicholas won't be on time to save the little girl, and both will drown in the river in a tragic accident, which is the correct choice. Prolonged suffering and furthering wriggling of the dirt, or freedom from their fleshy forms. This is a shared question asked between Fallout New Vegas and the mysterious stranger. We have the ability to seek an answer to this when we see Hanlon's NCR corruption. Corruption Hanlon does because he wants to save Rangers, his people, showing again like with Moldaver, I did
what was necessary to save our people. And that woman over there, she is no different than me.
And the contrary to not doing what's necessary is what Hanlon tells us about the Rangers' involvement in the dam.
It's never going to end, this fight with Caesar. People back home don't know what these young men and women are in for. The Legion is the worst enemy we've ever faced. But we can't stop Caesar here. Not without getting a lot of good people killed. More than anyone cares to count up. But even if we do stop him, I don't see how we're ever going to be able to pull out. Rangers are volunteers. Every man and woman who signs up is willing to die for the NCR, myself included. Maybe 50 Rangers will die on that dam. We lose over 1,000 troopers every year. Being here is crazy. Getting out's the only sane thing to do.
All the while, the two families under Mr.House are trying to steal power from House, who has no idea about Mr.House is stubborn and will destroy communities unless they remind him of the old Vegas way. The best example of this is the Kings staying if the Kings kick the NCR out of Freeside. And if they do, the House respects them, which is the key reason why Pacer is the ace in the cards. He is the king to the King's survival. He is the key to the King's survival. I don't know if I said that right. Along with the Brotherhood, all four are greedy. Granted, these factions comes from wanting and needing to build a better world. But we all know what Max says.
Everyone wants to save the world, they disagree on how.
Everyone wants to save the world. They just disagree on how. So what would Hank choose to do for Vault-Tec and the Boomers, aka the Vault Dwellers' future? Well, allow me to paint a picture of what the writers may have decided as the fate of New Vegas. A Mojave, where a Vault boy courier named Hank McClane walked it with the goal of acquiring the locked-away giants of the old world with the intention of destroying every faction possible or crippling them to the furthest extent, and to annihilate any culture he comes across that isn't Vault-Tec's own. Just like Vulpes, as an infiltrating agent of Vault-Tec, trained in the cooperate espionage and does so in order to guarantee that Lucy and Norm are free to inherit the Earth, at least until he gets sidetracked with getting shot in the goddamn face.
I'm the one responsible for the way you carry on gadding about the wastes. I'm not the one that makes us clamber around Technus-infested ancient vaults or go charging off to New Vegas on missions of ill-conceived revenge. And have we forgotten who got us shot in the head and buried in a shallow grave? Do you think I enjoyed that little moment?
Oh, come on, that stuff's fun!
Fun? Fun? Is tetanus fun? Is rickets? What about sepsis, huh? Enjoy that, do we? The things you do with our body are suicidally dangerous, and if you could silence your glandular impulses, you would hear me screaming at you!
I know that even with everything I've laid out so far, you still have your doubts and questions, and we still have another third of the script to go. But everything I've suggested so far in mind, let's just have a talk with history.
Have you ever wanted to speak to history? Just to know the why of it? I don't. Not any longer. There's old stories about gods and men, past history into myth, For the gods, they're like children, petulant, cruel. Those were the voices of the big empty. The past. Couldn't leave well enough alone. Had to ask the why of it. Their answers were madness, and power stronger than me. Would take 100 Elishas. Someone tougher than him or I to best them in their dome. They didn't know why they were there, what had led to that point. Their names, like serpents devouring themselves, cannibalizing their own thoughts. When all seemed lost, thought it was the end. My anger gave me strength to ask them my last question. Who are you that do not know your history? And they awoke. For a short time. The flag you wear, they said. We remember. America. It wasn't just a flag to them. It was a place, an idea they had cared for. Once, they told me what it was like to grow in that world. All they had done to lift it up, protect it. They didn't know it was gone. Yet, they had cared once, before forgetting their history. As they were talking, kept seeing the Courier's shadow behind them, giving each their words weight. History cast aside, a home left behind. I listened. I asked, was there anything left? Anything that still carries America's voice? And they told me I had already been there. I and one other, walking right out of history deeper than we knew. They told me what lies in the heart of the divide, what can be found there, and the words to awaken it, and the one to speak them.
There is an expression in the wasteland, old world blues.
It refers to those so obsessed with the past they can't see the present, much less the future, for what it is.
They stare into the what was, eyes like pilot lights, guttering and spent, as the realities of their world continue on around them.
Science is a long, steady progression into the future. What may seem a sudden event often isn't felt for years, even centuries to come.
The Big Empty lived up to its name. A hollow crater of failures of a past era. A last, sad statement of the old world.
It became a reality. A withering form of nostalgia for times long past.
In the times following the Second Battle of Hoover Dam, however, old world blues took on a new meaning.
Where once it was viewed as a form of sadness, nostalgia, it became an expression describing the potential for the future.
It can be easy to see science as evil, technology unchecked as the source of all ills, all misfortunes.
With the Courier at the helm, science became a beacon for the future. There was old world blues, and new world hope, and hope ruled the day at Big Mountain.
We are bonded, but by a shared duty, to keep the candle of civilization lit while the rest of the world has been cast into darkness. That the next generation, Lucy and Monty's children, will be able to recolonize. Now, after 200 years, desperation, violence, lawlessness, these survivors will need to be shown a better way. I'll admit I'm sometimes afraid that mean old world will change us instead. But then I look at my daughter, and I am not afraid. I feel hope. To Lucy McLean, and to this marriage, and to hope
ruled the day at Big Mountain.
Young Henry, after scouting the wasteland for other broken vault parts and Pariah scouting the area for vault tech, visits his hometown of Hopeville on a classified vault assignment to access where the regional warheads are located.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. I'm home. I'm sorry it's been so long, but I couldn't get away. I know neither of you is around to hear this, but I miss you.
And if they are in a functional facility that Vault-Tec could be using. Seeing a flowering mimic of his old home, the Divide, he settled for a while trying to find the warheads Hank and Vault-Tec were after. After helping build the community, Hank leaves his temporary home of Hopeville in 2274 for now after delivering the detonator for the Giants, until he goes looking for Rose in 2277 and gets shot in the head in 2281 and heads to the destined Courier battle of 2281. Of course, that is canonically happening due to God/Dog observing it himself if he survives the Sierra Madre Casino.
The mind. The new voice did not think of the Courier again until the battle at the Divide reached his ears. The battle between the two couriers, beneath the torn skies and the old world flag, each bearing a message for the other. And the mutant prayed the courier that had saved him had been saved in return.
Going back real quick to Ulysses asking the think tank questions, he says, right out of history, deeper than we knew. Sounds not only like the Vault Dweller or an Old World Blue, but someone preserved and grown from the Old World like a bud. A Mojave walked and then left behind, where an immortal yes-man has the vision of being a mecha overlord in charge of the Strip, but due to his concern of yes-man being power-hungry like everyone else, Hank militarily disables yes-man's Securitron army by destroying the entire bunker.
Every Securitron on the network has been upgraded. Pretty neat, huh? Wow! You really blew up all those Securitrons at the fort. Great! No problem! See you around! I can't get over how brave you were to destroy all those Securitrons at the fort. You know, it's just gonna make everything so much more... challenging. Yeah. Challenging.
And if Hank only destroys the generators, the plan wouldn't work, as the Hoover Dam can send backup power to the Securitron facility. Therefore, Hank destroys all the Securitrons at the fort and doesn't upgrade the Securitrons past Mark 1. The Legion then breaks Hoover Dam's molecular generators, and Hank uses his Helios Archimedes as his personal advantage at the Hoover Dam second battle.
This is neat. From this console, I could have routed the dam's power input over to the fort and activated that dormant army of Securitrons. So, go ahead and blow up the dam's generators. And when that's done, head back upside and finish off the Legion and the NCR.
As foreshadowed by the trailers. This is a future Mojave where the house is incapacitated, possibly, and locked away, where the House Securitron Mark II army is destroyed before it even started. Just a side note to Freeze, in this reality, Mr.House can live. We know how unperceptive Hank can be about Moldaver, so I can totally see House's life chambers staying hidden away and not being found by Hank due to it being hidden behind a wall. And I can see a universe where, like, Yes Man somehow can take control due to him finding his rewriting code and being able to become stronger than Mr. House. Something like that, maybe. I don't know. A future Mojave where the old world spears of the Divide are used as bombs from the NCR and the Legion both, as they aren't worthy to carry humanity's torch.
What you did was for the best. The old world died long ago. Anyone who believes they can make it return, and everything will be as it was. It is a dangerous belief. Needs to be silenced before their belief spreads.
A Mojave where the great Khans fight for glory, but with no goal but to kill everyone else, or flee to Wyoming with the Powder Gangers and the followers, joined together by their hatred for the NCR and Legion, just alike with the Marked Men.
Pain makes for strange allies. The hate the bear and bull shared across the battlefield, now turned against the...
Maybe they'll be devoured by giant scorpions. All sorts of things can happen to them out there.
A Mojave where yes men who will go offline for an undisclosed amount of time, and while Securitron majority are busy at the Second Battle of Hoover Dam, the Omertas fulfilled their plan to attack the Strip, paving the way for the Strip to be truly, quote-unquote, independent, where the White Glove Society can feast openly upon anyone wandering into the Strip without a credit check. But with the independence means the freedom for others to try and power grab for the vacuum of influence for the Strip and other resources.
Wonder what happens to Vegas now. The tribes, families. We'll see. The nations of the Mojave, cracked and broken as the divide. Its people, the same.
You may be wondering what happens with the Legion in the events of Hank being the courier. Well, Ulysses' whole point of the Legion falling apart is due to them running out of land and enemies after California, and without Caesar, who will die eventually regardless of the tumor if Hank doesn't get to him first. But in the event that the marked men invade the Mojave, it is no longer about conquering up to California. At that point, it turns into a survival mission from the Tunnelers, Tame Deathclaws, and marked men who are all made up of special forces who have gone insane from both the Legion and the NCR, along with the Second Winded Brotherhood capable of launching a counter-offensive Western Front against the NCR after the events of Hoover Dam all the way into what we see in the show.
80 in years. Keeps the bear fenced. If Caesar can't drive it back, fire might. Only delays the end for the bull. A new wall for them to scale and cross once they're done with the Mojave and Hoover Dam. Never again do you or any other courier and caravan need walk that route. Let the Mojave breathe without that asphalt scar raking it. Whatever is built, the bear, bull, even Vegas, will tear it apart, convert it either with purpose or by accident. After this, only one flag will remain over the Mojave. Let that one fly, or destroy itself.
In the event that Hank, the courier, and he faces Lanius face-to-face, many things could happen, and many things might be said to talk down Lanius, but fighting doesn't seem like a realistic option for Hank, even if we see him be as beefy, quote-unquote, as he is in the show. Not even to Ulysses, with a 10 special stat, with Herculean strength, would go up against Lanius. He himself suggests convincing Lanius that the Mojave will not be his 20th tribe and territory is the smartest option. Hank could fight, but in my interpretation, Hank talks Lanius down as advice from Ulysses.
19 tribes could not do it. All the lights in Vegas cannot. His strength lies in his title, and it is his weakness. He will not fight a losing battle and destroy what he represents. Put the idea of loss in him. Convince him the bear will not be the 20th tribe beneath his heel. It will make him pause like nothing on earth. You do not need to convince him alone. Draw upon history. The past of other legates are not filled with victories. Remind Lanius of this.
Side note, but Lanius possibly being multiple people attached to one identity is similar to the Courier 6, possibly being multiple couriers, while the main legend is based off of Hank. Another good example of the unknown is... Another good example of this is the Unknown in Dead by Daylight. Has a lot of different, origins, possibly, but at the end of the day, it is just one legend cover fear of a monster. Hank wouldn't even need a speech check, he would just draw from history in the legate before Lanius, just like we get from Ulysses himself. Other legates are not filled with victory. A Mojave where the Legion loses Caesar but keeps Lanius into a retreat and has to survive over time from the Divide invasion. What's weird with this specific yes man is that there's no slide directly addressing the Legion's failure and retreat, only that they were driven from the Strip. But if the Legate's title still holds that fear in such a way that Genghis Khan's did, maybe the Legate joins the Khans when they leave the Legion, leave the Legion's region with the followers of the Apocalypse, and we know from Fallout 1 that the followers are not looking for more fights and only want peace and repentance through helping others, even if those others have hurt them in the past. So maybe they'll take in the Legion with some rules. How funny would it be for all the preaching against the Legion Ganon does, only to help out the Legion in the end, just like how it's possible that he could help Caesar with his brain tumor, only for the Legion to be taken in as a military asset for the journey north with the Khans and the followers and possibly the Powder Gangers. After all, if the Legate can't push west due to the invasion, why not push north? Alternative to this is a newly placed nuclear marksman advance led by a ghoulified super legionnaire known as Gaius Magnus. So what choice do they really have? Also, seeing the Legate as some sort of Genghis Khan figure would be a wild ending to the character, and I just prefer that more than him just dying. More returning factors. More unoriginal ideas. A Mojave where the Brotherhood takes control of the only power source in Vegas after the dam's generators are destroyed by Yes Man and after sabotaging his plans, aka Helios 1. But since we destroyed the Securitrons, the Brotherhood takes Helios 1 back and becomes the new force of government for trade in the Mojave, with any high-tech device being confiscated. This would be the same time, or be around the same time that Elder Quintus refers to when he tells Max,
The Brotherhood has lost its way. We once ruled the wasteland. And yet power is taken, not given. The lesson you seem to have learned.
And just like Veronica foreshadows in her ending with the Brotherhood supported...
Veronica put her moral sensibilities aside and supported the Brotherhood's new campaign of aggression as best she could.
Aggression towards the NCR into Shady Sands? She goes on to say,
Yet, deep down, she understood that it meant their end would surely be soon to follow.
Is she foreshadowing the rest of the Brotherhood's remnants from the Hidden Valley dying on the last offensive against the NCR after the Dam's battle, or that the original members thinned out over time and became unrecognizable after the events of the new Vegas? Maybe Hank used the Brotherhood of Steel in Vegas to attack the NCR. Who knows? All headcanon. Blah, 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 blah. Or that the original members thinned out over time and became unrecognizable after... I already read this. Maybe Hank was even the Brotherhood of Soldier in disguise in the cutscene in the show. Maybe Hank was even the Brotherhood of Steel Soldier in the disguise in the cutscene we see saving Max in Shady Sands. Supposedly saving Max. And I know Max was shot when he recalls his memory, but there's more than physical injury here. It is a traumatic experience It's PTSD, let me just put it like that. He remembered something awful about his trauma from Shady Sands and was fine, but after the slow zoom in on the soldier, he feels this dread shoot through him. And then when he hears about who did Shady Sands, well...
Lucy, you're coming with me.
I'm not a filmmaker, but if these two aren't both Hank, I would be very surprised. This could be foreshadowed by Hank using the armor better than Max, even though Max knows.
It is a knight's duty to better this fallen world. You don't deserve that armor.
And this adds a lot of meaning to why Max joins the Brotherhood. When Max answers the question,
Why did you join the Brotherhood?
To hurt the people who hurt me?
and it cuts to Max climbing out of the fridge, the people who hurt him being Vault-Tec. Who else would Max be talking about here? Ulysses? No. The people who hurt him refers to the people who dropped the bombs. And again, who do we think dropped the bombs according to this theory? Vault-Tec. And then Hank mollywops Max in the power armor. By wearing the armor, it inspires Max to become the Brotherhood member to protect his own and to hunt his enemies. And with people who hurt him, only to having the twist be that the two inspirations stem from the same evil person. A Mojave where the fiends and the groups run rapid, doing what fiends do.
Times lethal fentanyl horse tranquilizer hybrid that can make your arms fall off. They said, we do it for the money.
Who took over the outer strip of Vegas with the versus the Kings on the inner ring of the strip, who forced out the NCR citizens and dissuaded the NCR travel to the strip. And this is guaranteed by that little shit Pacer if you think about the Courier interference. And the same thing can be said about Vulpes with the White Glove Society. We even see the Fiend Tribe's territory assumingly on Outer Vegas in 2296 when Hank looks into Vegas' horizon. Continuing on, a Mojave where the wasteland erupted into chaos and war, but even after all the chaos and war settled, the Boomers, even after the Courier leaves, thrive, not losing their sciences and skills, so much so that Pearl may have seen the good in a courier named Hank from lands afar, and he may have helped fulfill their dream, the dreams of his people of the Vault.
They revere their mines and explosives, guns. That is their religion. Death from afar. Take pride in it.
And he guarantees their safety, but even if Hank helps them, it doesn't change their minds on savage outsiders, and it just reaffirms Pearl's philosophy of outsiders are only good if the outsiders fix their problems and are Vault-Tec themselves. That being said,
though the wasteland became anarchic after Hoover Dam, the Boomers' display of power dissuaded fortune seekers from attempting to penetrate Nellis.
And if Hank the Courier having the Boomers as allies gives him so much breathing room for this theory, Hank has unused nukes, the ones you don't detonate to clear paths in the Lonesome Road, or the one with the Vault-Tec label on it from the Wild Wasteland perk, or no, trait. Oh, I've been doing this for so long now. And remember what we talked about with the Wild Wasteland trait with these unused bombs just lying around, and a tribe of Vault-Tec people whose dream it is to drop a bomb raised by VR, like pods that are training them to drop bombs on people. In-game, in a situation, I'm not gonna lie, I just thought about, like, Crimson Raider, or whatever that plane game is from the Xbox, like, that's lol. In-game, in a situation where Hank would destroy it all in the name of Vault-Tec, and the hostile takeover strategy, it would take much more sense for the long I-15 and Caesar's tribes to be bombed with properly assembled nukes, cutting the throat of the supply line and communication. This is me saying Hank would probably bomb both, 1, the Legion, because they're bad, and 2, now having his memory back, somewhat rediscovering himself through New Vegas, remembers his NCR grudge against Moldaver, and Hank would be hard-pressed to do some bombing of the Long 15, even before the Second Battle of Hoover Dam, in order to weaken both tribes into near exhalation from the region, due to not having an efficient resource of reinforcements and supplies. And instead of being forced back down south, east, the Legion would have to make its way north, like I said, backtracking away from the marked men that were left behind in the dry wells. And as the Courier slide says,
and so the Courier's road came to an end, for now. In the new world of the Mojave Wasteland, fighting continued, blood was spilled, and many lived and died just as they had in the old world. Because war never changes.
The why of it. You taught me the why of it. If you believe in something enough, you must be willing to let it burn, lest it claim you. These governments of the two-headed bear, the Legion, they carry old world ideas into an age that no longer needs them, where they cannot live.
And you've forgotten everything. Careless with futures then, as you are now in the Mojave. It was you walking that road that kept the divide alive. It grew from what you did. Settlers, camps, filling that old world city. Chance for a new mission, new beginning, new way of thinking. Could have breathed new life into the Mojave, bridging east, west, like Hoover Dam. But not old world. Something you made.
You're still making assumptions about all of this.
No, recounting history.
And last but not least, remember what the ghoul says at the end of episode 8.
War never changes. You look out at this wasteland, looks like chaos. But there's always somebody behind the wheel.
So if the show's writers are telling us that Vegas falls no matter what the outcome, even in the event that House upgrades his army and secures the dam, it still doesn't matter. What does that tell us about what happened in the end, and what does it show us about Ulysses? It shows that Ulysses was right about the Divide and its invasion. And I know you guys don't want the Divide invasion to be the canon, but cope.
You wondered. There's no future in the bear or bull. The bear is diseased, barely clings to life. And the bull, when the legion reaches the sea, it will turn on itself and die. Killing one will end both, and you made me see how one could do it. Your ignorance, carelessness, can be used with a purpose. Who's to say the truth of it? You? No. You walked from this, turned your back on it. Now you and others will answer for it. I'll start with the West. Let that burn. Then, if the East falters after, I'll bring the Divide there as well. Burn away the flags. Begin again.
But before we touch on that, let's shift a little bit to the pre-war. Vault-Tec 1's one exception to this rule is that they don't want to save the world, they want to save themselves. They are only looking to win the game of capitalism, a game you inherently cannot win. When Ulysses says,
Could have breathed new life into the Mojave, bridging east, west, like Hoover Dam. But not old world, something you made.
What Ulysses means here is that Hank doesn't think of the old world home and the Mojave as places with people. He sees them as pieces or routes in a card game, kind of like Caravan. Vault-Tec is never focused on subjectively, only objectivity. Progress only allowed to be progressed by them, building an almost Aryan-like society of people who make lemonade with lemons. Think about Barb and her spiel at the end to the meeting's occupants.
Everything all right, Mr. Howard?
Fine. I'm fine, Betty.
He is so excited to meet you.
A nuclear event would be a tragedy, but also an opportunity. Perhaps the greatest opportunity in history, because when we are the only ones left, there will be no one to fight. A true monopoly.
Mr. Howard, huge fan. I'm Henry, but everyone calls me Hank.
And Cooper is horrified by this, and if Cooper is anything like Nate from Fallout 4, Nate's grandfather is a vet of World War II, and when Cooper heard Laura, he'd think about the non-nuclear Holocaust of World War II and how it affected the world and the resource wars. This realization rocks his entire world, and in the worst possible way, everything he had been told was true, even his wife being the devil. Barbara, Coop's ex-wife, but her current wife in episode 6 at 2525 does the most toxic thing I've ever seen a military couple ever go through in my entire life. Laura says something along the lines of, "So the bombs fall, blah, blah, blah." And then Howard retorts logically, who she knows he served, says, "No, I want to, but my freedom, I didn't go to war to live in a cellar." And then Laura says firmly and with emotion, "While you were away at war," we've all seen the scene. Laura then goes on to say, "She works every day on ensuring the survival of the human race, and it can be sympathetic to be the wife of a veteran. I get that, but it goes both ways, and Laura has zero moral high ground here, and is the only..." I'm saying Laura, it's Barbara. I don't care. And in the only defending Vault-Tec, Arcade Gannon states Barbara's actual position perfectly.
Hildern is a good example of big picture obsession gone too far. At some point, he became so fixated on large-scale results that he lost the concept of the common good along the way. It's an inhumane kind of public service when people and the basic resources they need become numbers in a ledger.
It's the big picture obsession. Cooper has a valid point. Why would he obey such a strict and confining rule set after living in the military rules for years, fighting day in, day out, for the freedoms of others and himself, just to get home and not be able to enjoy the same liberty and freedoms he fought to protect, only to have it taken away and to be stuffed in a can? Thinking about this as their future, as any day a bombing run could be made on the US and Barb could die, just the same as Barb thinking about Cooper dying at war. The difference between the two is that Cooper is an individual on the ground in war seeing people die, and his friends dying due to corporate hand-waving causing the effects of the faulty power armor to get through, and the end up killing Cooper's friends. All the while, Barb was at home looking at these numbers on a paper at people dying at war, and the rate in which it will relate to her corporate bomb shelter, which Barb is working every day to try and make feasible and actually happen. If you don't get what I mean by this, think back to the beginning of episode 3 of the Fallout show. This applies to Cooper after he becomes the Ghoul. He's ugly, strong, but he no longer has his dignity anymore. Before, in the pre-war, we learned that he is a war vet who saw the Battle of Anchorage, and he was a veteran who knew when the fighting was over, and that he didn't need to needlessly kill everyone at every chance, and that human life is precious. Just kind of like how we normally are in our first Fallout playthrough, and then we realize that we can save and load. So pre-war, he was all three, but now that it's post-war, he is subjectively kind of ugly, and I only say he's ugly because Barb's relationship seemed conditional to Barb. Barb, with Cooper's influence, benefits her not because she's gold-digging or likes the way she looks, but because he has influence around the culture of America.
Serve their needs with love. The value you are most mandated to transmit to your subsidiaries. Love is the inexhaustible fusion reaction that powers every profitable family.
But back to Cooper. He has dignity, he is strong, and his wife might think he's ugly, but other people think he's sexy and amazing because he's a movie star. Vault-Tec changes the pages from their propagandic westerns to killing the criminals instead of sparing them like usual. It reminds you of when Mr.House is telling you to either kill or spare certain tribes. When Cooper questions this,
You know, I mean, I'm the sheriff, right?
the director Emil says,
Well, why can't I just arrest a guy like I normally do? I mean, that's what I do.
The audience, Coop, yeah? They already know you're a good man. They want to see that even a good man as yourself can be driven
Yeah,
so
I understand
far.
that.
and Coop retorts saying,
That's not really my thing, you know, Emil. That's not what I do. I mean, is Bob around here anywhere?
Cooper then asks the previous writer Bob, and Emil tells Cooper.
Bob's been fired, Coop.
What?
And then we see what Vault-Tec does with people who disrupt them or their agendas or are trying to be against their agenda. Emil says,
Studio fired him.
Why?
See, it turns out Bob's a bit of a communist.
Cooper exclaims,
Communist? Cadillac Bob?
Cadillac Bob, the very one.
and the reason why Cooper may be so surprised here is because the following on the emphasis on Cadillac and following where the name comes from. It originates from the founder Henry Leland, who founded Cadillac back in 1902 and named the car series after Detroit's founding father, Antoine de la Mont Cadillac. I had to practice that a little bit. Cooper is surprised because this is more likely than not, Vault-Tec writer, part of a supercorp who probably has a collector edition of the atomic Cadillacs. Bob has shown through his individual action that he supports capitalism and democracy in the sense of supporting American originating businesses, buying and purchasing eccentric cars and technology that cost a lot of money, which he'd be getting directly from Vault-Tec Productions, producing and pushing democratic propaganda. So when Emil says that he's a communist, it really shows the parallels to our real-life Red Scare and McCarthyism that is still currently going on. By the way, this video was halfway made through before Trump became president. And that by going against Vault-Tec's narrative even a little bit, Vault-Tec will get you labeled as an individual and canceled as a communist, and may go out of their way to make you suffer. But Emil goes on even more to say, and before you hear this, think about Vegas in the lingo when he says this.
What a shame. He's such a great writer.
One of the best, but he had to go. which is why this movie is so important.
Right.
You see, it's a new kind of Western. The power of the individual when the chips are down. A new America, that's what I'm telling you. So that's why it would be really great if you could just shoot Jorge in the fucking head, yeah? Please.
Right.
Because out here, it's just you, your gun, and your personal code, bringing order to the wild, wild west.
Hey,
And Emil says this with a bit of just fucking do it in his voice. Him and Coop later exchange the scene after and break to shooting Jorge and shouting. Now, we're gonna really jump down a rabbit hole here. So remember forward to when in the trap in episode 6 when Howard gets a call and it's from Hank. The scene starts with Cooper picking up the phone and the two establishing who they are. Neither expecting each other, Hank, after introducing himself, thrillingly, after recognizing the voice on the phone from his TV.
hello?
Hello. May I speak to Barb, please?
Who is it?
It's Henry. Henry from the Vault Tech Assistant Training Program. Is this Mr. Cooper Howard?
I'm sorry, Henry, but my wife prefers not to take work calls in the evenings.
Oh, no, I'll just be a
Okay, all right, bye-bye.
After Henry seems very confused with something, but the importance here is that Hank somehow knows Barb is married to Cooper, even though we don't know how it maybe it came up in conversation. Who knows? Maybe Hank is looking up Cooper's marital status for unknown reasons. Maybe it's just a public press. I don't know. But Hank, who is a brand new assistant, who is a part of Bud's program, knows Cooper's voice sounds like a schoolgirl. And when he hears him, he knows Cooper's voice so well that he can tell through a wall phone exactly who he is. And this isn't that impressive, but it just kind of to show how much of a fan Hank really is of Cooper. It also shows that Hank's pre-war self is pretty spastic and erratic at his job, even on the phone. Now, jump to the last episode. Howard enters Laura's office with Betty and talks about how she is in the vault meeting. Betty then tells Cooper how big of a fan Hank is of Cooper. Cooper accepts knowing who he is. When Howard is listening in on Laura explaining how her and her buddies will run experiments in a nuclear holocaust underground, Mr.House says that he has a problem with the vaults, and that being,
even if you outlive all external threats, here's my problem with the vaults. You can find a bunch of rats in a nest for a long time. They end up eating each other. So who's to say your rats are gonna survive better than those animals on the surface? It's a fun idea. There's a lot of earning potential with the end of the world. But we're talking about making a significant investment based on a hypothetical. How can you guarantee results?
By dropping the bomb ourselves.
Barb letting it be known that they'll do it. Betty then goes,
Everything all right, Mr. Howard?
Fine. I'm fine, Betty.
He is so excited to meet you.
Mr. Howard. Huge fan. I'm Henry, but everyone calls me Hank.
Your father has been around for a very long time.
They then let Moldaver narrate over Hank fanboying, but then unmute Hank to let him give his opinion about Emil's movie, The Man from Dead Horse, and nervously describes, you know that scene where you shoot Joey Toro in the face?
That scene where you shoot Joey Toro in the face?
Fuego fuerte y formal. Remember Emil's core message with The Man from Dead Horse. He said,
You see, it's a new kind of Western. The power of the individual when the chips are down. A new America, that's what I'm telling you. So the wild, wild west.
Hey, let's pick this up after lunch, all right?
Vault-Tec made plot changes to The Man from Dead Horse in order to appease and brainwash their fan base of sneering Vault-Tec imperialist nationalist fans, and to justify violence against savages, criminals, and communism as long as it's done by the overseer of the waste and the sheriff in yellow and blue overseer colors. And this was done to justify the warfare against the other factions, because when you're the overseer, who is the glue of your community, as Hank is defined by in his TV show description, you must be able to take justice in your own hands as the Vault-Tec leader and use your own personal code to bring order to the waste as a sheriff, who is elected as an officer who is responsible for keeping peace, kind of like an overseer. And I mean, think back to when Bud says to Norm,
like that sounds downright morally questionable. They're our breeding pool, the ultimate expression of HRR&D, genetically selected to breed with my buds to create a class of super managers, people with positivity, people who make lemonade, people who will inherit the earth after we've wiped the surface clean.
Wipe the surface clean.
This is the double entendre, because Bud means that Vault-Tec wiped the surface clean, starting the nuclear holocaust initially in 2077, but also Norm, being his dad's son, now also makes Norm related to the Courier, who has continued to destroy humanity's naturally blooming chances of restarting civilization, like when the Fallout 4 special slide says,
following total atomic annihilation, the rebuilding of this great nation of ours may fall to you. That's why we at Vault-Tec have prepared these educational materials for you to better understand the 7 defining attributes that make you special.
You, being the Vault Overseer of the Vault, that job is to make sure that vaults don't perish and to make sure your experiment isn't compromised. So you can bring your discovery or vault way of living to the surface on Reclamation Day to show them a better way. And I'm not gonna lie, now that I think about it, being a Vault Overseer is like being a thing cell from the Thing. It's like, hey, I'm gonna try and save that thing, but if that other vault puts me and my vault in danger, I'm just gonna sacrifice it like Palmer did.
These survivors will need to be shown a better way.
If you know the Thing, you know the Thing. By the way, if Hank's never been outside Vault 31, how does he know that the outside world is mean and would change them? Hank saying he wants Monty and Lucy's generation to recolonize the waste, him wanting to wipe the slate clean for Lucy at a terrible cost, a tragedy, but a great opportunity, as a certain CFO put it. You could call it Hank's version of Dead Man's Burden. And also, not to digress here, but remember when Dan in the final episode says,
I was just scared of going to the wilds. I had no idea they'd blame you for it.
The Brotherhood calls the west of the Mojave in California and Arizona the wilds, just like the Wild West when the US government was colonizing into the West and into American history and territory. You could call it like the Wild Wasteland, and just like Emil, the director, says,
The Wild Wild West.
Vault-Tec is brainwashing their executives to take justice into their own hands in the Wild Waste. What would Hank do for Betty to keep the vault safe? To find a water chip? Think about the vault dwellers of the past and what they resorted to do in order to get their special parts and special devices, and what they've done in order to stop threats like the Master.
Have you found the chip? Oh, that's great. Can I have the chip, please? No, not that. I want the computer chip. No, the chip. Just give me the chip! Thank you. Now, go to the library and rest for a while, okay? Yes, you can touch things. I just wanted to let you know that the water supply is stabilized. Actually, we're rebuilding our reserves. You did great. I am a little concerned, however. Oh, yeah. It's like this. There is a bad place where the bad mutants come from. It is bad. Vault is good. Please, go destroy bad place.
And we know that the water chip and other vault parts sometimes don't last a full Vault-Tec guarantee due to the vault chip of 33 shutting down during Betty's meeting about the Raiders, and the parallel to Vault 13's water chip malfunctioning due to a shipping error, or due to the makers of the water chips being low-grade contractors, or if you decide to cement the timeline in Fallout 2, you can go back in time and destroy the water chip as the chosen one to make sure the events of Fallout 1 happen. More on that later. We're not going to go. We know that it happened before in Vault 33 in the past due to the vault mechanic going.
All right. Sirs? Sirs? May I speak with you for a moment, please? It's about the water chip.
Go ahead.
It's the type of thing Overseer McLean would have preferred to discuss privately before bringing it to the full group.
Well, he's not here now, is he? Let's hear it.
Okay, well, the water chip is destroyed. The vault only has enough water to keep our population alive for 2 months. And that's not accounting for the prisoners.
Okay.
Showing that if there have been technical issues, they've been hidden from Vault 33's public view. So, could Betty have been sending Hank to look for spare parts at Vault 21 after they got a terminal message from the monitor saying that its systems went down? Who knows?
Well, I'd never stepped foot outside Vault 31.
When did it go away?
The moment I met your mother. From that moment on, Vault 31 was a distant memory.
Maybe Hank is sort of telling the truth here. If he grew up in a place like Hopeville through his childhood and went straight into the Vault-Tec University, maybe in a way this is Hank saying that he never got to stop and think for himself and what he really wanted out of life, like maybe the stuff he used to watch, like Ralphie, until he was forced to retire into the Vault 33 Society and was given a family to raise, given a home, a place to care about, people to love. Hank's whole life might not have been his choice and or his choosing. His parents, seeing his potential with the exploding vigor tester at the possible physical, forced him down a certain life path, leading to his life being nothing but Vault-Tec corporate espionage we see in Bud's Buds in order to get higher on the corporate ladder, in order to serve Vault-Tec in his country, to get that sweet, sweet office with a balcony. But after Hank retires and is domesticated into Vault 33 with Rose, he changes. I'm going to play you a clip from Lex Friedman's podcast with the ex-CIA agent Andrew Bustamante, where he talks about family versus work.
So what do you make of that calculation of family versus job? You've given a lot of your life and passion to the CIA, to that work. You've spoken positively about that world, the good it does. And yet you're also a family man and you value that. What's that calculation like? What's that trade-off like?
I mean, for me, the calculation is very clear. It's family. I left CIA because I chose my family. And when my son was born, my wife and I found out that we were pregnant while we were still on mission. We were a tandem couple. My wife is also a former CIA officer, undercover like me. We were operating together overseas. We got the positive pregnancy test, like so many people do. And she cried. My wife was a badass. I was like the accidental spy, but my wife was really good at what she does. And she cried and she was like, what do we do now? Like, it's what we've always wanted, a child, but we're in this thing right now. There's no space for a child. So long story short, we had our baby. CIA brought us back to have the baby. And when we started having the conversations about, hey, what do we do next? Because we're not the type of people to want to just sit around and be domestic. What do we do next? But keep in mind, we have a child now. So here's some of our suggestions. We could do this and we can do that. Let us get our child to a place where we can put him into an international school, or we can get him into some sort of program where we can both operate together again during the day. But CIA just had no patience for that conversation. There was no, family is not their priority. So the fact that we were a tandem couple, 2 officers, 2 operators trying to have a baby was irrelevant to them. So when they didn't play with us, when they did nothing to help us prioritize parenthood as part of our overall experience, that's when we knew that they never would. And what good is it to commit yourself to a career if the career is always going to challenge the thing that you value most? And that was the calculation that we made to leave CIA. Not everybody makes that calculation. And a big part of why I am so vocal about my time at CIA is because I am immensely appreciative of the men and women who, to this day, have failed marriages and poor relationships with their children because they chose national security. They chose protecting America over their own family. And they've done it even though it's made them abuse alcohol and abuse substances, and they've got permanent diseases and issues from living and working abroad. It's just it's insane, the sacrifice that officers make to keep America free. And I'm just not one of those people. I chose family.
What Hank means when he says after he meets Rose, he forgets about Vault 31 is not, it's Hank saying his mission was now his family rather than Vault's goal of a true monopoly. After reaching the top of the ladder, he realized what he really wanted was a family and a home in the Vault. Hank grew up nearly alone, pushed into a military boarding school, and chose Vault-Tec as the ride out of his small life, and he is still serving Vault-Tec, but just in a different way. Andrew is also asked after being a CIA agent who has been nuclearly cleared before, and again, please watch the podcast, it's a pretty good one. Andrew asked, what still surprises you about human nature? And then Andrew is asked, whatever.
I'll have to learn how to mix the color palette and use certain brushes.
Do you think of that as a kind of the study of human psychology? Isn't that what a psychologist does, or a psychiatrist? What from this process have you learned about human nature?
Human nature, yeah.
I mean, I suppose the answer to that could be a book, but it probably will be a book.
I'll save you that, yeah.
But sort of, is there things that are surprising about human nature, surprising to us civilians, that you could speak to?
Yes. One thing is extremely surprising about human nature, which is funny because that's not the answer I would have said. So I'm glad that you clarified this specific question. The thing that's surprising about human nature is that human beings long, like in their soul, there's like a painful longing to be with other people. And that's really surprising because we all want to pretend like we're strong. We all want to pretend like we're, independent. We all want to pretend like we are the masters of our destiny. But what's truly consistent in all people is this like longing to commune with others like us. My more practical answer about what I've learned to be the truth is that human nature is predictable. And that predictability is what gives people an incredible advantage over other people. But that's not the surprising piece. I mean, even when CIA taught me that human nature is predictable, it just made sense. I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. But what I never, ever anticipated was no matter where I've been in the world, no matter who I've talked to, no matter what socioeconomic bracket, is that longing. Man, it hurts. Loneliness sucks. And togetherness feels good. Even if you're together with someone you know isn't the right person, it still feels better than being alone.
Hank still believes in Vault-Tec like Ulysses does the Legion, as one's loyalty rather than it being their new or main drive. Hank may still work for Vault-Tec the way that Ulysses works for the Legion, but Hank may operate domestically in the breeding pool, but his priority is his family, just like how Ulysses' priority is finding a flag worth fighting for. After Hank retired from Vault 31 as their above-ground operator agent and possible overseer through 71 to 74, and becomes a domestic operator like Betty in the Vault.
Living in the cloud of mystery.
Exactly.
Not really knowing anything about what's going on.
Exactly. But for me, I've always been the person that likes operating. And you know what you still get to do when you leave CIA? You still get to operate. Operating is just working with people. It's understanding how people think, predicting their actions, driving their direction of their thoughts, persuading them, winning negotiations. You still get to do that. You do that every day.
I came to Obsidian after shipping Tomb Raider Legend at Crystal Dynamics. We were in very early stages of Alpha Protocol, and at the time, a third-person spy RPG was unheard of, and it sounded great to me. So I was pretty excited to work on a game that merged different passions of mine, and I felt like this was the way forward in games, mixing the best components of different genres.
Hank's priority was his family, and after Rose left, Rose was no longer Hank's priority, but his kids were part of his home and ripped off and taken away from him. Well, you know what Joshua says.
A linked family of families. The Boneyard, Phoenix, New Vegas, they're just places, metal and stone. New Canaan dies, but the tribe lives on. When the walls come tumbling down, when you lose everything you have, you always have family. And your family always has tribe.
I loved your mother. But you stopped being your mother when she left home. When she took you into danger.
And was no longer his priority. His kids and fellow vault dwellers were his priority. And it just so happened that Hank's children being in the future generation is something that Vault-Tec needs for Bud's Buds to work. So Hank and Vault-Tec, with the common interest, don't worry about extracting Rose because she's just going to be problematic. Just the kids. Betty says her and her Hank buried Rose, insinuates that Hank and Betty were together on the surface, possibly, together during the post-war events of 2277. Instead of Hank doing the bombing and operations on the surface while Betty did the Vault Watch, which might be confusing, but it does make sense a little bit to me. Due to the water chip being tapped by the NCR and the Weevil famine quarantine of 77 being right before this, that may have ended with killing or starving the Vault members. When Rose left, it led to cannibalism due to quote-unquote crop failure.
Are seasonal. Here at Vault-Tec, we found a way to grow corn in any season, in perpetuity, with proprietary adjustments to its genetic code, so only Vault-Tec scientists can use the technology.
And yes, the cannibalism part isn't confirmable, but with how the ghoul describes his thoughts on Lucy and her dad losing 128 pounds, it doesn't sound too good for Hank's validity. Maybe Hank went on a scavenging run. Who knows, maybe Hank did seek out nukes like the other regional overseers were trained to do, as we see in Vault 76's overseer log.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. I'm home. I'm sorry it's been so long, but I couldn't get away. I know neither of you is around to hear this, but I miss you.
By the way, that was the best part of writing about that entire goddamn game. I don't want to hear it. Is it possible that Betty simply nuked Shady Sands with the nukes inside from the vault? No. Vaults don't keep nukes in them at all times, unless you think that vault computers can establish connections all the way into the divide. In order to have the nukes and assert dominance of a region, and the Overseer must find the missile silos of their region as seen in Fallout 76 with the Overseer's journey we follow with her tapes. So is it possible that Betty and Hank did the same thing during 2077 to 2281 while looking for Rose, knowing that they were going to have to fight an entire nation as only a corporate Vault-Tec? And I know it might sound like I'm just trying to write fanfic here at this point, but the independent option of the Courier's jacket from Ulysses is a Vault 21 jacket. Sarah is a romanceable partner and is tied to Eddie's main quest through the log trigger, sure, but for the independent jacket specifically requires a neutral alliance with everyone, and is to specifically a Vault 21 motel reference instead of a Yes Man or any of the other families is kinda weird. There's no quest for Vault 21 other than gathering the Vault suits to have pity sex with Sarah, other than Benny's connections to the Vault. Hank maybe alludes to Hank needing the suits, wanting to repopulate with Vault dwellers. I don't know, I thought that would be kind of fun. Maybe Vault 21 is Hank's kind of second home, and is where he goes when he needs to gather his things for a fight. Feels more like home. Maybe that's what Hank's going to do in the trailers. Hey, have you guys seen the Ghoulified Kings? I have. I wrote this 2 years ago. Anyway, I'm joking. When I do look up other people's thoughts on why 21 was used, though, just to play a little devil semantics, whatever it's called, devil's advocate, that one. Most people said things like, oh, well, blackjack is a card game where the individual can single-handedly decide the outcome of a game by changing one of many things with the choice they have to fold, to raise, or to pass. 21 is just an iconic number of the game. Others say it's because 21 we start out with in a Vault 21 jumpsuit given to us by Doc Mitchell, which also seems to be like a valid interpretation, Vault-Tec being the flag on our back given to us at the beginning of the game. However, the jumpsuit our Courier gets versus the Courier on the box art and in the trailers does not exist. The Vault 21 armored jumpsuit is an exclusive armor not seen in game unless obtained with console commands. Now, why would Obsidian make this armor unattainable? Well, realistically, I think it's because of the DLC being forced upon Chris Sawyer and everything like that, but Chris Sawyer, I mixed their two names, but it's probably more likely to be the same reason why we can't get Boone's sniper or Joshua Graham's pistol whip. It's a personal item that belongs to a specific certain character. And again, think back to what Emil says in episode 3.
You see, it's a new kind of Western. The power of the individual when the chips are down. A new America, that's what I'm telling you. So that's why it would be really great if you could just shoot away in the fucking head, yeah? Please. Because out here, it's just you, your gun, and your personal code, bringing order to the wild, wild west.
How would Vault-Tec obtain nukes that belong to the US from the Divide? Just take it while they're all blowing each other up. Vault-Tec also has their own nukes as seen with the One, and is Call of Duty games like halfway not about stealing each other's like weapons and then trying to bomb each other with it? Because I'm pretty sure that's what Nova 6 is and why Black Ops as a game is really good. Hank being he, could have used the primed missiles in the Lonesome Road, but we know those rockets only land on smaller cities and on the I-15, not Shady Sands. The remaining warheads in the Divide are only based warheads without actual rockets attached to the launch. Warhead, the tip without the handle, 2 halves of a spear. So, where and how would Hank be able to drop the atomic warheads? Well, Hank would drop these warheads with the help of the Boomers, his tribe, Vault-Tec. Due to being completely isolated and xenophobic with the dreams to, I'm gonna let Pete, you can either skip it or not, but Pete explains it to us.
Ages ago, long before I was born, we lived underground. Everyone had guns, but the Overseer wouldn't let us explode anything, not even a hand grenade. We left and wandered the wastes. There were savages with knives. We blew them up with frag mines and grenades, burned them with flamethrowers. It was neat, but there was a downside. For every 43.6 savages we killed, we lost one of our own. We needed a new home. We needed Nellis. Here we have prospered and multiplied. Here our mighty guns destroy any savages who might try to harm us before they can even reach our gates. Well, but not saying you want to harm us or you're a savage, but anyways. Nellis has revealed many secrets. It has taught us how to fly the bombers once based here, and it has taught us where to find one. And that is our story so far. For this last image is our future. To restore the bomber, to fly the open skies in armored safety, raining high explosive ordnance upon ignorant savages. This is our destiny. I'm pleased that you listened to the entire story. Perhaps there are details you'd like to know more about.
Fly the bombers, once based here. Think about why we aren't allowed in the VR pods, because Vault-Tec wants air dominance for their weapons in Giants. Hank, if he had to associate with any tribe in order to gain an advantage, he would be closed-minded, just like the Boomers. Hank's scientific prowess would then fill the shoes of the absent-minded Chris Haversam, or not absent-minded, but of the absent Chris Haversam that we were talking about earlier, to help deal with the ants much easier and to help the Boomers achieve their dream of dropping bombs for the first time. Their mural looking exactly what we'd see from the NCR destruction in the 29th constructed B-29 bomber that crashed in Lake Mead. Hank relating with them about being prideful about self-sufficiency, just being basic speech options and not even needing a speech check to earn reputation.
We haven't detonated any atomic warheads since before I was born, but otherwise, it's do as you will. Several automatic warheads detonate here 100 years ago, leaving the base highly radioactive. The savages of the waste, ignoramuses, all avoided Nellis by habit.
Now, this part of Pete's story is actually unclear. He never tells us why the radiation didn't dissuade the boomers while it dissuades everybody else. Passing a science check, we can get him to admit that the Geiger counters on their Pip-Boys helped them decide to turn this into a settlement. That's because I think the Geiger counters could tell them that the radiation here was no longer at a level that was harmful to human habitation. They could only know this because of the Geiger counters on their Pip-Boys. Everyone else in the wasteland who continue to avoid the Air Force Base only knows that it's radioactive.
That's exactly right. You're very knowledgeable for a Sav, an outsider. Nellis is a completely self-sufficient community. We draw water from Lake Mead, solar arrays provide power, and we grow our own crops. Our self-sufficiency is a point of pride.
We can comment that big howitzers aren't typically found in an Air Force base.
You're right. They weren't here when we discovered Nellis. We found the guns at a huge weapon depot called Area 2, many miles from here. It took many weeks to drag the guns and their ammunition back to Nellis, and it was the last time any of us set foot beyond our homeland.
Now, we don't find Area 2 in the game, we can't explore it, but Area 2 is a real-world place near the real-world Nellis Air Force Base. It's a storage facility about a mile northeast of Nellis Air Force Base, just on the northern outskirts of Las Vegas. During the Cold War, it was a storage place for conventional bombs and unconventional bombs, including nuclear warheads. Over 200 were stored there at one time.
Once we restore power, we learned that some elaborate chairs we've been sleeping in were actually virtual reality simulators. We believe they were used to train combat pilots. We used them extensively. I alone have shot down over 500 Chinese Zion 85 fighters. Before you ask, I'm afraid there's no way you can be allowed to use the simulators. They're for our use only. Sorry.
Now, we've explored this Air Force Base and we didn't actually find any airplanes. What are they using these flight simulators for?
Loyal found a file somewhere on the base with magazine articles, photographs, a map even. It seems that a bomber, apparently the 29th of its kind, crashed in Lake Mead on July 21st, 1948. Just imagine, that's over 300 years ago. The photograph shows that it was basically intact, and the map tells us exactly where to find it, except we haven't left Nellis in decades.
Ah, so it looks like their plan is to somehow resurrect this bomber so that someday they can fly the friendly skies.
Yes! In fact, that's exactly what Loyal has planned to do. You should go talk to him. I wish everyone were just as interested in our story as you are. Maybe I should act out the battles, or learn how to throw my voice.
And with that, we went from neutral to accepted. A whole lot of
Well, you know, I wasn't gonna... When I talked about the Courier psyche, he literally is just, like, happy about self-sufficiency. Like, is that not a Vault-Tec thing? Hank understands the word ignoramus, spoken by a Nellis child, which is a Latin vocabulary word, and he is comfortable sharing the fact that he knows and understands Latin around a Vault child. And understand, the Courier hides from Arcade Gannon and Eddie, both Enclave associations, that he knows these certain things.
I'm enthusiastic about helping people, but nihil novi sub sole. Caesar can cite Cato to suit his purpose. Many people have spoken Latin. Some of them were quite pleasant.
The only open-minded people in the Boomers are Pearl and Jack, and that's due to them being in love and Pearl fearing the Mojave over the last 5 years after the Battle of Helios and waiting for someone to come over and show them the world that they aren't just a bunch of savages. So Pearl's plan is to wait for an outsider to live through the bombardment and then aid them to show that the others and everyone in the camp that not everyone outside is a savage. But what if the chosen one hears Hank, another Vault dweller who is being the only one to cross the bombardment field, showing that he is the only intelligent quote-unquote form? And the Boomers, that everyone in the Mojave, are indeed ignorant to savage wastelanders, and unless the travelers are Vault-Tec descendants, the Boomers don't want anything to do with them. By doing this, the ending of the Boomers, they wouldn't be aiding any of the factions and would just sit atop their display of power dissuading anyone from coming to Nellis with their nukes and bombs. Just like Vault-Tec and the pre-war nations did. Mutually assured destruction. Didn't you always find, well, I guess it's kind of 50-50 there. Didn't you always find the Boomers as a tribe kind of out of place in New Vegas? Think about the Atom Cats from Fallout 4. But now imagine that tweak their story into being from Vault Tech, and like their vault was based off of hot rods and stuff. Like, it's you already had a good idea with the cool top Maverick aesthetic, but to also make them Vault Tech seemed a little random. But the Boomer story was never planned to just be some Atom Cat tribe, but instead of planes, it's power armor. And instead of the Boomers, they wound up being a big deciding factor in the Battle of the Hoover Dam canonically, and are the only Vault Tech-based faction whose entire purpose is, in the piece of the story, is only dropping bombs on Hoover Dam. And isn't it also weird, by the way, Vault Tech dropping bombs on the old world government's infrastructure? Isn't it also weird that the settlement, like the Boomers' reputation, goes up if you blow up the other two nations? No, it's because they are all Vault Tech. They are the vault right above 31 and 33. The Boomers are Vault 34 and may be a part of Vault Tech's long-term strategy, and they're perfectly fine ending both nations as long as they both get to see the big boom. Both of them being Vault 31, 33, and 34. Now, another important question is, do we really think House is still alive after the shape we see Vegas in? Everything will fall eventually. After all, the Legion will reach the ocean, turn on itself. The bear is diseased and infected on the strip, and that's why House wants a loyal apprentice like Benny. But even on the other strip family descendants, like the Omeras, plan to gas the strip for the power move during the Hoover Dam second battle. Oh my god. And the White Glove Society is willing to side with Caesar if persuaded enough to do so, not unlike what Vulpes mentions is already an entity in the strip regardless of the Courier intervention, which makes this possibility even more likely. Remember that they also said that they take multiple elements of each ending and the source and the mythos to create a universally agreeable situation that could happen in the Vegas Strip regardless of how the power-filled strip can be after the events of what we see in New Vegas in the Battle of Hoover Dam. However, I don't know, but one of the two radically different things may happen. A, where Courier is employed faithfully by Mr.House at a maxing Courier potential and making everybody and every side with a controlling Mr.House happy, minus the Brotherhood destroying, who, by the way, we know are alive in 2280, and even though in 2276 they are near extinction hiding in the Hidden Valley until the second Battle of Hoover Dam, but they're now fine in 2276 and 2280, Mr. House as the head and as the Courier, being the sword and the shield with everything the Courier has obtained, may they have generously donated to Mr. House or are storing at the Lucky 38 as a safe house. Or B, a least maxed out Mojave. A Mojave where the corporate Vault Boy Courier named Hank McClane walked it with the intention of destroying and leaving every faction as feeble and as worthless as possible. Because if any faction came to power that was not Vault-Tec, it would ruin Vault-Tec's monopoly of the region. And a Courier named Hank McClane, who is foreshadowed by the Buds videos, doesn't settle for second place. He wants to steer the wheel. No? Don't believe me? Well, what if I told you if the Courier or Hank had never arrived in the Mojave, it was still doomed to fail anyway? How, you ask? Well, what I've been foreshadowing since the beginning of the video, what lies in the divide, the smoothie-eating Markmen. To talk about the Markmen and Tunnelers, we must first talk about the ghoul discrimination. Ghoul discrimination against ghouls has been somewhat common in the Fallout universe, but in the show, it's everywhere. The ghoul goes,
You wouldn't happen to be a doctor, would you? 'Cause I happen to be looking for one.
You know your kind ain't welcome here.
Well, maybe not. But I'm gonna make myself welcome.
The ghoul, who is a marked man bounty hunter indicated by his flayed skin and direct radiation injection through his weird inhaler jet thing we never have seen before. Before the show, we assumed this rad drug was for ghouls and was a retcon for FEV, but it's not. Anyway, back to discrimination. The ghoul makes himself known as we see with Zilwig. Ma June announces, you know, you ain't kind of welcome around here. And the ghoul responds, well, maybe not, but I'm gonna make myself welcome. There's also moments where Thaddeus is being very presumptuous about ghouls, assuming the ghoul beheaded Zilwig when in reality it was actually Lucy.
Smart. Who do you think did this, the girl or the ghoul?
Definitely.
Ghouls. One day the Brotherhood's gonna eradicate every last one of those freaks. Stuff like this, never gonna happen again.
To understand this ghoul hatred, however, in 2296, we must discuss ghouls and how they work, because people online think that ghouls have been remade and changed in retcon, and I'm here to tell those people that they are most likely wrong and that there haven't been that many retcons to ghouls over the past few years. Here's the thing. I'm probably wrong too, but I think mine makes a little bit more sense than yours and has a lot more to it than just their brains rotten or whatever. And I know there's a guy with a video that talks about how ghouls work specifically, but I haven't seen that video because I've been trying to keep all my research self-contained. So if me and him have similar conclusions, cool. If we don't, is what it is. Ghouls have always been the same, but the circumstances of the ghoul going or of each individual ghoul are completely isolated and depend on the individual case. What do I mean by this? Well, we see in the ghouls in various environments act differently and look differently depending on where they grew up and where they are. The ghoul and his feral friend Roger in the TV show are in a very hot environment in Arizona and Nevada. The area being hot matters because stopping oneself from going feral is due to something... I meant California. The area being hot matters because stopping oneself from going feral is due to something with those little rat hailers that we were looking at and how long they last thermodynamically in the body. The ghoul uses his rat hailers various times while escorting Lucy and are the items he exchanges for Lucy in the super duper market. My working hypothesis is that the inhalers are rat hailers and they release a concentrated amount of radiation into the individual in order to keep their body's energy going like a fuel for radioactive metabolism. You see, ghouls, instead of using electrical or chemical charges to stay awake like a chemical cocktail and maintain their body, ghouls use, the radiation in order to keep their muscles going, while food and water keeps their skin healthy. This nuclear switch supercharges their natural healing system and speeds up their body's processes like blood flow and such. But the downsides lead to higher maintenance needed for the skin. If their body isn't taken care of properly, it'll peel and decay. Think about Harlan and think about Keeley. Others might say that ghouls like Zao in Fallout 4 have zero access to this form of radioactive radhalar radiation, and will say this explanation doesn't really work. But I disagree. I actually think this helps prove Zao's condition. You see, Zao hasn't left his nuclear submarine in years. This submarine is outfitted with a damaged nuclear reactor sitting there with them and the crew since the Great War started. Zao hasn't been exposed to the elements due to being sealed in the sub. So Zao has all of his ghoulified skin. Compared this to the formerly Howard Cooper, aka the Ghoul. Howard, the Ghoul, he has no skin on him left. Only hard muscle, even though he has been around just as long as Zao has. So why does the Ghoul need a radhalar? So why does the Ghoul need a radhalar? Well, because his body can no longer properly absorb radiation into his skin and use it as a backup radiation pouch. How does Howard live with them? He uses other radiation sources, like the radiation waste bag, keeping him alive from Dom Pedro, and the rad drugs we see him use in the M. Melocrino case. Don't even get me started on the M. Melocrino rabbit hole. I'm not going there. Zao has been pinned up in the nuclear sub as a wet radiation sponge for so many years with the proper mutation. Unfortunately, but along with his crew members who didn't mutate properly, show that each ghoulification case is different per person. They were all trapped in the exact same environment, and only one of them ended up being an actual ghoulified person that stayed long-term healthy, for lack of a better term. Another example of this is the Scorched Plague from 76, who are feral but organized, and 2, Keeley from Vault 22 in Vegas. Keeley, for a week, according to Angela Williams, had been in the Vault 22 with only minor sources of rads available to her, and Keeley is a ghoul scientist who has been around so long and has lost a good amount of skin and hair, but still has enough to keep her radiation held within her for a week-long hiatus without dropping and seizing up like the ghoul does after he sends Lucy inside the super-duper market. Another example of his skin being the catalyst to holding and maintaining radiation within oneself for the energy is glowing ones. Being living conduits of radiation, these ghouls who almost always go feral or mad are usually feral ghouls and pack leaders due to their radiation healing and helping its ghouls allies around it. Glowing ones can even be the oasis to a non-feral ghoul who might be low and close to going feral, but they aren't always feral, as the glowing ones either. One of the only NPCs to be a glowing one is Jason Bright and his group of Bright Brotherhood, while encountering Nightkin and Repcon. Also, this is a spur-of-the-moment thing I just thought of, but what if ghouls don't like humans because they're non-ghouls who absorb radiation?
Go south down the hallway, where we find a dead Nightkin on the ground just in front of a locked sliding door. As we unlock
Harlan, another ghoul Jason,
Come and get
who
it,
has
you
been
big
trapped by the
dumb.
Nightkin,
Hey,
doesn't listen.
you're not one of those things out there. Who the hell are you?
Jason Bright sent me down here to get rid of the demons.
And I bet he told you it's the Creator's will for you to risk your ass instead of him, right? Well, good luck with that. I'd give you a hand, but no thanks. I may look like a corpse, but I'm partial to living.
How did you end up getting trapped down here?
First off, I'm not trapped. This was a tactical choice, all right? I'm no match for those things out there. So I found a good defensive position, and I've been defending it, right? Oh, who am I fooling? I'm trapped. Name's Harlan. Pleased to meet you. What happened was, I was escorting folks down to work when those things attacked us. Most of the fight was upstairs, but some folks panicked and made for the basement, and I went after them. Well, turns out there were even more of those bastards down here than upstairs, and things went to shit fast. I couldn't find the others, so I fell back to this room, set up a nice little kill zone. End of story.
You don't look like the other ghouls from Bright's group.
Guess the outfit gives that away, huh? I never did buy into that religious mumbo-jumbo with the robes and all that shit. It gets lonely out in the wastes, okay? And I don't have to tell you that Bright's group has got some fine-looking ghoulettes in it. Or maybe I would have to tell you. Anyway, I helped them out, and they kept me supplied with ammo and pleasant company.
How have you survived?
I'm not delicate. Rad roach meat for protein, condensation off the pipes for water. Then I do my business over in the far corner. I wouldn't say it's been comfy.
Well, how can I help you get out of this room?
Huh. Well, you're polite. I'll give you that. If this was just between you and me, I'd do as you ask. But it's not. I had a friend with me when those mutant bastards came out of nowheres. She panicked and ran the wrong direction. Further into the basement. She's probably dead. But I ain't leaving until I know for sure. I'd have gone looking myself, except I wouldn't last a minute out there. You, on the other hand, seem pretty resourceful.
Feast, we find, lying on the ground, the body of a ghoul prisoner. This must have been Harlan's friend. As we observe the body, the quest log updates. We now need to tell Harlan.
After talking with Harlan, he asks you to look for his friend, and you can find his friend in a jail, and the jail has absolutely nothing in it. It's completely empty. It's a completely empty area minus Harlan's friend. On their corpse is only the robe. Harlan's friend, without food and water or radiation to keep him sane, dies from starvation. There's even a secret ghoul amongst Jason's group who has fooled the player base of New Vegas for years until we see Thaddeus in the Fallout show. And I'm of course talking about Chris motherfucking Haversam. And because, before you say anything in the comments, the speech check is a speech check, not a science or medicine check.
Do here.
I'm the Flock's resident engineer. I've always been good with machines. Jason says the great journey would have been impossible without me.
Why don't they let you work down on the launch pad?
When I joined the Flock, Jason made it clear that he wanted me to supervise the repairs, not do them myself. It would be a waste of my gifts to work on just one system at a time. From up here, I've been able to supervise the entire project.
You know, Chris, the radiation down there would kill you, because you're human.
I thought we were past all that, Smooth Skin. But you just can't resist the chance to mess with me. Typical human. I was human once, you know. Grew up in Vault 34, northeast of here. Nice upbringing if you like assault rifles and target practice. But oh, you prefer machines that don't shoot people? Not so nice then. Who should maintain the Vault's reactor? Hauser? Mitchell? No. Make it Haversam. He likes machines. Haverson won't mind getting irradiated. Haverson won't mind mutating. He's already ugly as it is. Haverson won't mind when his hair starts falling out after a few years. There's no connection, Haverson. You're neurotic.
Wait, you left your vault because you were going bald?
Bald? You call this bald, Smoothskin? I'm a monster. A monster!
We can leave it at that, or we can pass a 50 speech check to say, Jason told me himself, the great journey is for ghouls only. You're not going.
Oh, God. You're telling me the truth, aren't you? Oh, no. How could they do this to me? For 2 years? My God, I've been a joke to them. Do you have any idea how easy it'd be for me to sabotage those rockets? That'd be a joke, huh? One hell of a joke.
We can respond one of two ways. We can egg the men on by saying, come to think of it, sabotage is a great idea.
Then bring me...
We only convinced Chris that he isn't a ghoul due to speech. It is not confirmed whether or not he is not a ghoul, and due to what we know about ghoul mutations in 76 now, we are completely at the whim of the writers. Chris stands, well, not really, Chris is a ghoul and I can prove it. Chris stands around Jason, who emits radiation naturally, just like I was talking about, and who is a scientist capable of rocket science and nuclear-powered reactors, which by itself, wow, Chris is a lot like Zilwig, which by itself proves that Chris is a ghoul due to the same thing happening to Zal, but for Zal's reactor, it was damaged. But I know that's not enough for some people, so here's what I mean. He is a new ghoul, like Thaddeus from the Fallout show, who has taken very, very good care of their body so far. And nobody would know unless Chris, say, got shot in the head with or in the neck with an arrow like Thaddeus and healed. He's well kept for being a new ghoul as well. The reason he's so well kept to being raised in the Vault 34 back in 2231. And I need to remind you, Fallout New Vegas takes place in the 2280s, so Chris would be about 49 or 50 years old, and that's only if he was born leaving the vault. But Chris was keeping a nuclear reactor maintained before leaving, so he must have already been older. With this reasoning, he looks 35, and so plus that 49 to 50, in reality, this guy is 80 years old. Does he look it? Maybe the hair. Nothing else, though.
And you're no murderer.
What, you think I'm too stupid to pull it off? I know enough to get their rockets working, don't I? So I can make them fail, too.
It's not a matter of smarts. You'd never forgive yourself.
Like I could forgive myself for getting duped like this? They used me, and now they'll throw me away.
They'd take you if they could, Chris, but you'd die.
And dying would be worse than this? Used up and thrown away like garbage?
They're gonna revere you as a saint, Chris.
Oh, so I've redeemed the human race, is that it? What a crock. The human race can't stand me.
That's not true, Chris. You're all right.
So, you want me to accompany you on your adventures across the wasteland, is that it?
No. But there is a little town called Novak down the road.
Life among humans again? That's what you're suggesting? I guess it's the only chance I've got. I can't believe I'm agreeing to this, but I'll give it a try.
Chris Haverson is telling the truth and is a ghoul, and we know he is telling the truth because Keely losing her hair and Harlan not losing his set of hair shows that it's all a case of the mutation being individualistic to oneself. The only side effect Chris has gotten so far is hair loss, and has only been hair loss due to having a nice consistent stream of radiation from Jason in a low but focused amount and the other ghouls as a pack, as well as the filtered and properly built reactor of Vault 34. Don't believe me still? Further proof is also the Ghoul Marshal, an NPC from Van Buren that was also going to be in New Vegas before that was cut and before Van Buren was cancelled. In this cut, Van Buren Quest, it follows a pre-war ghoul glowing one known as Marshall from Fallout 2, who is a depressed alcoholic who went... I'm not changing that. Who went to get help from the Mormons in Salt Lake City. They tell Marshall that he must leave due to being the glowing one, and Marshall is giving the other patients and rehabilitating people minor radiation sickness, and it isn't good for the area and will eventually give St. Jude cancer. So for the good of the others, he must leave, but Marshall can't leave, he has nowhere else to go, and he will die without treatment. So showing the glowing ones have a biological requirement that needs to be met, and also again showing that glowing ones like Jason emit radiation and would be a reason why we see 1 or 2 glowing ones in a pack of ghouls each. The main point of my digression, however, is that Marshall is a walking proof manifestation that glowing ones are a good source of radiation for other ghouls, and showing that Haversam wasn't a ghoul, he would die from this radiation. Poisoning, Jason would be constantly producing radiation. And we also have Thaddeus. Even after Thad became a ghoul, he still looked as chipper as Vault Boy, or as new Vault Boy, not Cooper. I mean, look at that. It's his skin mending itself. It's stretched and wrinkled, like the skin's grabbing itself, and not like the scar tissue, where it's new tissue instead of being more using what it had to fix and spread apart. Kind of like a skin graft. Also, have you ever noticed how ghouls in Fallout 4 in Boston look fresher than ones from the Mojave and West? Of course you have, everyone. It has been weirded out with the ghoul appearance changes in the East so far so that people in Fallout 4 will literally mod in the ghoul look from New Vegas. The ferals and normal ghouls who live as humans look a little goopy and are very full of like water and bloat. You can even hardly see their skeleton just like we can from the ones from New Vegas. Some look bloated and are bloated due to irradiated water that they drink. The reason they are also due to rad storms caused in Boston and Far Harbor from the glowing sea. This glowing sea naturally keeps all ghouls above ground irradiated consistently, and that's why we see more ghouls hide away in caves and vaults rather than staying out in the open in the Mojave area, and in towns places like Nipton, maybe, and also Camp Searchlight. Humans will hide in a rad storm, but ghouls step out and feel the glow of Adam. And compare that to the weather of the West. The heat in the Mojave makes the ghoul kind of look like a runny egg. Along with this, the dust clouds could blow in their skin, making them look more disfigured than the East Coast ghouls. The reason I say this is because Chris, most of his life, lived in a vault right before becoming ghoul, and if he was completely unfazed from a blast or anything similar that would damage him, there is not a reason to be a zombie looking like the rest of the ghouls, because the ghoul isn't being smooth. Because being a ghoul isn't being a smooth skin or not. It's about your state of body's mutation as a ghoul. Now you might be asking, Shorty, what are you talking about? Why are you talking about the ghoul science consistency and why it matters in the first place? Well, I'm talking about it because if Hank steals the warheads from the Divide, all the while the Divide is filled with the scariest humanoid hunters in the Fallout universe, the Marked Men. The Marked Men are ghouls whose flesh have been stripped away from the winds of the Divide due to the big MIT's weather experiments. And these nomadic Marked Men make camps around nuclear warheads in order to survive due to the radiation and the flaying pain associated with these specific type of ghouls. Most Marked Men have gone mad, and due to this madness, dive into depravities like cannibalism and dismembering humans and other ghouls for fun. We know these rumors have spread to Thaddeus and Max seeing Zoic's body and go,
Ghoul.
The ghoul. Definitely.
Ghouls. One day the Brotherhood's gonna eradicate every last one of those freaks. Stuff like this, never gonna happen again.
Again, not only are ghouls disliked, but they are sought out to be attacked and should be as a danger on sight, just like synths are in Fallout 4, which I kinda understand if the only ghoul you had ever seen was Howard shooting up a town. The Marked Men in the Divide would be forced to see the source of the new radiation keeping them alive, having their warheads stolen by Hank as a threat. The closest source after the Divide runs out of radiation would then be the water waste plant, where the dozens of nuclear waste barrels go they can use in order to make their rad pouches like Howard does in the episode 1. Well, maybe he didn't do it, maybe Dom Pedro did it, but you get what I'm saying. So he's preserved and dug up for every muscle jerky occasionally, and Dom Pedro has a waste pouch above the ghoul's grave to keep him alive, and it seems that the water and the protein are for his skin, while the radiation is for his body and muscles. After finding the waste pouch method, which is likely due to Marked Men showing intelligence, operating in groups, and strategically positioning themselves in for fighting formations and having the retaining Legion NCR culture along with traps and ambushes, after finding the waste pouch method, they would be doing two things mainly. They'd be invading the tunneler's source of radiation, or they'd be able to venture past the divide into the waste.
That's part of why I'm here. Watch them. If they attack me, try to enter the Mojave. I answer. Not looking to kill them. Save them, if I can. There might be something saving in them. If not, then what I do is mercy, not murder.
Heal their wounds, not the scars.
There's truth in your words. In what I've seen of their tactics, movements, recovery. Those wounds, they couldn't live otherwise. The divide winds have torn the skin from many of them. Maybe the radiation is the only thing keeping them walking. They camp near silos, warheads. No way to cleanse the radiation. Makes them hard to kill there. Have to draw them out.
Your waste disposal. Pre-war, people figured there was so much desert in Nevada, you might as well turn it into a big dumping ground. People didn't like it, but they weren't about to give up easy access to power, not with all the petroleum drying up.
So Ulysses says that the marked men can and will try to enter the Mojave, and then also says, Ulysses says that these two lines that the marked men want to leave and can't due to them being tied consistently in a constant state of being irradiated, and the only way they can leave is if they start discovering alternative ways of getting radiation. And the reason they need to get this again, by the way, is due to no longer having their skin as a natural sponge of radiation. And if the marked men were to make their way to the Mojave, they would and could use the waste disposable plants and other things like Camp Searchlight, like the one Arcade Gannon can comment on when you go into it. If the marked men, who by the way are the only made up of Old World NCR and Legion Special Forces, and assassins with weapons from Hopeville's Silicon Valley-like universe, which in the Fallout universe was developing many high-power technological weapons like the Red Glare and other insane hidden prototypes under the Old World rubble that Ulysses encourages you to go and try and find. These same marked men are capable of caging Deathclaws and using them for war chameleons in an army, and they want to leave where? To find and make more radiational areas, and the only lock on that door stopping them is Ulysses, the guy guarding the exit, and two marked men being tied to the warheads themselves that are being stolen by Hank. Enter the ghoul, who has a highly focused dosage of radiation to stay sane, who also has been around since the beginning of the Great War looking for his family. In the ghoul, whose flesh has been stripped off, leaving him without his skin as an extra gas tank, meaning why he needs to do these things like the ghoul inhalers. The ghoul, who if he gets shot multiple times, can use his insides to find the bullet and spit it out. The ghoul is a marked man who isn't from the Divide, but he may be a marked man due to Dom Pedro taking all off of his skin over time. And that's all speculation. The ghoul being a marked man could prove that these marked men could survive in the wasteland, and that they can't just go out too long without being careful without their waste or rad hailers. That's what I think the main point of the ghoul's character is. Do I think he's gonna die in episode in Season 2? Maybe. We'll see what happens. You don't believe the rad hailers are actually radiation. Well, if you don't believe that, then, well, that's kind of dumb. But, I mean, hey, burden of proof, I get it. If you look at the raiders in the Super Duper Market that try to chop Lucy, you can see that they have many ghouls locked up, and no smoothies that are hacked to pieces are in the store. Why would the raiders need ghouls? Well, ghouls have been viewed as good slaves due to them not going bad, being immortal and all. But with this new process of how ghouls work fresh in our mind, along with that, Martha is locked up even if she's going feral, showing us that ghoul slaves are just costlier than humans. And these raiders don't keep Lucy to sell, they go to chop her up. Why didn't they chop up the ghouls? Wait, actually, it says feral orphans, meaning that they do sell the ferals. But how would they sell ferals? You can't control them, so would they be used as weapons? With these context clues, we can deduce that these raiders were using Chop needle to make radiation dosages from the ghouls for the ghoul and others who may need it, from other ghouls for other ghouls. It is a drug replacement body part market after all, and I can't see any other use for ferals other than draining their bodies of the radiation. Now Howard, who is 200 plus years old and a soldier, aka the ghoul, who is as skilled as he is in the post-apocalypse, so skilled-minded that he is 78 for 78 in his KD hit ratio, that we've either seen and or heard in the background. Imagine how quickly a mad militia of Special Forces, NCR, and Legion... okay, let me just clarify this next point. Again, think about what the ghoul, one old world Special Forces soldier, does to an entire town of raiders. Now I want you to imagine how quickly a mad militia of Special Forces, NCR, and Legion, who have evolved to the self-sustaining warrior society mixed of NCR, Legion, guerrilla tactics, who have sustained through cannibalism and radiation, who are capable of caging and at least partially taming Deathclaws who could take over the Mojave. Don't believe me? Well, go to the last episode and go to the credits. While the cameras pan out from Vegas, you can see the left of a Deathclaw skull, a Caesar Legion's uniform soldier helmet, as well as the NCR helmet and the outfit to the right of the Deathclaw skull. This shows that the NCR would have and still had some control of the Strip and lost it to Caesar's Legion during the Battle of the Hoover Dam. But here's the thing. What's the Deathclaw doing there? Doing in the middle of the Strip, during a battle of the middle of the Strip. Deathclaws aren't necessarily scared of most things, but when it comes to New Vegas, we don't see any of the Deathclaws because they avoid the area due to the lights and the neon, and they stick to canyons and quarries. So why is there a Deathclaw in the middle of the Strip during a battle between the Legion and the NCR? Around a bunch of dead Securitrons. Well, like I said, the marked men have the Deathclaws for battle. Alongside this, the dead Deathclaw is next to both factions' armors, sitting next to both dead. Now, I'm not saying two soldiers and a Deathclaw all died at the exact same time, right next to each other, fighting each other. But I will say that these three look like they were on the same side. So if the marked men invade the Mojave, I have a question. Why did they leave the Divide, and why have everything they need? Why would they leave the Divide if they have everything they need there? Well, that's the most easily answered that's the most easily answered question. Pain, blind drive, hatred, and resource wars. You see, the marked men, while being flayed away by the blast, are in a constant state of burning from radiation like an invisible fire. By constantly being in pain, they are driven mad and forward due to this pain. It reminds me a lot of Joshua Graham, actually.
Immune to their effects. It never stops burning. My skin. Every day I have to unwind the bandages and replace them with fresh ones. Exposing my body to the air is like living through it again. But it's better to be clean than comfortable.
Even as the fires here burned them from within, the winds of the Divide tore their skin, exposed them, screaming to the sky. And just as the Divide tears at them, so they tear at each other, for sport, like some tribal scarification. Falling back to their history, maybe. No matter what they suffer, the radiation, fire of the Divide sustains them, makes them stronger.
We can pass either a survival or medicine check of 35 to say radiation may keep them alive in areas so physically punishing it would kill others, even ghouls. If they've become ghouls, the radiation would strengthen them, heal their wounds, not the scars.
There's truth in your words. In what I've seen of their tactics, movements, recovery, those wounds, they couldn't live otherwise. The Divide winds have torn the skin from many of them. Maybe the radiation is the only thing keeping them walking. They camp near silos, warheads. No way to cleanse the radiation. Makes them hard to kill there. Have to draw them out.
How are you legionaries in Hopeville wore Legion armor and strange masks and blades.
You haven't seen enough of the Legion yet to see what they worship, what they hold on to, even after what happened to them. They bear false versions of Legate Beneus's mask, the one Caesar fashioned for him. Thought it was an insult at first. No better now. It's shaped from divide metal, not with care and strength, but with hate. Keeps them anchored. Crude, effective, like the blades they carry. Distant mirrors of their legate, a symbol they can hold on to, while the divide tears at them.
Other marked men had NCR gear, and they weren't carrying masks or blades.
For the two-headed bear, NCR, they don't have symbols in the same way Legion does. They revere their mines and explosives, guns. That is their religion. Death from afar. Take pride in it.
Or if our NCR reputation is high, we can pass an NCR check to say those soldiers in Hopeville were once NCR, I'm sure of it. Why were they with the Legion?
You see, true. Not scavengers. It's what they wore. Before this all happened. Pain makes for strange allies. The hate the bear and bull shared across the battlefield, now turned against the divide. Few survived. Intact. Many NCR were already here when the destruction happened, keeping the route east open in fear of Caesar, fear of the Legion.
I think I know why they were trying to keep the route east open. The NCR would have needed the supply line open to reinforce the Mojave and Hoover Dam.
The dam, that old world wall.
So at the first sight of a marked men, the marked men's sides started hunting each other for sport and challenging each other in order to stay in a constant state of tension and strain to make themselves insanely adversarial and challenging opponents who are always ready 24/7 within tradition. Two nations under Adam, indivisible, spreading pain and warfare to all. They, however, also eat each other to recycle radiation and food, seeing how the divide will have a limited amount of resources and the radiation that'll sizzle out over time unless they try to make more, which also feeds into them trying to take over the Brotherhood and learn how to make more radiation from technology. The marked men are also capable of using tactics and tribal knowledge from both sides, that they recall these from their past and memories and share knowledge through fighting each other like the Legion did with its conquering of tribes. But not only that, but they can learn brand new tactics that are not stagnant due to their mental instability. They even learn that they can use radiation hotspots as essentially healing zones. Howard Cooper, the marked men ghoul in the show, flashes his toughness with how hard he is to kill, the extent he's willing to go to fuel his radiation and drug kick. Now, you may ask, what's that have to do with them invading the Strip? I'm getting there. Other than the destruction and weapons being their religion, radiation is a part of their religion and cultural marked men, and if the marked men are reliant on radiation and the radiation dries up eventually, they would pack up and find more. But with the nukes as well as the Asheville silos being recently launched, the divide seems like a fine home. Why would they leave like I've been talking about? Well, this is the motivation to invade the Mojave, is the marked men legion that has hate for the Legate and that they would want to go back to the Mojave to get revenge with their newfound power. After all, in packs, they consistently trap in cage death claws. Like, they're so overpowered. They might be a bit more desensitized to the fear they had. Possibly that they remembered who sent them to their internal hellscape and maybe want to be even Stevens, kind of like how Howard thinks his ex would have ended the world and he wants to have a talk with her. And if the marked men lose their warheads to Hank, they will seek a new radiation source. And maybe they find a radioactive waste treatment plant like I've been saying, but lose it eventually to the breeding being so fast from the tunnelers that are limited marked men. This is leading into why I think we see a Deathclaw, a Legion, and an NCR skeleton all directly next to each other. And no, the Securitrons did not take all three of those guys out. So to escape the issue, the marked men would leave, and by leaving, the tunnelers would lose their main food source, other than death claws. And so they would follow their food source out of the divide.
Matter now. There, couldn't hold the divide. You and that machine are all that remains of NCR here. Rest fell to radiation, fire, and what burrows below.
What burrows below? You mean those creatures in the underpass?
Tunnelers. Predators that make their own roads beneath the ground here. Divide broke their sky, showed them the world above, and the scent of new prey. Be a slower death for the Mojave than bombs and fire, but they'll come for its people, from where they least expect. Below.
We can pass a 35 survival check to say, when you say slower death for the Mojave, do you mean they're spreading out from the divide?
Death will come from below. In the divide, need to watch the sky and the ground. Mojave will be easy prey for them. They'll start emerging throughout the Mojave in time. Might be years, probably less. They breed fast, hunt in groups, more than enough to bring down the strongest in the Mojave, once they draw blood. Seen them tear apart Deathclaws. Deathclaw might get some, but the rest will swarm it, tear it apart, like Denver hounds.
Surface?
Makes sense. Truth favors that. Matches the history of this place. Were signs they were here for a long time. Before marked men. Before what happened to the divide that cracked their sky. If so, they were buried deep. Might have been born the day America's embers started to settle. Seen worse things twisted by radiation.
Navigating the treachery of the divide. Tunnelers and the marked men avoided the lone figure, as if recognizing the courier's right to passage, or out of fear.
Hank could get the warheads easy peasy due to this fear, and not having any resistance, Hank would leave very soon after, leading to them invading the Mojave. But Shorty, the tunnelers aren't a real threat to Mr.House. Ulysses describes these beasts as a pissed off but pushed out army of both NCR and Legion side by side in a destroyed and ruined but seemingly not bombed Vegas, torn apart and destroyed by an invisible force with a bunch of small craters and rubble spread around the area, in a red misted cloud, by the way, that I'm not even going to get into in this video, and in an area that Hank McClane is fine going to and fine traversing confidently with damaged power armor. Again, not you think that Hank is the courier and is a parallel to Ulysses. Ulysses is still a 10 in all of his special stats. He has a 10 in perception, intelligence, as well as everything else. Ulysses is beyond wise, and his words bear weight. Watch this dialogue tree with the headcanon of Hank, the Vault-Tec espionage unit.
If you had been there when it happened, if you had seen the divide break, you would know it. You carry death wherever you go. If the Mojave doesn't know it yet, it will. What happened here can happen again. You already proved it. What you did in Ashton, the silo there.
Oh, well, I had no idea the silo was active until the missile was in the air towards Hopeville.
Didn't stop you, though. Like carrying the chip to Vegas. Old world death in your hand. Pieces of the old world like that just need someone careless enough to take them where they need to go to do their killing.
I'm not to blame for Ashton, the chip, or the divide.
All these roads that you walked, these packages that you carried, think it wasn't your choice? Of course, it was your choice. You could have stayed in the Mojave, but you chose to come, couldn't let be, not in you to let go. Came for no other reason than you were curious, restless, always have been. Had to know the why of it. Now, I'll show you.
The why of it? You're the one who needs to answer that. Why are you doing this?
want to hear the answer of it. Not just history's answer. Your answer for what happened here.
If our fame with the Legion is high enough, we can pass a Legion check to say, are you angry that this explosion undermined the Legion's plans? It was an accident.
Accident. Ignorance is a choice. The chip, a choice. As for anger, it is what I carry for the dead and all that come here.
If we have high enough fame with the NCR, we can pass an NCR check to say, the dead? You mean the Republic troops who were here?
The soldiers of the bear. They were dead already. Their symbol diseased. Deserved to die as my brothers did at Boulder City. Mines, bombs. I carry nothing for them. Their deaths here were a mercy compared to the ones that still walk the divide.
Then what? Did the divide explosion kill your family? Your wife? Children?
My family. My tribe lives. Its history died long ago. Fell under the shadow of the bull. Consumed by another symbol. No, this isn't about family or any common blood. It's blood shared by acts, not by chance.
If you're Legion, are you angry because I destroyed the Divide supply line instead of you?
The supply line, the artery for the West. I have seen the blood of NCR at Legion hands many times.
From here on out, we can pass a series of Legion checks. Killing the NCR and cutting off their supply line at the Divide serves the Legion, as do we all.
Serves the Legion? I carry no hatred for duty, if that's what this was. The Divide was more than that. Its people more than that.
Seeing this place, it meant more to you than the Legion?
Yes, and it did to you once. I'm sure of it.
So, when you called me a traitor in Hopeville, that title really belongs to you.
No. It is a title you earned, Legion or not. You have betrayed more than you know.
Ulysses has the same response to all three of these choices, so we'll say, if you blame me for what happened here at the Divide, why do you care?
The community that was once here, and the package you brought, both had markings of the Divide, markings of America. You've seen the marks, the symbol, as early as the Hopeville silo, maybe. Carried it etched on your weapons. The Divide, its buildings, its people, were built around those same markings, surrounded them here. Markings like the flag on my back when I followed your road to the Divide those years ago. I saw the symbol I wore all around me. An old world symbol, strong to survive here. Its people strong. Outlast the bear, outlast the bull. Promise of something better. Kaiser was right to want it dead. NCR was right to want to rake their claws in it. Seeing it changed me. Just as seeing Hoover Dam changed Kaiser and the NCR. Seeing it end changed me too.
Ulysses again has the same response to these choices, so we'll say, so you believed in this place, what it once was.
There was hope here, another chance, a new nation stirring to life, a place I could have set my flag. Not the America of old, but something larger than the tribes of the East, something larger than the houses of the West, something better. The Divide could have bridged both, like Hoover Dam. Now, like the dam, it's too covered in blood to see what it could have been. You gave life to this place. I followed your divide. You led me here so that I could see. Then you brought it to an end.
Legion does not kill Legion, but you're not that anymore. I'm going to kill you.
If that's all that drives you, it won't last. The Legion, it won't last either.
He has the same response to these options, so we'll say. So I delivered a package that detonated the nuclear missiles in the Divide, and that's why you want me dead.
My history isn't revenge or hate. The road that brought us both here isn't about that. It's about the message you carried, the one in that package, whether you knew it or not. The message that one can kill a nation, can kill a symbol, and all that gather beneath its flag. I don't blame you for the Divide. I blame you for what you made me see. Now you will see what you brought to the Mojave, and that will be my message to you.
I don't understand. What message?
The nations of the Mojave, cracked and broken as the Divide, its people, the same. I have walked at Caesar's command across the east into the west, far enough to know Caesar's word did not drive me, far enough to see the end. You've seen it. No courier, whatever their flag, can ignore it. Why you didn't stay in the west, why you wandered. There's no future in the bear or bull. The bear is diseased, barely clings to life. And the bull, when the Legion reaches the sea, it will turn on itself and die. Killing one will end both, and you made me see how one could do it. Your ignorance, carelessness, can be used with a purpose.
Then you learned the wrong message.
Really? Who's to say the truth of it? You? No. You walked from this, turned your back on it. Now you and others will answer for it. I'll start with the west. Let that burn. Then, if the east falters after, I'll bring the Divide there as well. Burn away the flags. Begin again.
You wanted me to come to the Divide. I'm here. Now what?
Your road's not done. Haven't walked it full yet. Not nearly enough. The way ahead and below leads to the heart of the Divide. And there, you and I, we'll have an ending to things.
I'm not done talking to you yet. There's more I want to know.
Already heard you once, long ago and loud enough for history to hear. Tired of your messages. Still, curiosity drove you this far. Let's see what else it can do.
You said you made a promise not to kill me. Why?
Caesar's orders. Sometime before I realized the why of it. Wasn't just you. All couriers. No telling how many were Legion. Maybe all of them. Wasn't sure about you until the Divide. All the NCR burning. That much death. It bears the mark of a Legion hand. But you killed like NCR, like Hanlon, with mines, bombs, missiles, killed Legion along with the bear, like a coward, kills from a distance. If you were Legion, then NCR beat you. The West changed you.
If we are Legion, we can pass a Legion check to say, I didn't side with the Legion until the Mojave. Otherwise, we can say, I was never a Legion agent. He responds the same way.
I know that now. Doesn't change what was done. the Legion who died here. Even if you were Legion, you would answer for those deaths by Caesar's law.
We can pass a Legion check to say, I'll see that you answer for this.
Then Legion kills a Legion. Farther you walk from the flag of the bull, the more west creeps into you.
What's our history? How do you know me?
I knew of you, your name, your road to and from the Divide, what that meant for the Legion. We never spoke, knew you through your actions, knew you'd walked the west as I'd walked the east, learned different lessons, and I would never have discovered the Divide without you.
And with that, if we've asked him every single question from the beginning until now, we complete the challenge, most likely to. Uncovered all 6 references to the past of...
Ulysses' last quote here insinuates that Hank C. has changed since leaving Vault 31 and appearing in 2274, and leaving with his memories of the past in 2280, and is a new man where he returns to Vault 33 after all is said and done, just as the dead man's burden perk reads. Hank gets his home back and lives happily ever after. For now. Hey, so the last 138 pages, it's a lot. I know. We're gonna have to calm down. We're gonna have to breathe. Most people haven't made it this far in, and we got to think to ourselves again. This is all hypothetical. This doesn't mean it's gonna come true. We don't need to pull a Matt Pat Star Wars thing where we change the entire, like, you know what I mean? Even so, I know that I have some New Vegas fans fuming, and we're going to take a break and look at some fun facts and coincidences I found while researching. The coincidences and the questions, unlike Futurama, that don't fit anywhere specific on the script, but I feel like I had to mention because they came up in the research. 1. The Courier Stash is a constant pack that gives the Courier a good head start, giving them multiple armor types and a weapon to use with certain playstyles that may have just been tagged at Doc Mitchell's but didn't have an immediate access to them immediately before the Courier Stash was added to the game. For example, if you maxed out your explosive stat, you were stuck with dynamite for a good long while. Included in this stash is items from the Classic Pack, and it's equipped with a Vault 13 jumpsuit and a canteen that the Courier can carry from Vault 13. Well, at first I didn't think this was canon, and I still don't. After looking at the stash closer, it made sense from a Hank perspective. If Hank has been here before, then hiding a stash nearby might be a good idea, and it also explains how little we have for being a courier, like really. A courier carrying the platinum chip hired by Mr.House, and you're telling me Mr.House tried and failed to hire Ulysses, and his next best option of their real courier choice carrying the package was some courier with a bundle of dynamite and 8 caps to their name? A possible starting gear option that is more likely, and a more likely conclusion, is that Hank ditched his gear after he got the chip to draw minimal attention, wearing a standard caravan outfit and leaving his equipment at Good Springs. But that cover doesn't work due to Benny knowing where he's going to go and stay, going to ambush him, and he gets his info from Yes Man, so the information the courier was staying in Good Springs was most likely came from Yes Man, seeing as Victor is hooked up to the same network as the Strip's Secure say. Oh god. Seeing as Victor is hooked up to the same network as the Strip Securetron stays in Good Springs, and he was the one who immediately digs us up. Speaking of which, let's go on to this little mystery about Victor. Why does Victor live in Good Springs before anyone else? He self-proclaims that he's been living in Good Springs Shack since between 2266 and 2271.
I moseyed into town, 10, 15 years ago. Before that, I can't quite seem to recall. Odd. Anyway, it's a right peaceful town, and I reckon it's as fine a place to settle as any.
But why did Mr. House send him there so long ago? And set him there as a strategic piece, where, well, Hank was released in 2268. And this is where it all begins, as This is where the timeline part where Hank steps out of the vault post-war for the first time happens. If Hank was sent on a mission to investigate the vaults or scout the area as a surface pariah, along with this, Mr. House regained consciousness in 2138 and supposedly didn't send Securitrons out until 2274. But Victor contradicts this, having arrived around 2268 to 2281. So it's quite possible that Hank might have set up his shop in a ghost town, and Hank may have lived in this shack, leaving his old world flag up, explaining why there is one. And so to summarize, Hank simply living in this shack and leaving the old world flag indirectly led to Good Springs being established due to the activity House placed Victor in Good Springs, and the people flocked to the house, or flocked to the town over time. And then Trudy becomes the mayor and Doc Mitchell settles down because of Hank's old world flag. And this all happens due to Hank just appearing in the town. Again, let me re-clarify this. Hank walks into Good Springs, plants a flag there, goes away, and the fucking town populates itself. And this town that populates itself saves Hank later down the line after he has to leave the vault again. This domino effect all indirectly leads to the saving of our hypothetical courier, building communities without even trying. That's Hank McClane. And while Hank at Vegas around 2270-ish, checking out what happened to Vault 21, Hank then integrated himself with the tribes of the strip before Mr. House named the 3 families and the chairman, explaining the tribal rating armor. I also think it's coincidental that the 13 flipped is 31, and it also mirrors Fallout 1 to 2 and New Vegas to the show. And it also shows that whoever the courier is, they frequently explore vaults, seeing as they'd have to list and visit Vault 13 or Vault City to obtain these artifacts and objects, being the Vault 13 canteen and the Vault 13 jumpsuit. This also is seen through the conversation with the brain in the think tank. I'm not the one clamoring around tetanus-infested covered vaults. I wouldn't be surprised if the new modern protagonist, being the descendant from the last game's protagonist, is in the setting in... I wouldn't be surprised if the new modern protagonist, being a descendant from the last game's protagonist in the setting and region, is a wink to the viewers about the huge Hollywood cliche stemming from films like Star Wars. And if Lucy is the Courier 6's descendant, aka Hank, who repeats the same mistake her dad did of handing over a package of unimaginable power, it'd be a cool way to tie back to the Vault Dweller and his chosen one. Along with this, everything in the Courier's DLC stash could have been used. The doc bags for the boomer patients, and maybe the tribal pack is a nod to visiting Fort Aradesh taken by the Legion. So I was gathering clips for the video, and my dear viewer, is this the same guitar? Is the Mysterious Stranger's guitar the same as this one? I know they're not the exact same thing, but what if that's the intent? I don't know, I just thought that might have been a little funny. He also carries mercenary gear hinting at the previous occupations, along with a lot of the 10mm ammo, and specially handmade ammo, but weathered 10mm handgun. That is weirdly for being weathered, as said in the description, and has much, much cleaner finish. Again, let me clarify this. Hank carries a mercenary gear that hints at previous occupations, and along with this, he has a lot of 10mm ammo and a weathered, meaning very used 10mm handgun. And weirdly, for being weathered, as said in the description, has a much, much cleaner finish than most 10mm handguns we see in game. Fallout also uses the 10mm handgun as a parallel to the CIA, choosing 9mm over 10mm in our real life. And the 10mm gun was first developed in 1983 by Lieutenant Colonel Jeff Cooper and was adopted by agencies in 1989, like the FBI, after they quit using the 9mm after an incident in 1986, due to penetration power being the reason the fight didn't end sooner, and after the 10mm was developed. However, where the officer said it was too big and too excessive to handle effectively, so it died out in popularity. But in the Fallout universe, Well, in a world where they're trying to develop super serums and mutations, what's with a little extra kick, right? It can't hurt nobody, except it'll hurt somebody a lot. What I'm trying to say and convey here is that Vault-Tec was and is a mega corporation, and the mega corporations have a habit of having their own private intelligence.
Answer your question, your original question, which is the most powerful. I'm going to have to give you a few different answers. So the most powerful intelligence organization in the world in terms of reach is the Chinese MSS, the Ministry of State Security, because they have created a single solitary intelligence service that has global reach and is integrated with Chinese culture, so that essentially every Chinese person anywhere in the world is an informant to the MSS, because that's their way of serving the Middle Kingdom, Zhongguo, the Central Kingdom, the Chinese word for China. So they're the strongest. They're the most powerful intelligence service in terms of reach. Most assets, most informants, most intelligence.
So it's deeply integrated with the citizenry.
Correct, with their culture. You know what a Chinese person who lives in Syria thinks of themselves as? A Chinese person. Do you know what a Chinese person, a Chinese national living in the United States thinks of themselves as? A Chinese person, right? Americans living abroad often think of ourselves as expats, expatriates, living on the local economy, embracing the local culture. That is not how Chinese people view traveling around the world.
And by the way, if I may mention, I believe the way Mossad operates is similar kind of thing, because people from Israel living abroad still think of themselves as Jewish and Israeli
first.
So that allows you to integrate the
culture and the faith-based aspects. Exactly right.
But the number of people in Israel is much, much smaller than the number of people in China.
So when it comes to reach, China wins that game.
Yeah.
When it comes to professional capability, it's the CIA by far, because budget-wise, capability-wise, weapon system-wise, modern technology-wise, CIA is the leader around the world, which is why every other intelligence organization out there wants to partner with CIA. They want to learn from CIA. They want to train with CIA. They want to partner on counter narcotics and counter drug and counter terrorism and counter Uyghur, you name it. People want to partner with CIA. So CIA is the most powerful in terms of capability and wealth. And then you've got tech. So tech alone, meaning corporate espionage, economic espionage. Nothing beats DGSE in France. They're the top. They've got a massive budget that almost goes exclusively to stealing foreign secrets. They're the biggest threat to the United States, even above Russia and above China. DGSE in France is a massively powerful intelligence organization, but they're so exclusively focused on a handful of types of intelligence collection that nobody even really thinks that they exist. And then in terms of just terrifying violence, you have Mossad. Mossad will do anything. Mossad has no qualms doing what it takes to ensure the survival of every Israeli citizen around the world. Most other countries will stop at some point, but Mossad doesn't do that.
So it's the lines you're willing to cross.
And the reasons that you're willing to cross them. You know, there's the CIA will let an American stay in jail in Russia unlawfully and seek a diplomatic solution. I mean, the United States has let people, there are two gentlemen from the 1950s who were imprisoned in China for 20 years, waiting for diplomatic solutions to their release. So we do not kill to save a citizen, but Mossad will.
And then they'll not just kill, they'll like do large scale infiltration.
They do amazing things. There is they spare no expense, because it's a demonstration to their own people. Again, going back to the whole idea of influence. Every intelligence operation that sees the light of day has two purposes. The first purpose is the intelligence operation. But if it was just the intelligence operation, it would stay secret forever. The second purpose of every successful intelligence operation, when they become public, is to send a signal to the world. If you work against us, we will do this to you. If you work for us, we will take care of you in this way. It's a massive information campaign.
Do you think in that way CIA is not doing a good job?
I came to Obsidian after shipping Tomb Raider Legend at Crystal Dynamics. We were in very early stages of Alpha Protocol, and at the time, a third-person spy RPG was unheard of, and it sounded great to me. So I was pretty excited to work on a game that merged different passions of mine, and I felt like this was the way forward in games, mixing the best components of different genres.
And it paints Vault-Tec as if they have some sort of Black Ops division of the company, which, by the way, would any of us really have any reasons not to at least entertain the idea that, like they work with the government on top-secret projects like Seraph, that they wouldn't have their own corporate doings and espionage going on? And along with Vault-Tec being in the corporate espionage business, I'll go one further and say that Hank was one of their spies. And this is what makes the entire video clip into place, and I don't give a damn if this is finished or not by the time the show comes out. I'm right, goddammit. Along with the Vault-Tec being in the corporate espionage business, I'll go one further and say Hank was one of their spies. In the Triangle City interview with Jason Vosvik in this interview says that I came to Obsidian after shipping Tomb Raider Legend at Crystal Dynamics. We were in the very early stages of that Alpha Protocol, and at the same time, a third-person spy RPG was never unheard. And at the time, a third-person spy RPG was unheard of. J.R. Vosvik describes the pitch given to him for Fallout New Vegas as a third-person spy RPG. How much more blatant is it than that? 2. The easy way to look at Hank not returning to Vault 33 after the Episode 8's battle is to say that Betty doesn't want to find Hank because Hank is too tired to sacrifice the Vault residents over Lucy. The classic trolley problem, where itself presents itself as an emotional question as though it were a logical question. A problem that shows one's priorities, but I don't think this is actually the case. I think Hanks is going to the tops through Vault 21 to contact Vault-Tec executives from the cryopods. House cemented away and is Hank's current objective. Meanwhile, while Betty watches over the Vault, following this theory, Betty may have also watched the Vault in Hank's stead while he was searching for the regional nukes and or Lucy and or Rose. And I don't know if you know this, but behind the locked inaccessible door in Vault 21 where the cement supposedly ends to be the hallway continues on and ends in a void. But in reality, this tunnel connects to the tunnel in the Tops tunnel that Benny uses to canonically escape from you to head to the fort. This shows us that there was more planned for this vault, but had to be somewhat cut for storage and space reasons. And again, is seen in the show because those Tops cryopods could have only come from one monopoly who bought out Cryotech pre-war tech. And when writing my theory, the text at the bottom of the billboard almost broke my brain in my theory because it says that the cryopods are for the rich guests that survive the end times. But I realized this actually supports my theory. If the Tops have the cryopod facility, why don't we see them in game in New Vegas? We didn't even know the cryopods existed until the rumors of Vault 111 flooded the internet. So where is it? It's behind this door in the secret tunnel that leads to Vault 21. The tunnel Benny uses to escape. The inaccessible door, not the one that needs the key. I don't know. It could be either or. But what I'm trying to say is, if House is already working with Vault 21, with Vault-Tec to make this gambling executive suite, who is to say that Vault-Tec also didn't offer Mr. House's super rich customers that go to Vegas the cryopod treatment? Who knows? This also makes sense for Mr. House to agree to. What if all humans are mutants? How will Mr. House remake Vegas with Vault-Tec customers? How would Mr. House remake Vegas? He would do it with Vault-Tec customers when Vault-Tec says so on Reclamation Day. Mr. House breaks his contract and digs up and reburies Vault 21, making Vault-Tec investigate and irate. 3. The Red Scare, many right-leaning parties who supported democracy would label political opponents as commies. Now, some people think that might know what a communist is. 3. During the Red Scare, many right-leaning parties who supported democracy would label political opponents as commies. Now, some of these people might know that what a communist is, but others would just use the word communist as a label and a virtue signal. I bring this up because someone in the comments has probably already told me that the Courier can't be Hank. Hank doesn't know what communism... The Courier can't be Hank because the Courier doesn't know what communism is, and Hank would have been taught what communism is in America. He doesn't know what communism is or a high school, like the guy from Old World Blues says. Now,
they realized the subject barely knew what communism was, or even what a high school was.
This does seem like one of those contextual lines that debunks my theory entirely. But I have to ask you, in a hard-right, authoritarian, nationalist 1940s stun-locked America, that Fallout's timeline diverges, no, fuck that. You know what, in real life, in America, do you think we're taught about communism properly? This guy doesn't, and he is assumingly the treasurer for the infrastructure of the area with how he talks about politics, like the screen grab. Better question, would they teach communism in the boarding school that Hank would go to? No. And if Hank is under the Vault-Tec propaganda and Hopeville military upbringing in a time of active rampant resource wars, he would dismiss communism entirely and use it as a derogatory term, kind of like how Howard does in The Man from Dead Horse. Remember Hank's favorite movie?
I hope you like the taste of lead, you commie son of a bitch.
Seven. I don't know if we're actually on 7. I don't care. The ghoul is tracking Lucy, but not intentionally. And what I mean by this is that Lucy is her kind, the Vault Dwellers, and Zilwig, or at least at first he's not. Well, okay, let me re-say that. The ghoul is tracking Lucy and Zilwig, but he's not doing it intentionally because he's trying to find more Vault Dwellers. That way he can figure out what happened to his family. The ghoul knows his weapons and tech and has probably tangled around with the Vault Dwellers enough to show that his Pip-Boy bait at Mama June's junk shop worked. And to the guy in the back who said that the ghoul also watching the Pip-Boy isn't bait, Moldaver sold it from Vault 33. Moldaver knows the true worth of a Pip-Boy, and she would not sell it to a scrap trader for anything less than what it's actually worth in a town like Philly, especially with the many resources she has from the NCR remnants' apparent reach. The ghoul has been tracking Lucy and Zilwig and the two side quests at the same time while looking for evidence of family through Vault leads. His main quest as long as Lucy's. They're both trying to find Vault-Tec who are related to their families. Further evidence is that the junk jet being sold at the junk shop, showing that the ghoul has been selling in the store recently, just like the ghoul says.
Where are we going? What about the head? I need the head to get my dad back.
Yeah, well, the Wasteland's got its own golden receiver.
Oh, what's that?
Thou shalt get sidetracked by bullshit every goddamn time.
It also explained why he throws bottle caps for tomatoes and Radhaler bottles. He had just got dug up out of a grave. You'd think he'd be a little bit more careful with his money. But I digress. If someone like Zilwig, whatever, was really as important as infinite power, I can see a worldwide like agency going after him and organizations pinning bounties of technology schematics and insane cap amounts to get their hands on Zilwig. Now, 8. Why would the Courier mention their pre-war life being Hank anywhere? Why wouldn't he mention that he's a pre-war human? Hank saying where he's from would compromise him and make himself less useful, and if rumors spread just like the Fumentar from Caesar, think about the first thing the terminal Norm Hacks goes to after Betty sends a request to go back to Vault 31. Are you compromised? Being not compromised is very important to Vault-Tec, and B, Hank would never have a reason to tell people. Boone is a great example of this. And just like the survivalist types in his journal when talking about his past life. More like an old man not wanting his young wife to know how he failed the one who came before her. And when New Vegas was made, I doubt that they had this hyper-specific idea with the show and the Futurama parallels in mind. And I don't think they actually had the exact Courier of Hank being in mind, although the concept art really makes me, fight on that idea, but I digress. The writers may have picked up the pieces, and Todd, the devil himself, even said that they barely made it fit, so maybe this is just them picking up where Chris Sawyer and the other guys left off. If Vault City in Fallout 1 was absorbed by the NCR, knowing this and knowing the corrupt NCR, Hank would want to prevent this from happening to his Vault's fate. Hank, seeing the NCR as a failed nation, after erasing Vault City and its people's history along with them, most of the Geckoland brought up by the Brahmin Barons, Hank would do whatever he could to make sure that didn't happen to his people. We would assume, due to Hank heading to the Mojave, that the cryopods were a storage vault for managers. This can be insinuated when the ghoul states and asks, "I've waited over 200 years.
You want another autograph, young Henry? Feo fuerte y famo. Your daughter said her last name was McLean, Will. I just couldn't believe that it was the McLean. Hell, this kid used to pick up my wife's dry cleaner. Now, I've waited over 200 years to ask somebody one question. Where's my fucking family?
Where's my family? 10. Why would Hank side against Yes Man with how good of a deal he is getting? Hank wouldn't take his deal for many reasons. Hank would already be working for Vault-Tec's supercomputer, most likely reading his movements and actions through the Pip-Boy's monitor features, and if Hank were to turn on the ship would punish Hank, just like Vault-Tec Systems killed Eric DeMarco after he tried to use his own revamped version of the virus named Seraph against itself. B. Hank knows that Yes Man is a power-hungry little demon due to his tells of being power-hungry and a sycophant, and just like the Divide would stop it from reaching its peak, also Hank was that sycophant for a long time, so he knows exactly how they act. And C. Hank's objective is to make sure that Vault-Tec builds the next civilization, and that this civilization will be his kin and his descendants, and his descendants can't pay their own way with a robot overlord who is greedy. And D, just like Ulysses says, dead ends empty, as if technology can solve anything. 11. And just one last thing. Following this theory, Hank's mom is named after a flower, and he marries a lady named Rose, who is also named after a flower. Coincidence? Maybe. I don't know. Now, back to the main course, and we will finish up with the simplified timeline of events. Oh my god, the video's almost done. Woo! For the last part of the video, which I honestly might put this at the beginning because it's a small timeline of what the theory is. This is my interpolation, whatever the fuck, of the events of what happened before the show and after New Vegas. This is what I think happens. I'd like to go through a small timeline of pre-war Hank to establish a bit of the timeline, as well as address anyone who thinks the Courier isn't from some sort of cryo vault in the West. Unlike post-war Ulysses and his post-war tribe, Henry McLean, as a child in his pre-war life, grows up in a small military town named Hopeville, next to a bigger city equivalent being Ashton, which is kind of like a Silicon Valley. And due to this isolated corn kid childhood, never having seen a big city like Chicago while he was growing up, and also I'll say this, I live in a tri-state area. If you think you live in a city because you live in a tri-state area, no you don't. Go to Milwaukee, go to Chicago. This also is due to Vault-Tec not having their HQ in Chicago, and due to the Enclave having pre-war outposts in Chicago, so Henry as a child didn't get to see certain big cities, always being surrounded by the same dull people. And due to being a savant that wasn't very social, but did grow up with a radio and loved tales like The Silver Shroud and Ralphie,
week on Ralphie the Robot's Incredible Odyssey. Ralphie, hurry! If mean old General Winters catches you, you'll never make it home! No! Ralphie, fly far, fly fast!
Tune in next Saturday for the exciting conclusion. Only on Vault-Tec Channel 9.
Eddie? What are you doing in here all alone? And who left these old videos playing? Come on, let's get you into your recharge bay. We've got a big day tomorrow.
Is that what you're doing? Trying to find your way home? Suddenly a lot of things make more sense. Sometimes I feel the same way. Why do you think I became a courier? Don't worry, I won't let any mean old generals get to you. Yes, Eddie, I'm sure Ralphie the robot would be very proud of you. I'll do whatever I can to help you get home, after we deal with things here. Come on, Eddie. We've got to fly far and fly fast if we want to get to the end of the divide. Passing in
and huge billboards with the Commonwealth flag screaming in text, "America's bright future in your hands!" With a start as depressing as that, no wonder Hank would want to grow up to be the mailman and would want to explore outside of his tiny world. Young Henry, a kid who passes his time watching Vault-Tec movies like The Man from Dead Horse, and yes, I know it wasn't made until 2076, shut up, you know what I meant, things like Dead Horse, but the point is that they are both Vault-Tec productions. Stories that would inspire a kid like Henry to make him want to travel the world, to be a mailman, but couldn't travel freely or only traveling for Vault-Tec business and only going where they say that he has to go and staying home most of the time due to Vault-Tec giving you a better position for the end of the world and less vacation days. If you decide to take them off, you get a less advantageous position in the vault.
Remember, you're not just a salesman. You're a delivery man, delivering our customers from all that nasty business up there on the surface.
This idea is supported by the challenge where finding Ralphie's posters referencing the radio show being aptly named Feeling Like a Kid Again. Some might say the Courier saying something about Ralphie when talking to Eddie, implying that remembering the radio show, or implying not remembering the radio show, but Hank McCourier Pants gets shot in the goddamn head in this scenario and could have a little bit of amnesia due to all the events that transpire in New Vegas. After all, the dialogue with Ulysses implies a reality where Hank might only remember himself after visiting the Divide after getting shot in the head. Another reason he'd have to go back to the Divide to get all of his answers from his old memory. Along with this, Eddie is an Enclave iBot who monitors and records his surroundings, so while being a useful tool, Eddie also helped Hank reinforce his cover legend by making Hank reinforce this lying mentality that he is not Vault-Tec, but he is this sheriff and or mercenary that walks the waste, either a messiah or a demon. Either a 21 Flush or a Full House or a Nightmare Cooler, as the game would put it. So young Henry, growing alongside his dog Seymour, starts developing his own personal code from Vault-Tec stories. Themes of taking things into his own hands when things are driven too far. This would be due to Vault-Tec's American institutions disciplining him and brainwashing him. If Henry was anything like Norm, young Henry is quiet and is very introverted, playing video games and reading comic books. If, like La Phantoma, knowing that he's intelligent and perceptive but doesn't realize he's less socially viable, Henry being raised in a military town as indicated by Hopeville being a military base, he might have been put into a military boarding school as referenced by the level up sound, explaining why he didn't go to high school and his ability to handle salvaged low power battery armor in the show better than Max, the member of the Brotherhood who is currently learning and handling it, can handle it nowhere near as well. This military Commonwealth school and Vault-Tec University may teach him Latin due to his key military phrasing of the Commonwealth, using these Latin-rooted phrases. At least using them in Hopeville on the floor of the General's office is printed Exodus Octoprobot, the outcome justifies the deed. And imagine growing up in a small military town where the motto is essentially, the justifies and the means, or the ends justify the means. Does it sound familiar? Something familiar to what Hank said, maybe? Ain't that just a weird coincidence? And since young Henry was brought up in America with McCarthyism and that was on steroids, and again, just look at our modern political landscape right now, they don't get honest education about communism and other forms of governmental control. Insert clip of Moldaver here saying that just a word that makes this seem.
I'm not a communist, Mr. Howard. That's just a dirty word they use to describe people who aren't insane.
Crazy. Also, hey, look, blackish green jewelry like Lorenzo's. Oh yeah, by the way, Oxhorn, you beat me to the punch. You made the video about the artifacts. But guess what? I got my own theory on it. Young, innocent Henry's only understanding of the world probably came from the Fallout universe's early internet, and yes, interweb, to some extent existed in the Fallout universe, straight from Fallout 1's wiki. Vault 13 computers reading, this computer contains a great amount of information preserved from before the Great War. You use the Vault computer teaching system. You spend some time on the Vault computer teaching system, but learn nothing of importance. The outside world is your teacher now. This intraweb is also mentioned in Fallout 3 and New Vegas for Vault 21, so who is to say that this isn't how they monitor vaults? I digress. Henry would then get a spot at Vault-Tec due to the US military and Vault-Tec working closely as seen in this promotional material for the show with Bud in the meeting in Coswald. Maybe Hopeville's military school saw Hanks as a suitable candidate for Vault-Tec training after the Vigor tester exploded and sent young Henry to Vault-Tec University like in the Buds training videos. Since we know the military works with Vault-Tec to some extent, and Hopeville seems like an important strategic military position with how big an arsenal was underneath the goddamn town. I mean, look how many missiles they got. Now this is the part where I go through the bonus Amazon shorts for Buds for the Bud Askins we see in the Vault 32 Dwelling Watchers. That, I'm leaving that in, I don't care. Insinuating that the Vault 32 dwellers learned the truth from the Buds videos that we also get to see. Through the show's promos, we get the concept for the timeline happening in 2275 to 2077 before the bombs drop. We already see that Hank as an executive assistant for Barb in episode 1, 6, and 8 in the actual show, but in the shorts we see that Hank was in order to set up the geopolitical situation of the world into the state we see in 2077 through the Buds training program Hank goes through as a new employee, to a Vault seller, to a Vault manager, to a Vault-Tec regional manager, and then finally to the Vault-Tec senior executive senior vice president. Hank starts as 1, a new employee freshly graduated from the university at the top of his class, 2, learn in leadership, pedigree, and complicity, who was personally selected by Buds for his program. The same video tells us about the overpopulation and the mice eating each other that we see in Vault 32, and that Mr.House references in the meeting. 2, a Vault seller, like the guy from Fallout 4, aka a delivery man of Vault-Tec, who, by the way, knew and mentions how the military family connections will lead to the people who are first in line to the Vaults.
But there is a winning team. Hear it. But only star sellers have a shot at a full-time job with us here at Vault-Tec. And in order to compete, you'll have to land those high-value targets. A fish can feed you, but land a whale, and the whole team can eat.
So next on the Corpo ladder is 3, a sales associate who is in charge of those tougher, high-value sales. Notice how both of these jobs' previous positions are both still freelance labor and starting jobs. But when you get to the Vault-Tec manager, essentially the equivalent of the executive delivery man full-time, this is also the short that mentions that the Genesis 19 lot story that parallels the events of the McClane family goes through off-screen. But I'll get to Genesis 19 later. That is a whole rabbit hole.
When Lot's wife turned to look back, she became a pillar of salt. You don't want to end up like Lot's wife, do you? Of course not.
Also, side note, Vault-Tec has their own priest robes and Vault-Tec Bible. Also the priest and Hank surrounded by sunflowers. Moving on. 3, as a Vault-Tec manager.
Being a star seller got you this far. Now take your place among our close-knit crew of leading lights.
You start overseeing groups of employees and are allowed to use the methods used on you in the past as an associate to get them to work harder, along with no vacation days. 4. The next big step. This evolution of the Vault-Tec employee life cycle is pronounced by the loss of hair from stress and thickening of one's gut.
Greetings. You're now a Vault-Tec regional manager. You're making your mark in the Vault-Tec family. From now on, there will be no secrets between us. You'll be given...
Becoming a Vault-Tec regional manager and being invited to the Coswald meeting of 2077 after stepping on others and one's own code to get where you are. Vault-Tec trusts you and with real responsibility and corporate secrets.
Cousins. In the past, you may have mistaken them for our rivals and enemies, but we've got common roots. We don't acknowledge them in public, but this is normal. Everyone has a role to play in the corporate masquerade. You'll be responsible for
secrets like how the corporations and military hate for each other are upfront and a corporate lie for the public, and that Bud confirming this is all normal, showing that being a part of Vault-Tec and being a part of the association is being able to negotiate and be nice to each other in the public view, while also hating each other in the public view at the same time. And for anyone confused about how I came up with Hank's age, 7 years old to the start of school, 7 years of elementary is 14, 3 years of middle school, 4 years of 47 months of military boarding school, and 4 years of Vault-Tec University learning would make Hank about 25, just like Fry. Young Hank being frozen at 25 and unfrozen by 2268 would mean that 25 pre-war years plus 13 of post-war years between being unfrozen and the NCR getting bombed, 38, whilst kidnapping his kids and being his kids back, 2281 to 2296, plus 15 years of life with Lucy, makes Hank 53 to 55 years old. And using the estimate of him being 25 starting his job at Vault-Tec, we can take our 2077 and 25 and get Hank's birth year, and Hank was born in 2052. Woo! We can still stop the Antichrist, ladies and gentlemen. What's that? We don't think Hank's the Antichrist. Well, I do. 2052, and knowing the year Hank's born makes it all make sense. His upbringing in a small military town, born in the year 2052 in the Fallout universe. This is ripped straight from the wiki, and it reads as the following. And these are the major known events in the Fallout universe since 2052, the year Hank came into this world. The same year he came into this world. An energy crisis shocks America, prompting the development of alternative fuel sources, like cryo. Repcon Aerospace is one of the companies investigating this process. A television documentary features the husk of Texas oil fields, revealing the depth of the energy crisis to an average household American. The last manned American flight to the moon took place. The Valiant 12 flag is recovered and removed to Earth. Nuka-Cola's dazzling blue bottle color is adopted. Woo! Crystal Pepsi! Resource wars begin. Smaller nations go bankrupt as the European Commonwealth declares war on the Middle East in response to rising oil prices. Wow, this doesn't sound familiar at all! Wow, the United Nations collapse. The nations withdraw from the organization as the organization tries to fail. It fails to keep peace. God help us all. Linden Street slayings of the pint-sized slasher start taking place. The United Nations have officially disbanded by July of 26. All of that is the same year Hank comes into existence. How unlucky. After becoming a regional manager and surviving layoffs due to peace talks.
As all nations race to secure uranium and control the future of energy, a shortage has emerged, turning even allies into potential competitors. Will energy prices surge this winter? And
Associate Vice President, you've survived the latest round of layoffs, and you now have new responsibilities and a new title. You're nearing as far as you'll ever get. So prepare to work harder than ever, but feel free to keep your existing desk, salary, and supervisor.
With you know what, Henry is promoted to Vault-Tec Associate Vice President. Henry would finally get his dream to explore the world with absolutely no pay increase, and this part's very important because Bud says you'll be directly working for people whose lives you once envisioned for yourself. Do their jobs for them well, and you'll be earning the privilege of them being or you becoming indispensable to them. And is Bud talking about Hank's worship with Barb and Bud? House call from Hank? Hank also has to go on press tours for Vault-Tec to calm the masses. But hey, at least Hank gets to travel like he always dreamed of. At the same time, we also get to meet the strategically essential authoritarian leaders. You wine and dine the clock. Now try a man who thinks he's God. Hank meeting dictators from other countries. Like the 6 agencies, possibly? By the way, this is postscript shorty here, and Vault Boy in Stepping on the Gas has Vault playing cards just like the ones from Vault 21, which can be interpreted as being used in the great game of gambling going on while having these strategic talks, kind of like the rolling of the dice for who goes first in Monopoly. Anyway, back to the other shorty. After more explaining, Bud tempts Vault Boy into the promotional material with a new office that's forever under construction. After seeing this, Vault Boy finally snaps. A Vault-Tec pencil, and it indicates the mental snap of a Vault Boy losing it. This Vault Boy represents Hank. And after this last episodic short of the steering of the ship, where Vault Boy kills his fellow executives and takes control of the ship, isolating himself from his family and forever stuck in the mission.
Vault-Tec Senior Executive, Senior Vice President. You are the best of the best. You are ruthless, calculating, and single-mindedly ambitious. In short, you're exactly who we need steering the ship.
You have to steer, you have a ship to steer, and you have to give it your all until the journey is complete, because at Vault-Tec, there is no today, there is no tomorrow, there is only forever. By the way, if Vault Boy is being compared to Napoleon with his outfit, and Vault Boy relates to Hank, well, it explains Norm's shortness along with the War and Peace book in the Vault curriculum. I think Hank is a military boarding school grad, assistant star seller top class graduate from Vault-Tec University who works under Barb as a junior executive assistant and one of the Bud's regional managers, and becomes Vault-Tec senior executive senior vice president after his travels through the wasteland as a Vault-Tec agent, securing the monopoly of Vault-Tec and the winning team. Moving on to his post-war history. 1. Hank becomes the overseer of Vault 31 in 2271, being 28, 10 years before Fallout New Vegas. Hank has from 2268, when he's 25, when he leaves his pod, to 2274-ish over the 6 years, meaning Hank is 31. Repeat, 31 years old. And so when Hank talks about his past, after I met your mother, Vault 31 was a distant memory. Number 1, instead of being only Vault 31, maybe he was talking about the last 31 years of his life are a distant memory, not just Vault 31. Just to clarify this, yes, I know Hank is trying to be vague and tell Lucy he met Rose immediately, but that dates for Lucy being born doesn't make sense. If Lucy is born in 69, and I go into this later and or earlier, and is rescued from her mother, she'd be about 12 years old. And as we have gone over, and or I will go over, because again, this is going to be in the early video and later on in the video, child Lucy doesn't look 12. I'm sorry. If you think that, you're fucking dumb. After you meet your spouse and marry, first things first are the honeymoon and kid making, at least as a Vault-Tec person. So was Rose infertile from 69 to 74 and then has kids? The year 2274 and 75 being the more likely year for Lucy to have been born? So yeah. Well, 69 is the closest trade to Hank's under-freezing date in 68. Can we really rock with that logic that Rose is infertile for 4 to 5 years and then has 2 pregnancies later on? No. No! Hank meets Rose after he turns 31 and is done fulfilling his Vault-Tec mission at the time, and he also only meets Rose in early 2275. So Hank has 6 to 7 years between 2275, depending on Lucy's birthday, and if Hank has kids in 2275, 2268 plus 7 equals 2275, 2275 plus 21 equals 2296. he has 6 to 7 years to adventure the surface regardless of the reason before having Lucy and Norm with Rose. And if you're wondering why 2275 is the year for when Hank stops adventuring, that's because that'd be when he leaves his years before he turned 31 years old behind him to assimilate into Vault life with Rose, and Lucy would be Lucy would be conceived in 2275 depending on her birthday, and if she's 21 to 22, like speculated, it lines her timeline up perfectly with Hank's. 75 plus 21 equals 96. 2296, October is the modern day in the first episode. And Hank and Rose got together due to the 61st triennial trade between Vault 31 and Vault 33 in 2275. Think about when Stephanie whispers, "Lucky," when
Monty.
Monty is revealed. It's a lottery who you get as a partner. As partners in the Vault, you may not even love each other, but you have to become co-parents, seeing as you have to live together. And this is partly the reason why I think Hank and Stephanie, this is why I think Hank and Stephanie possibly sleep together, but that's neither here or there. We're not going to get into that right now. What if this part is the reason why Rose takes up with Moldaver so quickly? She had a perfect life in the Vault, even with the curiosity. Why would she go and lose what she made and did? The easy answer as to why she left is that she was lied to. We see in Lucy that her whole life she trusted her dad and would fight tooth and nail to defend him. But after Lucy sees that the society has reemerged, and not only that, but Hank destroyed that reemerging society, her whole world has shaken. And Rose, mother like daughter, would have similar life-shattering reaction. Any love you may have is overshadowed by the fact that they could always be lying. Hank and Rose may love each other, but the fact that when Rose learns about the surface, it just completely annihilates any trust between the two. Cooper with Barb have a similar life-shattering reaction. Cooper divorced immediately and has to relocate and pay alimony. If you were forced to live in a life with a know-it-all, super-controlling liar husband in Vault-Tec strict standards and are asked and tasked to raise both of your offspring with him, who will grow up the same way through similar propaganda and possibly end up genocidal maniacs like him, I imagine that might take one hell of a toll on one's psyche and mental health. Freeze frame, but Alexis and Holt as a comparison from that Vault in Fallout 4. So Rose, with her 2 children, left and never looked back. After all, well, she looked back at one point.33. There wasn't anything she cared about that she didn't bring with her, so Rose had no reason to look back at Vault 33. Also, just as a note, if you're leaving a Vault with 2 children, there's no way it wasn't planned. Rose had to have planned this. Either way, Hank makes his intention and feelings towards Rose clear after she leaves.
I loved your mother. But you stopped being your mother when she left home. When she took you into danger.
Hank loved Rose as a mother and as family, but Hank really did love Rose, but after leaving the Vault, shedding her true self, she wasn't Hank's co-parent and mother figure anymore. He saw her knowledge of the Vault's location and NCR wiretapping as a threat to the Vault's safety, as well as his family and friends, aka his home. It reminds me of the scene from Finest Kind with Tommy Lee. Even though I hate Tommy Lee, he's an amazing actor. He talks about seeing his kids for the first time. And I'll just let it play.
Someday, if you ever have a son, first time you look at him, you get a feeling all at once that you'd die for him. A little thing you never saw before, and you would stone cold die for him. That feeling doesn't go away. You might forget, but it's always there. Always there.
Run. Run!
What is he doing?
Parts are already there. Might be more comforting for it to hang out with its spine and heart. Home is where the heart is, after all. See what I did there? Wet literal.
I digress. So Hank would be about 25, 31 while he adventured the Mojave, and where was one of the first places an overseer from Fallout 76 goes before Reclamation Day had occurred.
Whoever is listening to this had the moxie to try to find out where I've gone. But I'm glad you did. Truth is, I need your help. I've been given a task and I've decided to break protocol and tell you what it is. Because if there's one thing I've learned in these past few years, it's that we need to rely on each other. There were 3 active nuclear silos in Appalachia before the bombs fell. They blew up the world before. We can't let it happen again. So we've got to locate and secure all of the silos. Or die trying. Hopefully the former. But it's been 25 years. I just don't know what we're gonna find out there. Or where to start. My directive was to go to the nearest population center and assess the situation. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. I'm home. I'm sorry it's been so long, but I couldn't get away. I know neither of you is around to hear this, but I miss you.
That's right. Courtesy of your Uncle Sam, these wonders of the atomic age can be found right in your own backyard.
In the wasteland, essential supplies will be scarce. When an item of value is found, keep it close and away from bullies.
It's a trend in vault overseers that leave the vault immediately, that they want to see their hometown regardless of the objective that they have. Without kids, it'd be 2268 to 2271, 3 years before becoming the vault overseer, and 3 years after that until he becomes a dad, which is 6 to 7 years to roam the waste or explore the wild wasteland for Betty or for the vault's managers. He would then go to the surface as an agent looking for parts and nukes. Mr. Cuddles referenced nuke strength stat for the vault, just like in Fallout 1 and 76, as well as the regional nukes as seen in Fallout 76's cartoons. This scavenging for parts is also supported by the 3 lines of dialogues the Courier's brain can say in Old World Blues. One hints at the connection to exploring old vaults for some reason, possibly parts for the vault.
I'm the one responsible for the way you carry on gadding about the wastes. I'm not the one that makes us clamber around Technus-infested ancient vaults or go charging off to New Vegas on missions of ill-conceived revenge. And have we forgotten who got us shot in the head and buried in a shallow grave? Do you think I enjoyed that little moment?
Oh, come on, that stuff's fun!
Fun? Fun? Is tetanus fun? Is rickets? What about sepsis, huh? Enjoy that, do we? The things you do with our body are suicidally dangerous, and if you could silence your glandular impulses, you would hear me screaming at you! Oh no, please don't leave me here in this nice, safe dome where I have access to nutritive fluids and a fully indexed library. Please don't deprive me of being dragged through a landscape so bleak it was actually improved by the end of the world. I don't know how I could bear it.
Notice how the brain didn't start with revenge and end in vaults. He started with clamoring around vaults and then referenced being shot in the head, adding a timeline order of things. Notice that this matters because it shows the order of events and or the priorities of Hank, the Courier's to-do list, if you will, and the other. Also, when the Courier, can get our brain to work with us by threatening it with the idea of TV, and who would have access to TV in the post-war wasteland? You wouldn't, unless you were a vault tech person.
You're back in my head, I'll watch television. Lots and lots of television.
You wouldn't. That's inhuman.
I would. And I'd follow it up with an alcohol and ant nectar cocktail every night.
You're a monster. A deranged, self-destructive monster.
Well, maybe I'm not being serious, but I got your attention, didn't I?
I suppose it did. Bravo. You've managed to intimidate the brain in a jar.
And who would have Vault-Tec access? Hank. Either pre-war or post-war. And this line, I know it doesn't mean much, but I don't care. But when the brain sets the ground rules, the first thing they list is showers.
If you want me back, we need to establish some ground rules. First, showers! Second, regular checkups. Regular, mind you, and from a reputable doctor. That Julie Farkas woman, for example, she seems to know a thing or two. Third, you need to listen to me more than your hormonal choir and genitalian orchestra. Promise me that, and you've got a deal.
Showers are something only privileged wastelanders or vault dwellers have, as well as doctors. Last but not least is when the brain can randomly hum Begin Again, as an original Fallout New Vegas song. Now this song could be interpreted in many ways, but I think one of these interpretations could be part of what happened between Hank and Rose. I think the first part is referencing Rose leaving in the night, and also referencing Hank remembering back on the good times before she left, like their wedding, fondly, just like how Lucy enjoys her wedding with Monty, who kind of remind me of one another. The second part, to me, is a reference to Hank searching for his family, trying to learn to let go again. It's easier for you to step in a cryopod and have the world change instantly after stepping out of it. It's easier to move on from a settlement that may look like your old world home, but is only a mockery of it. What isn't easy is having a home you were promised and wanted, a community that you helped build directly, ripped away from you by circumstance. Just like Ulysses, and just like what happens to Hank after he does what he does to Ulysses in the Divide. He gets his community ripped away from him by Lucy, in a way. Now, is Lucy at fault? No, but you get what I'm saying.
Heard of the Sierra Madre Casino?
We all have. The legend, the curses.
Some foolishness about it lying in the middle of a city of dead.
A city of ghosts. Beneath a blood-red cloud.
A bright, shining monument, reaching out, luring treasure hunters to their doom. An illusion.
A promise that you can change your fortunes. Begin again.
Finding it, though. That's not the hard part. It's letting go.
It's letting go.
It's letting go.
It's letting go. It's letting go.
Going with this theme of having something taken away from you and having to let go is Doc Mitchell's story of old Mitchell and his wife that were driven from Vault 21 and wanted to head back to California, but only made it as far as Goodsprings due to exposure from the surface. After giving his Pip-Boy 3000 away, Doc explains to us,
"Well, if you're heading back out there, you ought to have this. They call it a Pip-Boy. I grew up in one of them vaults they made before the war. We all got one. Ain't much use to me now, but you might want such a thing after what you've been through. I know what it's like having something taken from you. And put this on, too, so the locals don't pick on you for lacking modesty. It was my wife's. I think she was about..."
So Hank was just a recon at first before 2274, but after Rose leaves in 2277, and due to his task and how he completed his objective very well, he became steerer of the ship and of the wheel for 31's set of vaults. Like we see in Vault-Tec training videos from Bud's Buds, we see that you must prove your commitment to Vault-Tec if you want to help lead the vaults. To be one of the super managers, you must work your whole life to get to the top. These promos and their purpose is to show Hank's journey as the ideal Vault Boy through Vault-Tec's corporate ladder climb to the top step by step. Earlier I slightly went over how similarities with Vault-Tech, or with Vault Boy in those animations, and Hank as the Vault-Tech employee, but after I saw the last two, stepping on the gas and steer of the ship, I was convinced it's talking about Hank's journey climbing to the top of the corporate ladder, and Vault Boy represents him as seen in these videos. I'll go through the videos one by one and point out the Easter eggs that allude to Hank, but I encourage you to watch these shorts for yourself and see, and look at the perspective I'm trying to show you. This short, the new employee level 0, is the most important one, and I know that many of us as fans are very curious to know the difference between Buds, aka the Vault Overseers, and all the other Vault employees. For example, Hank had to be a sales associate at 1.2, so how did he get so high on the ladder and end up as an assistant executive to the top level senior, Barb, aka one of the key higher up managers? Well, this is because Bud picks his buds from the top classes of Vault-Tech University graduates. Bud wants anyone who has a high complacency, leadership, and pedigree. Pedigree meaning purebred. I guess Vault-Tech doesn't want mutts, but Bud's buds are meant to be super managers of the new world, not just selected at random, but purposely picked for these non-experimental vaults, assumingly for their special stats, which again also supports the vigor tester blowing up. Hank handpicked chosen graduates to ensure the future of the vaults have near endless amounts of leaders and gene pool access. And Bud shows us that Vault-Tech has access to genetically mutated corn to grow almost instantaneously, which shows us that they could probably do the same thing but with humans. And level 1 starts as a Vault Seller. The next video, the winning team, starts with Bud telling us that Bud Askins himself is only Senior Junior Vice President on the corporate ladder. Senior Junior Vice President, Hank, as any Vault grad would, starts as a Vault Seller. Hint 1 that suggests to Hank's relation to this Vault Boy specifically is the zip code in which we see the training video. The sales in the map area are for the West Coast region, specifically that map on the Pip-Boy is pointing at the Bakersfield, San Diego region, and somewhere near Hopeville, which meaning this specified training video was produced on the West Coast. Next, at 1:45, the instructional video shows us how to perform a proper handshake, and what the first thing that Hank does, introducing himself to Howard Cooper's, his idol. And then there's the line that I connect to Fry way back, and or later, when the beginning of this video.
Remember, you're not just a salesman. You're a delivery man, delivering our customers from all that nasty business up there on the surface.
Now, that's not a lot, I agree, but we have 4 more videos and it only gets wackier from here. Now, slightly unrelated, but keep in mind that we see a cartoonish representation of God here. He's labeled so-called God. Failure views and introduction tapes are Vault-Tech's effort to thread subliminal messaging to their workers' brains. One of these messages is a certain Vault-Tech God is superior to the traditional representation of God. In the training tapes we see the old lady oppose Vault-Tech saying,
I think I'd miss the old Earth. Saying, it won't be there, stupid, won't always make the sale. And to win Vault-Tech's famed performance-based prizes, you'll need to. Emotional issues like these call for the strong stuff. When Lot's wife turned to look back, she became a pillar of salt. You don't want to end up like Lot's wife, do you? Of course not.
Miss the old Earth, echoing Ulysses and the defenders of the old world. But what follows is insanity. The Granny's house is decked out in crosses and other biblical symbolism, showing Vault-Tech's relationship with the church I was foreshadowing earlier, showing that hardcore religious people might not budge on Vault-Tech. So, what does Vault-Tech sales associate do in this situation? What a person like Hank would do is that they whip out the Holy Bible Vault-Tech edition, and they use a passage from something like out of Genesis 19, remember when I brought that up, the associate says, in Bud's voice, when Lot's wife turned back to look, she became a pillar of salt. You don't want to end up like Lot's wife, do you? Yep, good old Genesis 19, the one with Sodom and Gomorrah. Hey, Kachino, can you tell me about Gomorrah?
I banged Lot's wife and licked a salty ass. The fuck do I look like? I'm the one asking the questions.
Now, I'm going to be completely honest. Me, I know nothing much other than what I picked up here and there from the Holy Book in multiple forms, so I needed to look this one up, but from what I gathered, the story goes as such. After Abraham established a covenant with God around 2000 BC, and in Genesis 18, we follow Abraham as two envoys approach him. Abraham perceives these two envoys as agents of God's will, and as they approach the great oaks of memory, Abraham spills out his meager home to welcome beautiful angelic figures. Abraham offered these agents of God hospitality, a near infinite mercy, providing them with shelter, food, water, anything they needed. And the men never revealed their intentions, but Abraham seems to have some esoteric understanding of who these holy figures are, which explains why he is so overwilling to do anything to meet these beings' needs. This is then confirmed when the agents tell Abraham that Sarah, his wife, will soon deliver him a son. As the two agents began their journey to Sodom and Gomorrah, they reaffirm Abraham that his promise has not been forgotten and they will be delivered to him with a certain amount of time not far from now. As the two angels begin their journey to Sodom and Gomorrah, God then talks to himself, giving us his thoughts, and God says, "Shall I hide from Abraham what I am about to do? Abraham will surely become a great and powerful nation, and all the nations on earth will be blessed through him. For I have chosen him so that he will direct his children and his household after him to keep the way of the Lord by doing what is right and just, and so that the Lord will bring about for Abraham what he has promised him. God promised Abraham that I will give you this land for your descendants. I will make you a great nation. I will bless you. I will make your descendants as numerous as the stars in the sky." In order to fulfill this promise, God will have to show Abraham how to be a good leader who can carry greater burdens, and God may do this by showing Abraham what must be done to Sodom and Gomorrah to achieve the reality of this promise. God then speaks to Abraham to tell him that the conglomeration of sin appears to reach a point of no return, and such carnal sin must be investigated by God himself. If it is not such, the Lord would know and judge such. God will not unjustly annihilate for no reason, and even if there is a hunch that he's right, he will go out of his way to confirm these suspicions. As the agents of the Lord approach Sodom, Abraham, I don't actually want to do that, I don't actually want to unalive myself, I love myself. Abraham lowered his pace of nothing until he stood alone with the Lord, where he began to cry out to God with confusion. You sweep away the righteous with the wicked. What if there are 50 righteous people in the city? Will you still really sweep it all away and not spare a place for sake of which 50 righteous people in it? Far be it for you to do such things, to kill righteous people with the wicked, treating the righteous and the wicked alike. Far be it from you. Will not the judge of all earth do the right thing? Abraham has submitted to the idea that God is all-knowing judge whose righteousness could never be deceived by injustice, never contradicted, and yet Abraham's sympathies make him question his God's counsel for what must be done. I know this is annoying, and I know you might not be into God and all that, but just think about the AI supercomputer God that Vault-Tec worships. There you go. Abraham submitted to the idea that his God is an all-knowing judge, and so Abraham barters and brokers a deal to diminish the amount of 50 residents to 10, and God agrees, as this can be all interpreted as a test for Abraham's ability for compromising, compassion, and complicity, as well as compliance and leadership. God promised Abraham a nation and must be molded into a leader that is worthy of raising this nation to heights unseen. We then head into Genesis 19, where we are introduced to the new person and perspective, Lot, Abraham's cousin. This day, Lot was within the gate of the city, and as he was minding his own business, as he sees the two envoys from before approach him. Lot and Abraham are similar, but two different people. I want you to remember this. Lot welcomes the figures to the city and responds in a way very closely to what we see with Abraham, going as far so to say that he sticks his nose in the dirt in order to greet them properly. Lot promises the envoys a chance to bathe themselves soft and spend the evening in his servant's abode, and plan to leave in the morning, a one-night stay, of the city. The agents insist that they stay in the square, but Lot counsels strongly against this idea, and so they follow his idea to stay at Lot's house. Lot doesn't do this to spoil the agents, and Lot does this for the security and protection of the angels. Lot recognized that the angelic beauty of the agents would attract weird attention for the sinful locals, and so they follow Lot due to easily seeing through the facade and seeing Lot's fear. As the group of agents and Lot's family gathered for bed, every resident and local who had been caught wind of the envoy's arrival show up at Lot's door. The men knock at the door, and as Lot peeks in between, the locals demand to have carnal relations with the visitors, regardless of who they are, all but confirming God's suspicions that the descendants of Sodom are irredeemable. Lot begins to barter with the mob, asking them, no, please do not do this, telling those of Sodom that they can have his 2 daughters instead, and Lot pleads to Sodom to not hurt a hair on the agent's head, as they have come under his watch, and he is reasonable for what happens to the 2 agents, or he's responsible for what happens to the 2 agents. The crowd, without consideration, shoots down Lot's offer, and they yell at him to move aside. This fella came here as a foreigner, and now he wants to play judge. We will treat you worse than them. Lot's offering seems to have only pissed off the Sodom residents more. They also tell Lot that his guests are foreigners and that they have come to play judge. The agents pull Lot inside of the home and strike the crowd with utter blindness. They hit him with flash grenades. As they cast the blindness, the envoys ask Lot if he has anyone in the city he must bring with him, because if they must be taken far away from Sodom, promising the city will be annihilated. The outcry against the Lord here is so great, we are sent to destroy it. Lot now fully understands who these beings are, that they are agents of God, and understand their intent to do and destroy Sodom and all who inhabit the city. Ultimately, Lot tries and fails to bring much of his family with him and only successfully takes his wife and 2 daughters. I'm hitting pause. If Vegas natives hate the NCR because they already have it good in NCR territory in their perspectives, and that the NCR are leeching on the New Vegas Strip, how would they react? They would call them foreigners, correct? How would how would Vegas natives react to an outside dwelling of refugees from Vault Tech? How do you think Vault natives would react to Vault 22 survivors? Keep that in mind. Lot now fully understands who these beings are, that they are agents of God, and understands that their intent to destroy Sodom and all who inhabit the city. Ultimately, Lot tries and fails to bring much of his family with him, and are only successful and takes his wife and 2 daughters. Abraham is young Henry in Vault 31, being told that he will soon be transferred to Vault 33, but must investigate Vault 21's network disappearance. Lot hesitates. It is said that the angels grasped his hand and the hands of Lot's wife and his 2 daughters and led them safely out of the city, for the Lord was merciful to them. It then goes on to say, flee for your lives, don't look back, and don't stop anywhere in the plain. Flee the mountains, or you will be swept away. Lot then responds, that was my cat. No, my lords, please, your servant has found favor in your eyes, and you have shown great kindness to me in sparing my life, but I cannot flee to the mountains. This disaster will overtake me, and I will die. Look, here is a town near enough to run, and is small, and let me flee to it. Is it very small, isn't it? Then my life will be spared. God agrees. And when Lot and his family have fled far enough, the Lord let sulfur and fire rain down on Sodom and Gomorrah, and all of its inhabitants of the city. Lot and his 2 daughters are saved, but his wife, disregarding the angel's remarks, also looks back, only to turn into a pillar of salt. God punishes Lot's wife for being sympathetic towards God's opposition. God damn it, cat. Fine. She had been living in Sodom for years, and for all of it to be blinked away was too much for her, and she disobeys the angels and turns back, showing her true allegiance, and is punished for this curiosity as a result. As the sun rose over the giant clouds of smog, Abraham stared at the clouds in awe, and is revealed that Lot wasn't saved due to his righteousness to save others, but out of favor for Abraham. So, I want you to imagine, if Hank is now out to only save his family, and Vault-Tec knows that he's only out to save his family, but Hank saving his family still benefits Vault-Tec, in a way, that's That's the Angels' true allegiance not being towards Hank's family, not towards Lot and saving Lot, but is more towards the favor of what Hank can do for Vault-Tec as an entity. Now, you're probably wondering, what does any of this have to do with Fallout or Hank? Well, I kind of spoiled it for you. Some of that actually isn't in the script. Now, let's look at this biblical story again. But let's imagine that Abraham is young Henry in 2274, and Lot is Hank in 2281. And yeah, I know with the way I said things, that might be a little confusing, but Abraham is Hank's commitment to Vault-Tec, and Lot is Hank's commitment and amnesia having to do with his family. Let's take my hypothesis that this Vault Boy cartoon representative of Henry transforming into Hank McClane, and let's take the reference to Lot's wife a little further and look at it through the lens that is foreshadowed or alluding to what happens to Rose. If Rose is Lot's wife in this instance, it starts to paint a picture of what happened the day Vault-Tec nuked the NCR. Henry, after being released from his cryopod, is a servant to Bud Askins as a robo-brain, helping him run Vault 31 in the absence of Betty, the Vault 31er hero, to leave to Vault 33 and retire. Henry, like Abraham in this moment, is childless, isolated alone in his own box of memories, and Henry is told that he will have a scheduled offspring with Rose, kind of like with Sarah, who is either bisexual or gay. So she'd probably scoff at the idea of having kids, and Henry, at least for now, instantly and fully recognizes his fellow Vault Dwellers' holiness, where he's placed on the pecking order in comparison to him. The two angels and God parallel would be Betty and Ian, coming to Henry with the mission from the ship, aka the Vault-Tec supercomputer AI, and Henry, who, just like Abraham, was promised the new nation with his people to settle into, and most importantly, just like Abraham, God is trying to teach Henry a lesson, and its lesson Henry was subliminally told his entire life through his upbringing. This lesson is that Henry, as a Vault-Tec representative, will have to take radical or drastic measures in order to do what is necessary to save his people. Exodus Octo Probot. The outcome justifies the deed. War never changes. Men do, through the roads they walk.
The lights flickered across the divide. Reminders that the old world histories persist and find meaning in the present. It said, war never changes. Men do, through the roads they walk. And this road has reached its end.
So young Henry is tending to Bud when all of a sudden, while sitting in his metal-giving tree of memories, reflecting on his poor life choices, Betty, Ian, and the ship come to Henry and they ask Henry a task. What's this task? We can't be sure, but I expect they sent Henry to look for the extra vault parts, and more specifically, I think they asked Henry to try and find the Gek to Vault 13 and establish a contact if possible. Since Vault 13 has been offline for so long, I also think they'd send Henry to Vault 21 in the meantime as well to see what's going on with that. They would send Henry to investigate Vault 21 before returning in early 2275, due to Mr.House around 2274 dismantling said vault for its technological advances and residents, as well as just other cryotech. Vault-Tec seems to have worked... God damn it, cat. Vault-Tec seems to have worked with Mr.House on Vault 21, so it would also make sense to assume that this poster that advertises the cryopods as a tourist attraction was a patent given to Mr.House by Vault-Tec to use. This also might be a big clue to a mystery of how Mr. House has created his own life-preserving technology. After seeing what happened to Vault 21, Henry returns to Vault 31 and relays what happened as well as what's bringing back parts. And instead of being turned away like Vault 13, how Vault 13's dweller was due to radiation, Henry is treated, decontaminated, and welcomed back as a hero. And after this mission, Henry in the 61st Triennial Trade is traded as a breeder and future leader for Vault 33, a nation of people to lead. Henry got what he was promised, and Henry was happy. But not really. At this point, I was going to go on a lengthy tangent about how Hank is like the tree from the Giving Tree and how the boy was the corporation that used him until there was nothing left but a place to rest. But I'm not going to do that. Instead, please go watch this video by Solar Sans about the Giving Tree, and after he finishes the story, think about Hank and Vault-Tec's relationship, but I digress. Henry, having turned 31, has looked for a place to belong to Vault-Tec, and wanting a home, climbed the corporate ladder, and now, after seeing what remained of the old world, accepts his situation. Henry was scared for the life he had waiting for him in Vault 33 until he met a certain someone. When did it all go away? When I met your mother. Rose and Henry in 2275 have Lucy, and then have Norm early 2277, and we don't know how they got along, but due to Rose fleeing with the newborn and 2-year-old at the first chance she got due to Vault-Tec lying to her about the population on the surface, doesn't strike me as successful marriage. I also don't think Rose would leave without proof that Vault-Tec was lying, and this reason is why I think Rose, just like Norm does, figures out all the irregularities and what Vault-Tec tells its residents about its history, and learns of Vault-Tec monitoring shady sands in the LA Boneyard. After Henry loses his home once more, and after Rose compromises the entire vault, Henry snaps. Or, Henry snaps and becomes Hank, who then takes things into his own hands. He then fakes a weevil famine, blaming crop failure and disease on his famine. The famine then leads to the previous overseer that couldn't handle and passes away due to unknown reasons, and in reality, they were actually eaten for extra resources and food. And I think this due to the possible resource shortage indicated by Rose being curious about the water records leading to her discovery of the NCR, and we do know that Hank has been talked to about the water chip in the past. Either way, Hank eats his fellow vault dwellers to save on resources. So if Lawrence and Alex were still around, well, rest in pepperoni. After doing this, Hank transfers authority during the lockdown to Betty and Ian to run Vault 32 and 33 and 31. And Hank, after securing the vault, would go on a journey to scout for resources and for leads on where his children have gone. Rose may not return home, but his children are definitely his home, and his children are his future, his new nation. Remember what God wanted to teach Abraham: barter, hope, compromise, leadership, compassion, and humbleness towards God, the AI god of Vault-Tec. And these are all traits Lot and now Hank have. Leadership in taking his family to safety, humbleness to God because this entire journey of Hank shows his dedication to Vault-Tec, and the promise he was given to rebuild the future.
We are bonded, but by a shared duty, to keep the candle of civilization lit while the rest of the world has been cast into darkness. That the next generation, Lucy and Monty's children, will be able to recolonize. Now, after 200 years, desperation, violence, lawlessness, these survivors will need to be shown a better way. I'll admit I'm sometimes afraid that mean old world will change us instead. But then I look at my daughter, and I am not afraid. I feel hope. To Lucy McLean, and to this marriage, and to hope.
Hank's speech about hope. And at the end of the story, Lot goes into the cave, just like how Hank does with his kids for 16 years. And I'll go more into the specifics of what Hank did and when I do a full Hank timeline segment at the end. But now that which this will lead into. But now that I've explained why the scene for the cartoon show matters and foreshadows Vegas and the NCR in ruin, and what happened to Rose, where were we again? Right. Back to the main point. We were talking about Hank's climb up the corporate ladder. After convincing an old lady with this Bible quote that is alluding to Rose becoming a salt pillar, this video establishes a Vault associate as a star seller and congrats him before promoting to a Vault-Tec manager, which is level 3. It's funny. Being a Vault manager seems like a lot less work, much of it relying off of large language models like the Thomas AI, until managers have to wrangle in their associates in excreting revenue for their investors by any means necessary. Another thing to note is that At 133, we look and see, hey, it's the 10mm handgun is an option, and this follows my previous connection between Vault-Tec and the modern intelligence agencies. They then don't tell us, or they tell us at 206 that any vacation days used as frowned upon, like I was talking about earlier, and not to use them. And this shows that as a baseline manager, climbing the corporate ladder is tedious and unfulfilling. All desk work, making people's work through whipping them into shape. Not the best spot to be in, especially for someone like Hank, who, due to his Ralphie inspiration, wants to travel the world. This gets slightly better with the next level, Vault-Tec Regional Manager. This video starts out immediately with Vault Man losing his hair and getting a dad belly. At this Vault-Tec level, promises that no secrets are between Vault-Tec and the Vault-Tec Regional Manager. The level where you get invited to the Coswald Vault conference, dated 2077, by the way, months before the bombs drop, and this is the year Hank would have been becoming a regional manager for Vault-Tec in Bud's program in the pre-war, and would also be Betty's executive assistant, a conference where big business, government, and military get together in order to discuss political and Fallout universe things, showing how publicly they hate each other but love each other profitably in closed curtains. Bud goes on to explain at this conference that he will extend his family, the government, uncles, and corporate cousins, and obviously this is a coincidence, but it is saying extended family and government uncles reminds me of Hank's ties with Hopeville, being forced into military boarding school and growing up out of boarding school in Vault-Tec being his only way out, assumingly like Bud Askins did, being a Nepo baby. In the Lonesome Road, the Commander Devlin's message is sent to all personnel, and in order to read this terminal, you must use the password guest, and this is again partly in reference to Archer when Sterling guesses guest as a password, but remember, these Easter eggs are also meant for two people, us the player, and as context for Hank. For Hank, the reference to the word guest being highlighted in the terminal, in order to access this message to base personnel, you have to use the word guest. Now, it is possible that Hank has watched Archer, but I don't think that Hank is an Archer reference. For Hank, the password guest refers to when Commander Devlin refers to the hippie protesters as guest, and he's going to ship the protesters to the big MIT. So just real quick, following my theory, the Courier somehow identifies Sunflower Summers by looking at a note scrap. The Courier can also then get deja vu from a petrified dog right by the corpse, not only showing that, but the Courier also gets a nostalgic feeling from reading a PSA message locked behind the password guest. The password guest that is also referring back to the hippies, among them being someone named Sunflower Summers that the Courier can somehow identify off memory. Kinda like the ophthalmoscope. However, there are two Wild Wasteland encounters that directly tie into this hippie girl's corpse. Through the guest and Seymour connection, I'm willing to say that Sunflower Summers is Hank's mother. Alright, back on track to where we left off with the regional manager thing. At 121, Bud explains himself further. Learn to cooperate and pursue common goals to prosperity. Kinda like the Brotherhood being led on a destructive reign of the NCR in 2281. This benefits the Brotherhood of Steel as well as Vault-Tec, so they would work together. Through what Hank does in the Mojave, he would cooperate with them towards common goals. Shout out to this guy called Max Tack on YouTube, by the way. I would not know about any of this. This theory would not exist without him. Before I get into this bit, Benny has a reminiscent line of when we imply that we want the platinum chip, and his reply is to ease off the gas. Bud starts by telling us we survived the layoffs that occurred due to the peace talks happening mentioned by Frankie in the Vault-Tec meeting. Let's call this what it is, Bud. Your sales aren't up to snuff, and you need...
As all nations race to secure uranium and control the future of energy, a shortage has emerged, turning even allies into potential competitors. Will energy prices surge this winter and...
Let's call this what it is, Bud. Your sales aren't up to snuff, and you need money.
You're one to talk.
Weeks before this encounter, the peace talks were stalled, and Vault-Tec needed money and had money. But due to the peace talks are now being cut off and optimizing their staff, Vault-Tec needs to cut down even more. And by keeping most complacent, essential, and loyal staff members, they whittle down even more defectors from Vault-Tec that might be trying to lie or steal from them. Bud even says, as you're nearing as far as you'll ever get, there's no concealing how precarious it'll still be going forward. While shrinking the progress bar, this is implying that the final evolution of Hank as a Vault-Tec employee in the pre-war, and while being in the said position, is constantly up to being replaced even if they make one mistake, and takes away their possibility of going even higher on the ladder, emerging to the same check, the same desk, the same supervisor, and even more responsibility with an even harder work to do. As an associate vice president, Hank would be asked to finally travel the globe. And when I mean the globe, I mean the globe. And with Vault-Tec having its fingers in just about every international market, Hank is doing all of this while working underneath someone who has the easy life and that Hank also wants. But has been told is likely impossible now, while at the same time being told that if he remains consistent and up to snuff, that Hank will never, or that he stays stagnant, that Hank will be near irreplaceable working for them, seeing as the bosses are too lazy to do the jobs themselves. After this, we see that Vault Boy in the video gets injected by a serum that makes him sprout a bunch of muscles like FEV usually does. This moment reminds me of when Norm is talking about a kind of person Monty could be during the trade.
Must be nerve-wracking. Your husband could be anybody.
I'm aware.
And as for his looks?
Who knows?
Big butt, no butt. But of course, those are just superficial concerns. It's what's on the inside that counts.
That's right.
And in that respect, you could be a cannibal or just like cramps or tumors.
Norman?
Sorry, Dad.
And just think about this short. Think about that Vault Boy that might represent Hank got crammed with a bunch of tumor, steroid, FEV nonsense, and that Hank could also possibly be a cannibal. I think this is foreshadowing for what happened to Rose and Hank's trade, and he does mention again cannibalism. And if I got a cap for every time I heard cannibalism, I'd have about 3 caps, which isn't a lot, but it's more than one, which is a lot of fucking references to cannibalism.
Starved. My mother included. My dad dropped to 128 pounds, and he still refused to do anything like this. What? What's so funny?
Well, that's what people say they did, and what they really did. Well, I bet your daddy was first in line at the cookout. I bet he had a bill with a drawing of his neighbor's ass on there.
How do you live like this?
In Vault-Tec. This position also requires you to stand on trial for Vault-Tec in order to keep the public eye squeaky clean. If Hank is convincing enough, instead of being fired, he will be sent on more trips of internationality. Not for fun though, but in order to watch work sites and so Hank can talk to world leaders across the globe and hidden shadow governments, or as Bud Askins puts it, strategically intriguing essential authoritarian leaders. And now that Hank has to wine and dine the clock, referring to the 3 hooded figures, Bud then says to Hank, or the Vault-Tec member, may need to sign off on papers that'll never see the light of day, because it's okay because they can't get you underground, right? But I digress. The final thing we hear from Bud and in this video is controlling geopolitics isn't easy, but it is what you'll need to do if you come at that office with the courtyard view. And this courtyard is a lie, just as the cake was in Portal. Just like Abraham and Henry was promised more, but has to wait and bide his time infinitely and forever for the office with the balcony view. What happens to Abraham? As seen on Vault Boy's face when he sees the courtyard construction bricked off indefinitely, this makes Hank sad, gripping his own hand, the office he dreamed of forever out of reach. Well, play the rest. We see Vault Boy Hank mentally snap and start breaking corporate property. And in my opinion, this is a parallel to Ulysses, when he stopped following Caesar.
The same. I have walked at Caesar's command across the east into the west, far enough to know Caesar's word did not drive me, far enough to see the end.
And after this snap, we aren't quite sure from what happens from a timeline perspective, but I gotta guess. Steering the ship is level 6, Vault-Tec Senior Executive Senior Vice President. This is Hank's final promotion in Vault-Tec and doesn't occur until after the bombs drop and until Rose leaves in 2277. Yeah, Hank is only level 5 at Associate Vice President. The Google definition of this term is an executive who is a senior member of the vice president's team and is charged with planning, developing, and organizing and coordinating the programs on behalf of the vice president. And then I Google searched the executive senior vice president, and it reads the highest ranking of the vice presidents, and with the associate and assistant vice president beneath them on the ladder. So the bombs haven't dropped. You're a bisexual Hank who just met Howard Cooper, your idol, a movie star. Fixation, outside, and in between trips for your 9-to-5 Vault-Tec work. And you absolutely blow it by being an awkward, nervous dork, wreck, shaking, and stuttering the whole time. While he just looks at you with his mouth open like he had just heard that you're about to nuke the planet. After this, you're distraught and you travel across the world here and there, and from time to time, due to having limited time, to help Barb around the HQ and run around LA. Picking up Barb's dry cleaning, making national deals, making your way from manager to vice president associate, being associate to Bud as one of his intern training program members, and to Barb as an assistant. When the bombs dropped, Hank, who was promised a senior office with a courtyard view, unlimited travel, and more, raised in a small town of Hopeville after working his nose to the goddamn grindstone, doing anything and everything for the company, is told he will be stuck as an associate, never reaching his executive senior status, and is frozen, unthawed, and stuck in a metal box for the rest of his life, until he is awoken by a concurrent overseer, who I speculate is either Betty or Ian when they only need something, and is told that the water chip or some critical part of the vault is damaged and that he needs to go do it because he's the only one with military boarding experience and a background, and see him as the only candidate for the journey. This would mirror the journey of Fallout 1 in the Holy Vault 13. The part breaks, the vault dweller leaves, and to explore the waste to save his vault, only to be turned away and have the vault fail, and wiped out by Enclave in Fallout 2. But I didn't say parallel, I said mirror earlier, goddammit, 13 to 31. So Hank, along his travels, explored the places like Vault City, the Vault-Tec settlement that was absorbed by the NCR territories, and while probably rummaging around the vaults, was looking for parts like extra Gex that were contained in Vault 13, and stumbled upon things like the trusty Vault 13 hip canteen and 13 jumpsuits in order to hide the location of Vault 31's entrance. Wearing the 13 jumpsuit allows Hanks to retain his personality and present his identity while retaining the easiest cover legend possible. If you're young Henry and were to slip up and say that he's from Vault 31 accidentally, but his jumpsuit reads as Vault 13, it's very easy if you just say it was a slip of the tongue and a mistake, but in reality, Henry, in order to hide his vault's location and anonymity, Hank uses the Vault 13 jumpsuit, and when Hank heads to the Mojave, he obtains Mitchell's Vault 21 jumpsuit, and this jumpsuit, as a disguise, is even more powerful than the Vault 13 jumpsuit, because the two advantages, one, is the Mojave, is that the Vault 21 is a well-known tourist attraction to the Strip, and these people might be willing to give out the Strip Vault suits, even though we know that's not true to this era. And the second advantage was that 21 and 31 are phonetically closer to each other in pronunciation than 13 and 31. Not only can Hank use his damaged brain as an excuse for the contradiction, but he can also simply say he misspoke rather than misremembered. Following along with this line of thinking, I also have another clip from Lex Friedman podcast that talk about his talk with his Andrew Bustamante interview, who is an ex-CIA agent with nuclear clearance.
Level 1. Let me jump from level 1 to level 3. Level 3 is all of your prosthetics, all the stuff you see in Mission Impossible, your fake ears, your fake faces, your fat suits, your stilts inside your feet, all that's level 3. Whenever they make any kind of prosthetic disguise, that's a level 3 disguise, because prosthetics are very damning if you are caught with a prosthetic. If you're caught wearing a baseball hat and sunglasses, nobody's going to say you're a spy. But when you're caught with a custom-made nose prosthetic that changes the way your face looks, or when someone pops out a fake jaw and they see that your top teeth don't look like they did in this prosthetic, then all of a sudden you've got some very difficult questions to ask or to answer. So level 3 is extremely dangerous. Level 1 is not dangerous. Level 2 is long-term disguise. Level 2 is all the things that you can do to permanently change the way you look for a long period of time, so that whether you're aggressed in the street or whether someone breaks into your hotel room or whatever, it's real. So maybe that's, maybe you get a tattoo. Maybe you cut your hair short. Maybe you grow your hair long. Maybe you go bald. Maybe you start wearing glasses. Well, glasses are technically a prosthetic, but if you have teeth pulled, if you gain 20 pounds, really gain 20 pounds or lose 15 pounds, whatever you might do, all of that's considered level 2. It's designed for a long-term mission so that people believe you are who you say you are in that disguise.
A lot of that is physical characteristics.
Correct.
What about like, what actors do, which is the
method acting?
Yeah, the method acting, sort of developing a backstory in your own mind, and then you start pretending that you host a podcast and teach at a university, and then do research and so on, just so that people can believe that you're not actually a agent. What is that part of the disguise levels or no?
So yes, disguise has to do with physical character traits. That's what a disguise is. What you're talking about is known as a cover legend. When you go undercover, what you claim to be, who you claim to be, that's called your legend, your cover legend. Every disguise would theoretically have its own cover legend. Mm-hmm. Even if it's just to describe why you're wearing what you're wearing, it's all a cover. So the method acting, this is a fantastic point that I don't get to make very often, so I'm glad you asked. The difference between CIA officers in the field and method actors is that method actors try to become the character. They try to shed all vestiges of who they really are and become the character. And that's part of what makes them so amazing. But it's also part of what makes them mentally unstable over long periods of time. It's part of what feeds their depression, their anxiety, their personal issues, because they lose sight of who they really are. Field officers don't get that luxury. We have to always remember we are a covert CIA intelligence officer collecting secrets in the field. We have to remember that. So we're taught a very specific skill to compartmentalize our true self separately, but make that true self the true identity. So then we can still live and act and effectively carry out our cover legend without ever losing sight, without ever losing that compass true north of who we actually are. And then we can compartmentalize and secure all the information that we need, retain it, remember it, but then return to our true self when we get back to a position of safety.
Is it possible?
There's a segment where he talks about the different disguise levels, and he kind of sums up what Hank would do and what Fumentari like Vulpes already do in this scenario. Also, you know how I said Hank is a jinx and has a luck stat of 1? Well, I know you know. I don't know if you know, but fun fact, 13 is an unlucky number, and I would have you, if you ever wondered why 13 is a bad, unlucky number, well, Judas was the 13th guest of the Last Supper who betrayed Jesus, Loki was the 13th guest of the Banquet of Valhalla and tricked someone into killing Baldur, upsetting the Order of Balance, the Knights of the Templar were arrested on October 13th of 1307, which, by the way, is a Friday. Friday the 13th being a movie about a bunch of people meeting an untimely end shortly after fraternizing, and the Code of Hammurabi, which is a Babylonian block of text dated to 1754 BC that tells us that the 282 laws of Babylonian judges used to judge the other crimes, and this text famously and infamously left out its 13th law. And this is actually a misunderstanding because there is a 13th law, it just wasn't found until a long time ago. And last but not least, 13 is the numbered tarot card of death, which, if you know anything about the Mysterious Stranger and its connections to Fallout, 13, death, Philip Traum. Also, another thing about Friday the 13th, after Monty and Lucy bang, it immediately goes bad, and it also looked like they're at a summer camp because of, like, the tables and stuff. I also thought that was just kind of funny. Also, did you know that Benny's suite with Yes Man in it is on the 13th floor? Now I hear you saying, Shorty, what does the number 13 have to do with anything? 13 is a superstitious, unlucky number that the Courier carries with them wherever they go in the Mojave in the form of the trusty Vault 13 canteen in the Courier's inventory. So, on one hand, with the Vault 13 wandering Vault Dweller after everything he did for Vault 13, he takes the water trip from Necropolis, he discloses the information to the Vault accidentally, and he destroys the Master, and is still left outside the Vault due to changing and contamination. So instead of being turned away from his vault, just like what happened with the Vault Dweller, when Henry returned to Vault 31, young Henry was welcomed back and he was treated for his radiation, and he oversaw Vault 31 for Bud's brain and maintained the vault for the next year or so, until he turned 31 and was traded into the 61st Triennial Trade of 2275 and moved into Vault 33 to meet Rose for the first time. When he supposedly never stepped foot outside of Vault 31 in early 2275, he lives with Rose for 2 years and with Lucy, and after Rose leaves in 2277 with Norm and Lucy, Hank snaps and is forced to take things into his own hands and into his own life.
Your daddy, don't you? Let's just say that everything about your whole little world was decided over 200 years ago.
He subdues the active overseer and erases their dates from the books, keeping them inaccessible in the records and making things look as normal as possible, while 5 overseers over the course of 172 years already looked fishy, making it 3 would just be too goddamn obvious. Hank then administrates a quarantine election cycle against the redhead Davy, but Davy loses thinking it's due to the motto, when things look glum, vote for 31, but in reality he lost because the house was rigged for a reason. Hank lies to the population and tells them that there's a plague with a famine coming from the weevils that, in turn, is shortening their food supply and making others sick, when in reality he is starving and killing them to whitewash the vault's history. Explaining why we never hear or see of Alex or Ronald, because they were saved for food. Bud, and the mouse video, and the ghoul talking about barbecue are all examples of foreshadowing and red herrings towards this thought. Just like we see in the steering of the wheel, Hank alongside Betty and Overseer Jackson, you are the best of the best, you are ruthless, calculating, single-mindedly ambitious, and, in short, exactly who we need in steering the wheel. Being next in Bud's responsibilities, right next to Barb and Authority, with the difference being that Hank is the sword, while Bud is the brain, this position's objective is steering the ship. Like all state-of-the-art ships, Vault Tech is ran automatically by computers so advanced they cannot be comprehended or controlled, and your job is to look to the future, pondering serious things, protecting instability, intimidation, and you'll be developing strategies to guarantee corporate continuity. Oh god, after the inevitable. That was real. Ugh. If you didn't catch that, when it refers to incomprehensible technology, it's referring to a sort of Roko's basilisk of technological deities. And if you don't know what Roko's basilisk is, don't learn. Think about Pam from Fallout 4 on steroids and is an entire AI language model. I guess if you could call a supercomputer with a 10 intelligence omniscient if you wanted to reference the Vitomatic Vigor Tester scores. Who knows? Vault-Tec demeans the unorthodox god and replaces them with a more technological Vault-Tec computer overlord. Hell, they even have the Vault-Tec priest Mary, Lucy, and Monty. Look at his robes! Repurposing stories like Lot's wife from Genesis 19 in order to persuade orthodox believers to show that Vault-Tec has their common interest in mind. Remember what Hank says to Lucy.
You've seen what it's like up here. Everyone equally afraid, equally miserable. Forced to do horrible things in order to survive. And Lucy, I had to make a choice between their violent world and our peaceful one. And I believe, Lucy, I know I made the right choice. The problem with the world is factions, endlessly fighting, endlessly at war. Then what is the solution but to get rid of the factions? To make the world us, only ours to shape.
And so I ask again, in my intro to you, dear and so I ask again what I asked in my intro to you. Oh, dear audience, who is the Courier?
Lucy, let's go. Come on.
Wait,
we gotta get out of here.
No, not with him.
Why not with him? What do you mean?
It was him.
What?
It was him.
What was him?
Shady sounds. am sorry.
Now, I know how you're feeling right now. You're feeling how we all felt when Matt Pat came out with the Star Wars theory before the prequels came, or not the prequels, the sequels came out. But hey, you played New Vegas. Don't shoot the messenger. Hank tries to tell Lucy.
You seem this like a...
And it reminds me of Amada and her father in Vault 101, and how the old one is too attached to their mission while the younger generation is trying to show them the reality of the situation, and that in the process they lose the humanity behind it all. Now, I know I just dumped a lot on you there, and yeah, I know the guy in the back, how would Hank be able to talk to Vault-Tec and get orders? The Pip-Boy, there's not enough... Okay. In the Steering of the Ship video, Bud explains that while being a senior executive, senior vice president with the modern technology, this can be done from anywhere, work from yacht, or make the scene without ever leaving home, or spending your hard-earned salary on shore, or working in a new quarter office. Like, I'm sorry, it just says it. Showing, again, Hank's communication abilities wouldn't be limited by leaving the vault, or not by having his Pip-Boy. Maybe that's even what happens after we complete an objective in game. Getting meta and diegetic, maybe even when we complete goals or fail, the vault computer reads the situations, whether we failed or succeeded in the mission, and tells us how to move forward regardless of the fail or success. And after all, they're so advanced they're incomprehensible. Referring to the AI computers. Now, while Hank is on the hunt for some weapons of mass destruction for Vault-Tec and his children, during all of this I just talked about, the fall of Shady Sands happens due to corruption led to the capital of the Shady Sands being moved to the LA Boneyard in the year 2277 to 2281. And we know, wow, that's how this all started. Wow. This video started because I was arguing with people about Shady Sands being moved. God damn, I just remembered that. Wow. The fall of Shady Sands due to corruption in the years 2277 to 2281, and we know the capital was moved to the monument of the town of the obelisk that shows the capital's status. And the final stages of the NCR's downfall being Kimball's removal from office due to losing the dam, foreshadowed by Mr.House.
But runs on time. Always bothered me, the imprecision. No need to worry about the general, by the way. He'll be held responsible, publicly disgraced. 36.5% probability of suicide, by my estimate. Kimball won't be able to save him. He'll be too busy getting thrown out of office. But less than a 3% chance of suicide, mind you. Vegas might see a dip in revenue for a few months, half a year. But soon enough, the tourists and their money will be pouring in. Vegas will be a...
Kimball, who is then possibly challenged by Hanlon and eventually to the Flame Mother Moldaver, who seems to believe in the communist-esque beliefs foreign to the new NCR America due to never being taken seriously in the old world America in Fallout's universe. Moldaver outright just being called a communist and works with raider groups in operations while still holding NCR symbols and ideas, but I digress. The NCR is in the midst of failing right before the dam and would inspire citizens to run for elections that are open for office. And after all, you blow up the monorail and it only makes the NCR more invigorated to fight. So the nationalists of the NCR are only going to get worse. Moldaver herself may have lived there for a while as a non-aged smoothskin due to the ancient jewelry she wears in the pre-war, that being this ring that I'm pretty sure Oxhorn just went over, but I don't actually know because I didn't watch the goddamn video. And the show comes out a month from now. Leave me alone. I'm trying, goddammit. But she doesn't have the jewelry post-war. And this question itself is the answer to who Moldaver truly is. If you're still confused, let me answer and ask you a question. How did Moldaver survive ghoulification from a nuclear blast on her own territory in NCR? Well, we know that the Precursor Society found a way with old world artifacts to become immune to radiation, as shown with the Cabots in Fallout 4.
Maybe I'll finally travel to the southwest. My father was always convinced that there was another alien city buried somewhere in the Mojave Desert.
Is this...
But Rose isn't ghoulified like the ghoul from Zhao's ship. Rose is a feral who looks like she was directly around the impact of a blast, and Moldaver is untouched. So maybe Hank waited for Moldaver to leave to retrieve his children and wife, and Hank not knowing that Moldaver is because Hank's never seen Moldaver up close. Maybe from afar, watching her leave from the LA boneyard before the bombers or the boomers drop the bomb that causes the destruction, possibly the one from the Wild Wasteland trait. Moldaver might be a pre-war ancient Societan who, seeing the downfall of her civilization, continued forward with a blind drive just like the survivalist does and the ghoul does. After going through pre-war America and the rest of the world following her society's footsteps, and possibly the followers of the apocalypse footsteps, just like Caesar did, Moldaver finds the solution to the old world's factions issues, and she chalks this up to the resource issues, and so she commits her life to making cryofusion energy, but every time she was close to perfecting it, Vault-Tec would buy her out, and time is the ultimate weapon after all. But what Vault-Tec doesn't take into account was Moldaver's ability wasn't simply limited to cryostasis science, but that she is a multi-generational precursor human who bypasses her mortal time span with the ancient relics from the Fallout precursor civilization. What's a precursor civilization? Well, the one Jack Cabot talks about after killing Lorenzo, an ancient city that is possibly under the Mojave Desert. After the bombs dropped, Moldaver, being unrestrained and no longer limited by the old world authorities, with the non-existent law of the Wild Wasteland and with no obligations other than her passion, she got back onto working with her lifelong project. She uses her skill set to complete her work, but has to still gather raw materials using raider gangs and such for these missions. Kinda like how we do when it comes to Fallout Shelter. We send out certain dwellers, that way we ain't gotta do all the work ourselves. Sometime down the road, Moldaver meets Rose, and together Rose works on this with Moldaver and Zilwig as Enclave scientists, as a precursor scientist, and knowing Rose, she's probably pretty goddamn smart. We know Rose was part of this dream due to Moldaver saying, "We did it, Rose," at the end of episode 8, and after Hank does what he does with NCR and Vault-Tec and the Boomer Assistants, Moldaver, being one of the few survivors, takes off her jewelry, having lost the one person she called home, and presumably promised to complete cryofusion for the both of them. This is explaining why it looks like Moldaver has aged slightly, but not nearly as much as Hank does. Hank being 53 years of the age in the concurrent day, while only being 25 when we see him as young Henry, and for some reason, Moldaver doesn't look like she ages at all. With a presently declining but not rock-bottom government and infrastructure that is based off the old world's government after the Second Battle of Hoover Dam, and removal of leadership in turn for another leader after Kimball, I think Hanlon only becomes the senator of Reading, while Moldaver, with her hundreds of years of people experience, would find a way to rise to the top with her scientific prowess and technology, as well as learnings from the old world government's propagandic techniques. She would then show the flaws in the NCR's ideology with money and resource usage, along with their tendency to expand when it's a negative. America. And due to the NCR having power resource issues alluded to by Gonzo and the Enclave in the show, and the new Fallout 4 update, after all, why would Vault-Tec and Hank Courier nuke a dying nation? Why waste such a precious nuclear resource as the One on a diseased and bleeding two-headed bear? Simple. The bear had sprouted a third head of logic and science, like some sort of bear hydra. And after this capital was moved and many things changed, but amongst the changes, what stayed was their symbols and monuments. However, they kept the name due to the citizens' loyalty to the symbols of old, that being Shady Sands, so they moved Shady Sands to the LA Boneyard with the obelisk that represents Shady Sands. And with that, the NCR with the new leadership thrived under Moldaver, at least until Hank learns about them tapping about Vault 33's water supply from Rose, also seen with the NCR tapping the irradiated supply of Vault 34 in New Vegas. Moldaver leads a revolution against the Republic after the Second Battle of Hoover Dam, dominating with her strength of charisma, science, and years of life experience running cults due to her age, like we see post-war and pre-war. Moldaver, after taking power, supercharging the NCR with her know-how, starts to pull the NCR from the Mojave region, or the I-15 marksman attacks start to happen due to the Lonesome Road, taking casualties, and brewing ghoul discrimination. And after arriving home, they would start to thrive, not being so stretched far apart. The abundance that they would have can be seen in the flashback of Rose while the bombs are falling, before the bombs fall in the post-war with Lucy's flashback. Vault-Tec wouldn't nuke a dying NCR. They'd nuke a threatening NCR, led by a very feared and known lady. A lady by the name of fucking Moldaver, whose old world government has known about her and Cryotech in the pre-war. It's also interesting that Moldaver's fancy is the Hollywood Forever Club, a funeral / cemetery / mausoleum / crematation. Would it be too far of a stretch to say that she could steal identities through the generations as Jack Cabot does when he moves away for a while and returns to the Commonwealth as a long-distance inheritor, explaining why she didn't make a move sooner? Either way, the fall of the NCR happens before and after 2280s on an unspecified date after the Second Battle of Hoover Dam, when the Vault-Tec upper management decides that they're too large or sinful, like the tale of Sodom and Gomorrah in Genesis 19. With Hank as the sole commander who was put in charge of Vault-Tec 31 region after leaving to find his family and destroying the NCR. Maybe Hank wanted to find his family in Vault-Tec and needs his children for the breeding pool. Maybe Hank's awareness of the rarity of Vault Dwellers emerging in 2268 and is trying to preserve Vault Dwellers like the Brotherhood of Steel are with their members in Hidden Valley in New Vegas. Maybe that's why Hank helps the Brotherhood of Steel initially, relating to the hiding underground and nearly being wiped out. And maybe the reason Betty doesn't go out to get Hank is because Betty knows Hank will be fine on his own, and in the Wasteland, Lucy following Hank would lead, and did lead, to a disaster. Also, if Hank bases Rose's fake death on the 2277 famine and cannibal culling and based her leaving of the vault, it would also explain the easy rewriting of history if Hank was able to starve other families who knew anything about Rose and her memory. We can say Rose had both children by at least 2277, with the children being plural, and Lucy being about 22-ish by the events of the modern day canon. So after the events of the battles of after the events of the Battle of the Second Hoover Dam Battle, Hank McCourier becomes allies with the Boomers, the Brotherhood of Steel, and after obtaining either Hopeville warheads or the one with the Vault-Tec logo, with the Boomers and their air dominance, Hank would have the Boomers fly the B-29 Pearl bomber to California to drop the bomb on the city. And fun fact, the B-29 is the same model used to drop the bombs on Japan. A city and a nation that Moldaver finally had the chance to test her ideas, the old world America's ideas, the possibility to see if they worked as long as progress isn't stifled by greed and human nature, only to have it end and be taken from her by the Brotherhood. Your misfortune might be someone else's fortune. Alright, these are wrap-up questions and mini-theories. This is also the part of the video where I'm going to tell you if you have any questions and comments about this theory to put them in the comment section. If you think I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong, because I have not had anyone tell me otherwise. How did Hank get the kids out, and how did Rose get nuked? My working theory is embedded in the story of Lot once more. In the biblical story, Lot asks if he can hide in the town of Zoa, and if he can't make it to the mountains, ask Zoa to be spared, and God accepts. I think Zoa was Philly, and the place Birdie and her mom ended up. I also think that the mountains and the cave Lot hid in was the Holy Vault 13. After the Death Claws die, the vault is vacant. The reason I think this is because Birdie is tied to that vault, who is then tied to Moldaver as a person, and the only other place I could really think hiding a nuke away from in that area would be another vault. It also harpens back to the mirroring of 13 and 31. The Chosen One could grab a solar scorcher from Vault 13, a sun-based energy weapon, and in New Vegas, if this theory stands true, gets his hand on his own sun-based Archimedes 2 weapon. Along with this, Vault 13 is the closest vault to LA Boneyard, and is going to the mountains to avoid a nuke. Well, we see Coop's reaction at the birthday. A mountain ain't cutting it. Also, the story describes Lot as having to persuade the agents of God to not stay in the capital, but to stay in his servant's house, and I read this as not drawing attention to themselves in the NCR territory while retrieving Norm and Lucy. We see from Piper in Fallout 4 that even if we aren't wearing a vault suit, you can tell from our freshness that we aren't a wastelander, and the same can probably be said about Ian and Betty. early on. If they were to travel into NCR territory in any capacity, like I said earlier, also being Nepo babies, Ian and Betty would be very easily identifiable, especially if they went to the capital. But Hank knows what they'll find, and he doesn't want to get everyone's attention. How does Betty rerun if she served a term in a Democratic Vault Society? Betty would be put into the election section because a vast population of the Vault's inhabitants have been slaughtered, and the remaining 33ers have been having a smaller section of OD candidates, or not OD, of candidates to choose from, seeing as Hank is gone. And Stephanie isn't put up as an option due to Norm's suspicion and treading too heavily on the snake with the Vault 31-33 connection. If Stephanie played a role in this election, it would have been too obvious, as opposed to Betty, who has to run once already and has served all year successfully. Think about how the show designated Survivor. Well, think about how they framed that. Why doesn't Hank have a Pip-Boy adventuring New Vegas until we get to Doc Mitchell's after being shot? Well, if you were doing a job for Mr.House, a former Vault-Tec associate of a very high intelligence, Hank carrying his personal Pip-Boy around that could be hacked by a supercomputer might not be a good idea. We see evidence of this in cut content. Shout out to Triangle City. He even messaged me back about something I made up in a dream, so again, shout out to Triangle City. But Father Elijah was supposed to be able to follow the Courier around with the collar on, and in one of these cut lines, he would have mentioned hacking into Mitchell's Pip-Boy, and by doing so, learns everything about Vault 21. Furthering this, Piper from Fallout 4, who's a highly perceptive person, can recognize Nate or Nora from Fallout 4 as a Vault Dweller, while they aren't in their Vault attire, like I said earlier, due to their aura of freshness, as well as the Pip-Boys not being very common in post-war unless they are repaired or found in a vault. Who calls the shots for the NCR's downfall? While the fellow Vault-Tec associates may have had a hand, as implied with Betty and Rose,
Betty? When my mother died, what happened to her Pip-Boy?
It was buried with her.
How are you so sure?
Because I buried her myself.
whoever is the leader of the vaults at this point calls the shots on the plane of action, whether or not he wants to. He drops the nukes on Shady Sands. Doesn't really matter who does it. I think it happens. Just like it's spilled in the steering of the ship. The Vault-Tec computers are so advanced that they cannot be comprehended or controlled, so your job is to look to the future and ponder serious things, projecting stability and intimidation. Having access to the one with the Vault-Tec logo on the side and having access to warheads in the Lonesome Road, with the only Vault-related faction, the Boomers, assisting flying the bombs to the NCR. And if Vault-Tec were the ones who could activate the nukes by themselves, they wouldn't need overseers like the ones from 76 to go get them. And if they had a life supply of Vault parts, Hank wouldn't need to do what he needs to do to leave Vault 33 and 31 and risk radiation to the gene pool and mutations. Hank doesn't need to save Lucy and Norm. Vault-Tec needs the kids more than Hank does. But Hank wants his family more because they're his only home left after he loses loyalty to Vault-Tec the way Ulysses does the Legion. Nobody questioned when Rose went missing after 2277, and the famine excuse for the deaths in the past associated with Rose leaving, like really? The Overseer's wife died in a famine. I don't buy it. Like the Overseer would have the most expendable food source out of anyone because he's that important, and neither would someone like Norm, meaning they changed the Vault records and people's oral memories of each other. This also means that they can fraudulate a lot of other things in the Vault-Tec system, kinda like how Chet suggests. It also shows Hank truly cares about his family over everything else, choosing her life over the Vault-Tec lives, and lies, and following plans, even though he knows he possibly won't be let back in after it's all said and done. Here's the thing. Maybe Hank does still believe in his mission.
I did what was necessary to save our people.
Higher up manager people. Hank decides that instead of the American team, he'd choose the winning team. And that who the Courier sides with in New Vegas, that being Vault-Tec, most of the time. Just like his boss and his cowboy hero's wife, Barb, explains to the Vault meeting attendees.
Perhaps refocus the conversation.
When I think about the future, I think about my daughter, Janie.
How do I provide her with
A better future. That's what we've invited you here to discuss.
And how do we design our vault society so our children have that better future?
I suggest we hedge our bets.
Hedging a bet is a sports betting strategy in which a bettor takes the opposite side of his or her original bet once that original bet's likelihood of winning has increased. The intention of the hedge is generally to guarantee a profit or at least eliminate the potential loss of profit. Then takes over the conversation while saying the same thing. He said in the meeting to Norm in the modern day, when he's in Vault 31, that Bud explains, America outsourced the survival of its country to the private sector and part of the national economy that is not under direct government control, aka corporations.
America outsourced the survival of this country to the private sector, but it would have been insane to keep a failed nation alive, so we kept Vault-Tec alive instead. A well-trained staff of highly supervised junior executives from my own assistant training program. Because the future of humanity comes down to one word. Management.
Maybe Bud and Hank do not care about most of the Vault residents. Maybe they only care about the super managers, the ones that matter. Because the future of humanity comes down to one word, management, with the scene ending on Bud in the meetings before Barb continues on saying,
Bud here has an idea for 3 interconnected vaults. But we need more ideas. We need your ideas. Because it was the spirit of competition that made our companies great. And I propose we bring that same spirit of competition to our solution.
How does Hank, the assistant, and his supervisor, Bud/Betty, have nukes? Sorry, not to beat you over the head with a dead horse, but for anyone who didn't remember, simply the Lonesome Road and Hopeville. Hank, after returning his hometown of Hopeville, feels like a kid again and gets nostalgia. Literally, as Hank, after returning to his home, he gets a challenge from the pre-war terminal entries about a protest and gets deja vu about his long-lost dog Seymour next to his dead skeletonized mother, whose name the Courier somehow knows before opening his or her said diary, and Sunflower Summers being another way of saying Sherry being Fry's mom, originally an idea for Jurassic Bark, which is where Seymour comes from as an idea for the Wild Wasteland trait. Fry, from Futurama, who would have the same age as Hank at 25, who was frozen while the world they lived in had gone by and passed and had been eliminated and destroyed and annihilated. Same place, different home.
The episode Jurassic Bark is for many one of the most sad, depressing and overall emotional episodes. It ends with a flashback showing that after Fry was frozen in the cryogenic chamber, his dog Seymour waited for him to return for 12 years before dying of old age. The original idea, however, was to have the episode focus on Fry's mother. It would have been his mother waiting for who knows how many years until she finally just passed away. But they soon realized that might push the depression factor a bit too far and decided to replace her with Fry's dog instead. Speaking of, the dog in this whole plot point is actually based upon the true story of a dog named Hachiko. Much like Seymour in Futurama, Hachiko waited for his deceased owner at a train station for almost 10 years until he eventually passed away.
Hank doesn't have the launch codes, and we know he doesn't due to Ulysses needing you to bring him the launch codes from Eddie from Navarro. We also know he doesn't have launch codes due to the events of Fallout 76's main quest, following the Overseer in Appalachia, and you follow her through the wasteland to discover the Vault-Tec plans for the nukes to bomb factions who rise up to become a threat to the monopoly of Vault-Tec. You also learn that an overseer's task is almost always the main directive at a certain point in the vault's lifespan, and this task is to leave the vault before anyone else in the vault to secure the 3 nuclear missile silos in the region. That way the lesser vault dwellers cannot overtake and change the mission. It may be different depending on the region, but we know that there are silos and warheads without guidance systems close to the Mojave that are in the Lonesome Road, even if they are not Vault-Tec labeled. And again, some will say less credible, but the 1 is also a valid option for where he found a nuke just undetonated in a dud. With a little of Hank's science, he could probably get it working again, just like the bomb in Megaton could be, which is a reused asset from Fallout 3. Where are Barb and Janie?
Worked hard to make sure we go into a special vault for management, where we will oversee all of the other vaults. You don't get it. That is the best we can possibly hope.
Showing us that the Mojave region Hank is heading to is one with management. Kinda reminds me of the Vault Zero idea from Tactics. This brings another question after all. Why does Mr. House trust the player Courier so much? What about our person is trustable even after sowing distrust with Mr. House in a few endings? Like Zilwig said, I knew I could trust you. You are a vault dweller. House trusts us because Vault-Tec has worked with him in the past for the Robco Pip-Boy integration with the vaults, and he finds them gullible. What House doesn't know, however, is that what the Enclave and Vault-Tec does to competition when their successful experiments are compromised. What House doesn't know is that the Enclave and Vault-Tec wipe out experiments that are compromised. But after all that nonsense I just spouted, if you don't believe what I'm trying to say, I'll leave you to ponder on this. Why does Hank retreat to Vegas of all places? I don't know. I don't know for certain, but I do know that
the lights flickered across the divide, reminders that the old world histories persist and find meaning in the present. It said, war never changes. Men do, through the roads they walk. And this road has reached its end. Road gets rougher from here, Courier. History cast aside, a home left behind. Your road's not done. Haven't walked it full yet. Not nearly enough. Ahead lies your work, the history you burned in the earth, what you brought to the people here. They'll lead you to your home one more time. Lead to the ending of it. Maybe remind you why you wander.
If you still don't think Hank is the Courier, fine. But even if you don't think he is, if you don't think it's Hank, I'll leave you with this last bit of dialogue from the Courier's brain at the end of the Old World Blues DLC.
And so it burbled and bubbled inside its tank, smug that it still could dream its future without glands getting in the way. In time, however, it became so self-obsessed, it wondered if perhaps nothing existed except itself. It decided to test this by turning the weapons of the Big Empty against each other and seeing what happened. The answer is lost to history, as is much of the Mojave.
But that's just my guess. A gaming guess. Thanks for watching. And the game was rigged from the start.